It's Saturday, and y'all know what that means. It is the RTCF show, but we're going to kind of take a little bit of that off. We're going to cut the R off today because we are talking all team. That is Sean Davis, recruiting analyst at Irish Breakdown. I'm Brian Driscoll, your publisher. And Sean, we have a lot to talk about today. We're going to talk a lot about the Notre Dame defense from several different angles, so we're going to kind of break it up into different segments, but we're going to talk a lot about the defense today. And then at the end, we're going to make our ACC predictions. And there is a lot of discussion that can be had about who is going to finish where in the ACC. So it is going to be a very interesting conversation. Very interesting year. A lot of bad teams at the bottom, a couple good teams at the top, and then a lot of teams with uncertainty, new coaches, big-time losses personnel-wise. How are they all going to finish this year? Yeah. Schedules are really fascinating. So we're going to have a lot of fun talking about that. But first, Sean, we're going to talk about the Notre Dame defense. And obviously, 54-10 the last 5 years, right? I mean, and with the exception of 2017, where the defense was good, but it was kind of still bouncing back from what it had been under the previous defensive court, under Brian Van Gorder. But, Mike Elko in that first year made a big jump forward, but they weren't necessarily winning because of their defense that year. They were winning because of the defense of the offensive line and the run game. But from 18 on, this team has gone, 44 and I think 7, and it's been primarily on the backs of the Notre Dame defense. And so you had a really interesting thought and topic that you wanted to bring up today based on something that you heard Colin Cowherd say recently about, kind of looking at the NFL. You're a Bears fan, correct, Sean?
I live in Chicago.
Okay.
I'm not a Bears fan, but I live in Chicago.
Okay, just wasn't sure. But there's a lot of conversation in Chicago about Roquan Smith, who Notre Dame fans know very well. Watched him in 2017 in Notre Dame Stadium, phenomenal linebacker, and whether or not the Bears should trade him. And that led to a conversation about the Notre Dame defense, Sean. So I want you to kind of set the premise of the conversation and then sort of state your case, and we're going to have some fun talking about it because it involves like kind of the direction of the Notre Dame program moving forward. So let it rip.
I thought what he said was so interesting. And, like I said, I live in Chicago. I'm not necessarily I'm a Notre Dame fan, but not a Bears fan. But I do root for the Bears. I do that. So Colin Cowherd was talking about the statement that he made that stood out to me is, in life, we acquire the things that we love. Like whatever you love, you acquire those things, whether it's in natural life, it could be art, it could be sneakers. It's like whatever we love, we go ahead and acquire. And so he brought that over to football, and he mentioned the Chicago Bears. He said the Chicago Bears love defense, and they make sure that they acquire or find a way to always acquire defensive players to always make their defense good. As bad as they were last year as a team, they had a top 10 defense, as bad as they were. So that tradition continued. And so I started to think about that. And I said, wow, well, that translates to a lot of other people. As we talked before, he mentioned the Los Angeles Rams. And, I felt like that connected with me because they had Aaron Donald and those great defensive players for years and could never get over the hump in the playoffs. What did they do? They go out and they get a quarterback, a much maligned quarterback, but really hadn't been surrounded by a full team, so he didn't have an opportunity to win. Now they bring him to a situation with better coaching, a more solidified situation where coaches aren't coming in and out, and weapons around him at the wide receiver position and a running game with a great offensive line. And the next thing you know, you start to see what he can really do when surrounded. And so it made me think about Notre Dame because, and I'll give you this, and I didn't know this until I researched this. Brian Kelly was at Cincinnati from 2006 to 2009. Am I correct? It was 06 to 09. You're on mute.
He was there 7, 8, 9, 3 years.
Okay, 3 years.
He was at West Central Michigan 04, 05, 06, Cincinnati 7, 8, 9, and then came to Notre Dame in 2010.
The interesting thing is, the last season there was the only season his offense averaged over 30 points.
Yep. Yeah, 2008 Remember, they went to the Orange Bowl that year, and they had
Yeah.
great special teams and a great defense in 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but coming into Notre Dame, he was thought of as this great offensive mind. And that was kind of what the fan base expected. Like, okay, he's about to take Notre Dame into this new era of offense.
Because of not just 09 Cincinnati, but also they were like 50-plus points per game at Grand Valley. And then in 2008, the caveat is they played like 5 quarterbacks that year because of injuries. And so people excuse the fact that they weren't great on defense because they were offense. They were pretty good in offense in 07 when they had Ben Mock. So, but to your point, they were never like a dominant offense until that last year at Cincinnati.
Yeah. And I think, we talked about it a little bit last week. Like Notre Dame, they are what they are. They're a mid-30 points per game team. That's who they've been, right? And we talked about to take the next step, you have to get closer to 40 in order to really be championship contention. So the question I pose to you, and I will pose to everybody in IB Nation today, has Notre Dame fallen in love with defense?
Now, when you say that, are you saying too much?
No.
Or just in general?
No. Okay. Have they fallen in love with defense to the point where too much can be subjective the way you look at it? But, in bringing over the conversation, I don't think the Bears ignored certain things that they needed. I just don't think they are fully invested on one side of the ball the way they are on the other side of the ball. And I think at some point there has to be, even if it's not 50-50, investment on both sides of the ball, there has to be somewhere close. It has to be 55-45. If you're not going to go all in, at least go get the quarterback and receivers, or there has to be some offensive dynamic to say, okay, we're really invested in taking the next step offensively. So I think that is the question. Have you felt like, as a fan base, and have you felt like, Brian, that Notre Dame, and it's different than the NFL, right? We're talking about recruiting versus being able to go out,
managing salary cap,
salary cap, and acquire via free agency is totally different.
Right. Like you can't do in the NFL what Georgia has done on defense, right? With Alabama. You can't have that many great players on one side of the ball in the NFL. Correct.
Exactly. Correct. So, and with that being said, we know the position rooms that need to be upgraded and really haven't. Well, honestly, offensively, I'll let you get into that because I could probably point out 2 positions that I feel like need to become more consistent moving forward to feel like, okay, Notre Dame now, coaching staff, program is really going after it on that side of the ball. We've also talked about this. I think any coach with a grain of salt wants to run the ball or sees the value in running the ball. I'm not about to sit here and say there's a certain amount of carries you have to be, a championship team. Right. But I think at heart, let's take Nick Saban, who has made a transition from when he first arrived at Alabama to where his offenses are now. I think he's come to the place where he saw the evolution of college football and said to himself, okay, not only do I need to go out and get the players, but I need to get the minds that know how to go ahead and execute what needs to be done with these players. And, Lane Kiffin, Sarkisian, others.
Yeah, think about that. He went from Jim McElwain and Doug Nussmeier to Kiffin, Sark, and Bill O'Brien. And now I think Bill O'Brien's an overrated offensive mind, but he's still a really good offensive mind. Right. Like I just don't put him in the same category as like Sark.
He's a step down from the previous 2, you would probably say.
But still a step up from the previous. I mean, Jim McElwain was the perfect offensive coordinator for what they were trying to do as a program.
At that point in time. Absolutely.
Correct. To your point. Absolutely. Power football. Yeah. Right.
Loxley was like 1 year.
Yeah.
After Lane?
He was between Lane and Sark.
I think. Yeah. So that's the question. Like, do you feel like you've seen the full investment offensively because Notre Dame, if you ask most people, and I think recruits, CJ Williams pointed this out. When you think Notre Dame, you think running backs, offensive line, and defense. So for me, it's like, man, is that the perception? And it has Notre Dame really depended more on their defense in the last 10 years or during the Kelly era than going out and saying, okay, now that we solidified this defense, let's go out and start adding some explosive guys, on the offensive end. I just thought it was a very interesting question that maybe we could bring to the college ranks despite the difference.
And why? Why was it that way? And will Marcus Freeman continue that or not continue it like he's trying to continue what Brian Kelly did, but, him being a defensive coach, because that's the danger for me. Right. That's my only hesitation with Marcus Freeman, honestly. Like, I have no problem with him being an in-game coach because we just saw a guy that's a mediocre in-game coach just win a national championship. Right. But what is Kirby great at? Preparation Monday to Friday. I've said this a million times. Being a great game day coach is important to a degree. But Monday to Friday preparation is way more important. Way more important. Like, Nick Saban is a master of both. I mean, just go look at the 2015 title game, the decision to go for the onside kick, just some of the things that they did in that game. Not perfect, but just really, really good at it. Kirby's just an okay game day coach. Now, you can't be a bad game day coach like James Franklin. And I think at times Brian Kelly, especially early in his career, was a bad game day coach. But I think it's about the preparation Monday to Friday. So let's trace it back, Sean, because obviously, when Brian Kelly came to Notre Dame, he was viewed as this offensive guru, right? But he was replacing a guy that was viewed as an offensive guru. And I think the first couple years, Brian Kelly tried to bring a, sort of a big play mentality to the offense, Dane Chris throwing the ball down the field. Then Tommy came in and throwing the ball a bunch, and they weren't really committed to the run game. They kept losing close games. They couldn't put teams away. They didn't have the horsepower so in his, with how he was trying to do it. Now, they had Michael Floyd and Tyler Eifert, so I would kind of argue that necessarily wasn't your problem. I think some of your play calling was a problem. Some of your preparation was a problem, but, that was the justification. And then 2012 happens. And you go into that season, I don't think Brian Kelly went into that season. If you go back and look at what he was talking about going into that season, because if you remember, Sean, I was a fan that year, not covering the team. That was my first year getting back into coaching. And you go back and kind of listen to what Brian Kelly was saying before the year, it wasn't, hey, I think we got a shot to go win a championship, right? They had lost Michael Floyd. They had lost Harrison Smith. They had lost Robert Plant. And they had lost, Darius Fleming. They had lost a lot of players. They're going with Ev to start the season at quarterback.
Right.
And it was like, hey, look, we're trying to, and you brought in Harry Heastan, right? And you were making a shift from a gap scheme, a pin and pull team to an inside zone power team. And by power, I'm not talking about power the play concept. I'm talking about style of play. And I think that was meant to begin a transition. Well, sort of all the stars aligned schedule-wise, and then just what Manti and Lewis Nix and Cap and Zeke Mata and all those guys were able to do on defense. And then your offensive line under Harry made a much bigger jump than I think people anticipated, because there was a lot of Notre Dame fans that were not excited about Harry Heastan being hired. And the expression was, well, Tennessee fans thought he wasn't any good. And I'm like, yeah, Tennessee fans are stupid. And he was under Derek Dooley, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't care who the offensive line coach, you can resurrect, Alex Gibbs and put him with, Jim McNally and every other great offensive mind in the country. And that Tennessee team's still going to stink under Derek Dooley. Right. But if you look at the reputation, I mean, again, you're in Chicago. Harry Heastan was the line coach the last time the Bears went to a Super Bowl. So
yeah, the dweeb for a head coach, though.
Yeah, huh? I mean, did you say a dweeb?
Yes,
Lovey was a dweeb.
No. He was here on the Matt Nagy.
No, I'm talking about the first time Harry was
okay. Yeah, I thought you were talking about this last time.
No. I was saying when he came to Notre Dame, he was the O-line coach the last time the Bears went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
And I was like, I didn't know Lovey was a dweeb.
My fault.
Yes, Matt Nagy completely understand.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that one. But he kind of brings about a toughness, and then I think that fed right into the type of defense they were trying to run. And they just kind of went there. And then I think that so you started to see sort of a shift that year. hey, run the ball, protect the football, don't do anything to get ourselves beat. And then he went out against Alabama, and Notre Dame got smashed. Now there's a lot of reasons why the outcome was as decisive as it was. I don't think Alabama was 28 points better than that Notre Dame team. I think they were definitely better. But there's a lot of stuff that went into that game, Sean, as we now know, which, obviously with the Manti thing and everything we've talked about before there. But basically what happened, that Sean, is like after that season, I felt like Brian Kelly kept trying to chase that Bama team. He kept trying to say, we got to be that Bama team.
Yeah.
And then there was enough things that happened to where over the years where, they'd have this really explosive offense and like it didn't happen overnight though. Like the next year they threw the ball a ton, the 2015 big play offense, and then 2016 happened. And it's like, I kind of feel like that is where you saw a big shift under Brian Kelly. And then 2017 happens. And then that's where I think you really saw him turn hard into the whole let's pretend to be Alabama model, right? And it was run the ball, don't turn it over to the degree that I'm going to scare my quarterbacks into not making mistakes and play great defense. And it worked in regard to if your goal is to go beat the teams you're supposed to beat. And what happened was no more losses to teams like Tulsa, no more losses to teams like Northwestern and Louisville and Navy and teams that he had lost to in the past, Sean. And they started beating those teams, and the record gets better: 10-3, 12-1, 11-2, 10-2, 11-2. But your record against top 25 teams kind of stayed the same, right? I mean, it was slightly better, but it kind of stayed the same outside of the 2017 season. I mean, you went 1-2 against ranked. You went 3-1 against ranked teams in 2018. You went 4-3 against ranked teams in 2017. That's 7 in 2 years. Brian Kelly only won 19 games against top 25 teams in 12 years. 7 of them came in those 2 years.
Yeah.
Then the next 3 years, they just beat up on a bunch of bad teams, but it was working in his mind because he's a results-oriented guy where I believe Nick Saban does what he does because he's a process-driven guy. Same with Kirby. Same with Dabo. I think those guys understand it's the process, not the end result. The process will event. If you stick to the process, that will lead to the end result that you need, as opposed to focusing on the end result and then overlooking the fact that your process is flawed, which is why I predicted a potential collapse in 2016. I didn't think 4-8, but if you remember before that year, I was saying this team's either going to, really answer all these questions or they're going to implode, and they imploded. And because you could see it coming, right?
Yeah.
And so to me, that is kind of where Brian Kelly came from. Is like that's the way to make sure that you go out and win all the games you're supposed to win. And then it allowed you the epitome of it, Sean, was the 2020 Cotton Bowl or Rose Bowl against Alabama, where you just kind of saw, look, our defense is good enough to keep their points down compared to where they were last time.
Right.
But offensively, it was control the clock, it's like they were coaching to not get blown out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I think Brian Kelly's mindset was.
Yeah.
And all that's going to do is get you to exactly where Brian Kelly was, where you're a good football team and you beat the teams you're supposed to beat because you have better players than all of them, but you can't win a championship that way. I think there's 2 ways to guarantee you can't win a championship. One is to overvalue defense and try to win with defense alone.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other is to go out and be so not caring about defense that you get outscored. And so that would be Oklahoma and Lincoln Riley's philosophy in that regard. That 2017 Oklahoma team was a tremendous offense. I mean, not much beneath some of even the 18 Oklahoma offense. I mean, not much below some of the great offenses we've seen in recent years when you look at the talent. I mean, you just think about that 17 team. I mean, they hung a 48 spot on that Georgia defense that we talk so much about. And again, right, I mean, part of that, Sean, was they went to overtime, but you had Baker Mayfield, you had Marquise Brown, Mark Andrews, CeeDee Lamb. That's one heck of a I mean, those guys are all in the NFL right now doing things,
Yeah.
You had Rodney Anderson, Trey Sermon, Abdul Adams was on that team. I mean, their top 3 backs, Sean, averaged 6.2, 6.2, and 9.9 yards per carry that year. And that was a tremendous offensive football team. But Why did they get knocked out in the semifinal? Even though that was to me, that Oklahoma team was the most talented team in the country that season. But they couldn't win it because they couldn't stop anybody. Yeah. And because they went too far in the opposite direction. They gave up 27 points a game. We've seen that with Oklahoma time and time again. So I think there's two extremes when it comes to this. And I think what Notre Dame has done is Notre Dame has built around its defense to the point where it has sacrificed offense. I think that's what they've done. And I think that's the mistake. I think what Georgia has done is they're going to build around their defense, but Kirby also understands the need to have big plays and create enough big play opportunities that we have to score. Now, I still think that they benefited a little bit last year by it being a down year in the SEC and the fact that Alabama, ended up not having their two best receivers and, in the championship game and all that. But why do we say that? Because at the end of the day, defense doesn't win you championships anymore.
No.
Defense can get you to the dance. That's why I've said this for years, and I'll stand by it. In college football, defense will get you to the dance. If you want to win 12 games in the course of a regular season or 11 games, you better play really good defense.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going to be a team that once you get there takes it over the top, you got to be able to score. And a great example of that, Sean, is the 2018 Clemson-Alabama matchup. That was a great Alabama offense.
Yeah.
Every bit as good as the Clemson offense. Why'd they get dominated? Because Alabama had a good defense. Clemson had a great defense. That was the difference.
Yeah.
That was the difference. And, and LSU's defense was better than it was statistically. Their offense just scored so much that teams were on the field a lot, and it was still a good defense. It wasn't a typically elite LSU defense. But I just kind of look at it, Sean, and I say that to me is where, just for the record, that LSU defense in 2019 finished 29th in the nation in yards per play, which isn't bad.
Yeah.
It's not terrible. And so to me, Sean, when I look at it, I just feel like that to me is the danger that I see with Coach Freeman. And it's the unknown, I should say, not the danger, the unknown of Coach Freeman. Is he has said things that make total sense if you're going to be the head coach of Notre Dame. If you're going to be great at Notre Dame, Sean, you got to play great defense. You got to dominate in the trenches. You got to be able to run the ball and stop the run.
Right.
I believe that to be true. I believe that that's a philosophy that Kirby Smart has. I believe that's why Ryan Day made the changes he made this offseason. Hiring Justin Fry, bringing in Jim Knowles, because he understands, look, we can't just go outscore people every single day. We got to be able to stop people too. You got to be able to stop the run and run the football.
Yeah.
And so I still believe in college football, that is a recipe to success. And here's the thing, Alabama had that big running game in the bowl game, but they weren't a great running team outside of that last year. That was more, as we've said, I think you and I agree, that was more about what is Cincinnati doing defensively game plan wise. They're giving that to Bama. But they weren't a team that could just go impose their will in the run game. So when they lost the ability to throw it in the championship game, they had nothing they could turn to.
Right.
There's nothing they could turn to. And so to me, you have to have that ability. But within that, Sean, you still have to be able to score. And so my big issue with Brian Kelly was, why do you keep creating this false dichotomy of you can't be an explosive big play offense and also still not be really good on defense? I think that's a false narrative. I don't think you have to be, because we're not saying they got to score 49 points a game.
No.
We're saying they got to be 38 to 41 ish, and then be really good on defense. And that's the key. And so when you hear Coach Freeman talk about you got to be great on defense, got to run the ball, control the trenches, I agree with all of that. But is that going to be done at the expense of being willing to go out there and say, we're going to score every single time we get the ball, we're going to recruit to score a ton, we're going to play to score a ton? Now, not within this air raid, quick tempo, scored in 90 seconds kind of thing. But hey, Tommy, your objective when you get out there is every time you get the football, score. Right? I'm not worried about controlling the clock per se, but your goal is to go out there and score and to create an explosive, efficient offense. Not a because what we talk about, there's a couple ways to be great on offense. One is tempo, and it's just hurry, maximum plays. Try to get your opponent out of their rhythm, whatever. The other way is to run fewer plays but be very high efficiency. And so to me, that's kind of where I look at where Tommy Rees is trying to be is, Tommy Rees is trying to be that kind of high efficiency type of team. And so high efficiency, big plays, explosiveness. You and I have talked about this a lot. It's explosiveness plus efficiency, right?
Yeah.
And when you look at that LSU team in 2019, that's kind of what their philosophy was. LSU that year ranked 58th in plays, total plays, 58th in total plays. But actually, let me just make sure that I'm correct on that. Because
what did they rank in time?
Sorry, that was 2021. No, they ranked first in 2019.
Okay.
But they played 15 games. But like when you look at it, to me, their efficiency was what was the key. It was 7.9, and they were second in the country. Yeah. Meaning their plays were coming because you never got them in third down. I mean, you just couldn't get them in third down.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the kind of thing you look at and say, that's where I think that Notre Dame is trying to get to. And that's where I think Tommy Rees wants to be. It's a pro style, big play type of situation. And, LSU that year ranked first in 2019 in total plays, but they ranked, let me go down here and try to find them. I'm scrolling to find them. They were 48th in third down opportunities. First in total plays, 48th in third down opportunities, because you just never could get them there.
Yeah.
And so I think that there's that the point is you've got to be able to strike that balance. You've got to be able to strike the balance of, yes, you've got to build around your defense, but your defense has to be supported by a big play. Because here's all that to say this, Sean. In the past, when you talk about those great Bears teams, you talk about the great Giants teams of the past, right? What did those offenses, what could they do? They could run the ball and control the clock. Right. And the best friend to a great defense is a ball control offense. I think that's where the old school mentality is, and that's where it has to stay in the past. And that's what I think Brian Kelly tried to be. I think that if you're going to be great on defense and build around your defense, that's fine, but you have to supplement it with a big play offense. Now, it's run the ball, be efficient, but you have to be an offense who can go out there and score, because the best friend to a modern defense, a modern great defense, is for your offense to let you jump out ahead. Because remember that Oklahoma game in 2012, Sean? Notre Dame was very fortunate to be able to make a couple big plays late, but they dominated Oklahoma's offense in that game. But it took Oklahoma 2 minutes, I say hypothetically, 2 minutes to tie that game back up, right? Because Notre Dame was unwilling to put them away. And so it allowed Oklahoma to just get a couple big plays, because you can't keep these offenses down the way you used to. Now, what did Notre Dame answer with? The very next drive, once Oklahoma tied it, a big play. That should have been there earlier. When it was 13-3, that's the play they should have gone to.
Why are you holding that?
There you go. Because you had that play in your back pocket. You knew you could hit that play.
Right.
You should have hit that play the first time Oklahoma scored and put that game away. And I think that's a mistake that Brian Kelly made. And honestly, I think that's probably my biggest issue with Coach Holtz, was they would get these big leads and then kind of say, okay, we're just going to ride it out, right? What was it? Remember 93 when they jumped up on Michigan 24-10 at half?
Yeah.
And what was the final, 27-23 or 27-24?
I think
they just let Michigan climb back in that game, because they're like, okay, our defense is going to – that's a lot of pressure put on your defense. You know what I love? Go up 24-10 and then come out that first drive of the second half and put them away. Because Kelly did that in 2018.
You're talking about 93. 93, they didn't play Michigan. They did.
Yeah, first game
27-23. That was the second game of the season.
But it was 24-10 at halftime.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of, okay, let's run it out. And we saw that against Florida State 93, which allowed Florida State to get back in that game. We've seen that with Brian Kelly, 2018 Michigan. You're up 24-10, put them away. And they just kind of, hey, let's control the clock. Let's just get out of here with a W. And so that's the thing I hope that Marcus Freeman changes, Sean, is you can focus on having a great defense. You can recruit to play great on defense, and they are. But can you also have the kind of complementary offense that says we can go out and beat teams because we got to score? Because what happened to Georgia in the SEC title game? They got into a game where they couldn't stop the other team,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't have enough offense to do anything about it. And that's what would have lost them the championship game if it wasn't for Jamison Williams going down. So to me, it's great that Georgia won that title last year, but Notre Dame can't assume it's going to have the kind of talent on defense that Georgia had and catch the breaks that Georgia caught last year, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
And so that's where you say, yes, they have fallen in love with defense. And I understand why Marcus Freeman's going to be that way. But if he's going to take this team to the over the top and win a championship, Sean, he cannot fall into the same trap that so many defensive coaches have, which is we're going to have our complementary offense is ball control.
Yeah.
Don't turn it over. Like, you're so afraid of turnovers that you just beat it into your team, not to take chances. That will be his undoing if he doesn't win. If he's willing to say, hey, look, no, I don't like turnovers. No, I don't want to play an air raid team that runs 1 million plays a game.
Yeah.
But we don't need to do that to win, but we also can't be 2012 Notre Dame to win. We can't be 2018 Notre Dame. You can't be these teams that scored 32, 33, 34, 35 points a game. You want to win a championship, you got to be able to go out there and overwhelm people. And that's what Georgia did in the regular season last year, Sean. It didn't work out from in the postseason as much in the SEC title game, but what they did to teams in the regular season last year is their offense was a big play offense, and they would jump on teams 17-0, 24-0, like that. And next thing you know, it's like, well, shoot, now we've got to start taking chances, and that's when that Georgia defense will pin its ears back and say, okay, now we're coming for you.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see Marcus Freeman do. And if he's not willing to do that, then I don't think he's going to take Notre Dame over the hump. If he is willing to do that with Tommy Rees and then whoever he might hire to replace Tommy Rees, should that time ever come, that's going to be the thing that I think takes Notre Dame over the hump. You get to the postseason, buddy, you got to be able to score.
Yeah. You said two really, really important things that I jotted down. You talked about chasing Bama instead of chasing the vision that you have. Because you have to have a vision for the team that you feel like is eventually going to win a championship. Talk, because my wife is printing something right now.
No, I mean, and that's kind of the thing, Sean, is as we look at this. I think that's I think what happens is you chase Bama instead of saying, what I think he needs to do is this is what Stanford did. This is what Jim Harbaugh did. He looks at the Pac-12 and he's like, all these teams are like these West Coast offenses, and they're passing the ball and they're running spreads, and they're scoring points. And so what did Harbaugh say? We're going to be the complete antithesis to the rest of the Pac-12. We're going to come in. We're going to have big physical lines. We're going to have big physical teams, and sort of they were like kryptonite to Oregon. The years that they beat Oregon, it's because Oregon couldn't do their read zones. They were blowing them up. Why is Wake Forest always kind of struggle to score on Clemson? Because they can't do that super long mesh against Clemson, because Clemson just blows them up, and you don't have time to do that. And that's what Stanford do. They would just crash the line, crash the mesh point, make you declare early. And I think instead of chasing Bama, you say, okay, what can we be to your point, to say this is what I believe in, but then it's also what is the counter to Bama, and that's why Dabo won 2 titles. Dabo did not say let's try to beat Bama. He said, okay, we can't beat Bama player for player. We can't line up and play power eye versus their power eye. You know what we need to do? We need to get dynamic. And he recruited dynamic players. He brought in dynamic offensive coaches. He brought in Chad Morris, which then led to Jeff Scott and Tony Elliott.
Yeah.
He went out and got Deshaun Watson, who wasn't just a sit back and throw it passer. And really, Taj really started that, right? Like Taj Boyd was his first, because before it was like Charlie Whitehurst and guys like that, you know what I mean? That was playing quarterback at Clemson. But so between Woody Dancer, who is my favorite guy, and then Taj Boyd, there was a lot of like not dynamic quarterbacks. Well, Taj kind of started getting them going, and then when they added Deshaun into it, it was just another level on top of Taj. That's when Clemson turned it around, because he understood, look, yes, we're going to build a great defense, which they did, but we're going to also make sure we can score. And so that's where I feel like Clemson had so much success against Alabama and against Georgia and against Auburn and against all these teams, because when they got to the postseason, they had a defense that was good enough to create stops against these elite offenses.
Yeah.
But they also had an offense that could outscore you and put you behind. And that's what they did to Notre Dame. Like, they went toe-to-toe defensively for a while, but what was the difference in that game? Clemson was able to generate 3 big plays, and Notre Dame could generate 0.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the difference. And, that's why Dabo said, we're going to do something different. We're not going to try to be Bama. We're going to try to be something different that then puts Bama in some tough situations.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what LSU did. LSU tried to win with defense and ball control for a long time. And had some 8-5 teams that were really good on defense and really good at running the football.
Yeah.
Well, then the one year they decided, let's open it up. Let's get it rolling. Bam, they go out and win a title.
Yeah, honestly, Clemson is this is crazy when you just said that. Clemson is a desperate move by Nick Saban from possibly beating Alabama 3 times in the championship game. Like, it worked for Nick Saban. The onside kick worked, but that was Nick Saban like flinching and saying, yo, we can't stop them. We can't stop them. So let me get an extra possession and get out in front and see if we can hold on. Relative, right? This is a great question. It might be +3, +4. Everything's relative. So 32 points, 32.8 points in 1989, and then 36.8 points in 1993. Those are the points per game for Lou Holtz offense in the 90s, right? I would say relative to today, that might be what, +4, +5, 38 points. 37 points in 93 is probably equal to about 41 points right now, just thinking about the way the game has evolved and the mentality. If coaches had the mentality today, back then, I think Lou probably would have been able to put up 40 points, a young Lou Holtz in this time as a coach, as the genius that he was. Like, Lou was really one of the first ones to get into the quick screen game with his wide receivers, a lot of other different things. But like you said, Lou would take his foot off the pedal a lot of times in games once he got up and go to ball control. So with all of that being said, just think about this. Lou was basically, and this goes back to the point we were trying to make, Lou was doing what Notre Dame did under Brian Kelly in the 80s and 90s.
Right.
Which is putting up 32, 35, 34 points per game for a season. So Nick Saban, in turn, if you go look to his points per game when he first arrived and where the Alabama offense is now points per game, there's been about a 6.6 I think it's like a 6.7 points per game increase, which makes a difference. Because when you get in the regular season, when your team is used to scoring at a certain rate, that's the carryover, right? Like you said, defense goes anywhere, right? But when you face, as you just talked about, when you face good teams, you can't hold them down for an entire game.
Right.
You just, at some point, they're going to hit some plays and put some points on the board, and you have to be able to create points as well in that matchup. So
Sean, I want to speak to your point a little bit of what you're referring to here. So just to put into context, so if you go back to 1988, remember Miami was considered to have this like elite great defense, right? Like just or offense, I mean. That year, Miami scored 34.8 points per game. Florida State, who had a great offense that year, was 37.9. 37.9 last year ranks 11th in the country. It would have been much higher that season. If you look at the SEC, not a single SEC team scored 30 points a game. Georgia was the highest at 29.8. There was only 2 teams that scored over 27. In the Big Ten, there was only 2 teams that scored over 30. Michigan was at 30.1. If you remember, Michigan was a top 5 team that year. And then in Indiana, that was that great year that Indiana had. They scored 33 points a game. The ACC, Duke had the most points that year, 29.5. I believe Steve Spurrier was their coach that year, I believe. But they led, yes, that is correct. They went 7-3-1 that year, and they scored 29.8 points per game. If you look at the Big 12, there were 2 teams that scored over 30 points a game. Oklahoma State was insane. They scored 48.7. But then Nebraska, who was a really good team, scored 36.7. And then if you look at the there was only one team in the Southwest Conference. That was Houston, who ran the run and shoot. They were the only team that scored over 30. The reason I bring up the Southwest for you young people, that was Houston, Texas Tech, Arkansas, Texas A&M, Texas, and Baylor. So the Southwest wasn't like some group of 5 team. That was a power conference. There's only one team that scored at least 30 points per game. And then in the Pac-12, there was 3 teams that scored over 30 points per game, but it was Washington State at 34.6, UCLA at 32.7, and USC, who was a great team that year, 30.8. So to put into context what you're saying, yes, 32-point-something points per game was considered an explosive offense back then,
exactly.
Especially one that ran the ball as much as Notre Dame ran the ball.
Right.
Because a lot of those teams that scored more threw the ball a lot, with the exception of Oklahoma State. I mean, Houston was scoring almost 40 points a game. They were a run and shoot team.
Right.
Like that's all they did was throw. That was,
right.
I think, Andre Ware was, I think, their quarterback that year, because I think didn't he go out and win the Heisman the next year?
In 89, yeah.
Right. So they were a lot of those teams were the finesse throwing the ball teams. The power teams like Notre Dame were scoring in the 20s. So to back up your point, to Sean's point is 32-point-something points per game, 33, 34 was considered you got a really good offense back then. And now it's like if you're not at least 38, to your point, at least 38, that's going to be the key.
Yeah.
You got to get to at least 38 points in today's era, because that'll put Notre Dame in the top 10, 11 this past year. And I would argue offensive scoring was down this past year. And to back that up, I mean, there's 5 teams that scored over 40 points per game. There was 8 in 2019. There was 12 in 2017, 8 in 2017 or 2018, 8 in 2017. There were 11 in 2016. There were 12 in 2015. So, and even in 2020, there was 12 as well. But I always count that as like, it's harder to, because there's like, and you don't play 7-8 games. One huge game is going to pump your scoring up. But the point is, last year only having 5 teams in the 40s showed that like there weren't those kind of teams last year. And Alabama was 39.9. Bama would have been in the 40s if it wasn't for them scoring only what they scored the title game. It was like 18.
Yeah.
And they would have scored more than 18 if they didn't have the injuries.
Yeah.
So the point is the same, Sean.
And that Auburn game really drug everything down.
Right. But even with that game, if they're just healthy in the championship game and scored 24 points, they're over 40 for the season.
Yeah.
And they scored 41 against Georgia the first time they played.
Yeah.
So to your point, you have to look at it differently. Well, Lou only scored 32 points again. Oh, okay, that's 1988. It's different now.
That's what I'm saying. You have to be able to kind of extrapolate that to say, okay, that's equal to, in today's currency of points, close to 40 points a game. 1993, they were at 37, almost 37 in 93 points per game. And that's insane, the points they were putting up. So for me, I think the challenge, and this probably gets into, we said we were going to kind of move recruiting to the side, but this kind of plays into the recruiting conversation, because if we're talking about paying attention to difference makers and getting difference makers on the offensive side, this is what we're going to have to see, more so like we saw it with the guys they went after in 23. Certain situations didn't work out. But now in 24 and what they have, you start to see, okay, you have CJ Carr. Okay, you have Cam Williams. Okay, you're in on Ryan Wingo. Okay, now we're starting to see the vision and the plan. Like, okay, they know what they need to do. They know they need to get the quarterbacks. They know they need to go ahead and get the playmakers. They need to get the play. I think they've done a tremendous job of not so, I'll say this, because I know we had this discussion as well. They need to finish specifically at the wide receiver room. And they missed out on Ronan Hannafin.
Sure.
And that was something that we both said, they need to seal the deal with that kid to really take the step that they need to take in that wide receiver room. The one thing they did that I think helps out is they went out and got a lot of guys that are playmakers, specifically at the running back position. And there's still a great chance that they land Jeremiah Love, who had a tremendous game last night, by the way. You know, his first game of the season. But they got guys that they can move around and do different things with and have that efficient, explosive offense by lining guys up in different areas and different positions and getting them the ball and then going ahead and putting points on the board. So even though they didn't get the numbers from the wide receiver standpoint that we were looking for, they still might add to the room moving forward. I just think they've done a tremendous job in adding athletes that are really explosive to the class. Like, if I asked you how many explosive guys do they have offensively in this class, that's like positionless. Like, how many explosive guys do they have? I think you would probably sit at about what, 5
on the current recruiting class.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got, well, with where they are now or where we project that they're going to be.
You can do both.
Okay. Like, if they get, this is why Jeremiah Love is so important. And even Tayshaun Lyons, I mean, he's a project.
Yeah.
He's a project with explosiveness.
Right.
But, you know, Jeremiah Love would be that guy. Braylon James is that guy. Dylan Edwards is that guy. Those are the 3 that I would really only say, like, are explosive. But, like, Jaden Lamar is a kid that's run a 4.53 electronically, which is moving, you know, and that's just this year's class. You know, I mean, last year you added Jadarian Price, who I think is an explosive guy. The 2021 class had a bunch of explosive guys. Tyler Buckner, you know, obviously you talk about Lorenzo Stiles. So, you know, that they're starting to get there, Sean. You know, and I'm even using the word explosiveness like real narrowly. Like, Jaden Greathouse is an explosive player in a different type of way.
In a different type of way. That's
right. In a different type of way.
Yeah.
Right. Same with Jade Lamar. Like, when I'm just looking at from just a pure home run hitter type of way.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can point to the last time that Notre Dame would have landed 3 guys in one class that were home run hitters.
Yeah.
2 even. And, you know, sometimes it was, you're talking about a quarterback as one of those guys, like Tyler Buckner in 2021.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, to your point, they're getting there. I mean, and that's why it's important to have those type of players, so you don't always have to scheme your way into a bunch of points. I wanted to go back to something you were talking about, Sean. You talk about Notre Dame in 1993 averaged 35.6 points per game. That year, that ranked 8th in the nation in scoring. There's only 2 teams that scored over 40 points per game. It was Tennessee and Florida State. Florida State led the nation at 41.3 points per game. Notre Dame ranked 8th at 35. So for Notre Dame, if Notre Dame would have ranked 8th last year, this is, I think, the best way to kind of contribute. The number 8 ranked team last year was 6 points behind the number 1 team. In 1993, the number 8 team was 6 points behind the highest ranked scoring team.
Yeah.
So I think you can kind of look at that sort of as a similar equivalent. And so the 8th ranked team last year was 39.1 points per game.
Yeah.
So you talk about projecting, that's what that 1993 offense would be if you kind of project everybody forward.
Right.
But there was always anomalies. Like, here's one. In that 1989 season with Andre Ware, Houston scored 53.5 points per game. It's nuts. But here's why they did it. Right? I mean, they scored 84 points against Eastern Washington. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I mean, so you take that out. I mean, they're still pretty good, you know, I mean, but they're more in line with normal stuff. 37, 51, 24, 31, 36, 44, 62, 56, 24, 62. I mean, we see that kind of stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Right? But if you kind of take away sort of the insanity of just that 84-point game against a 1AA team, which is just really kind of absurd. They're at 42.7, which again puts them on par with where we're talking about now. That was 89.
You just said something. 36 points per game, basically 36 points per game in 93. Florida State averaged 41. This is the genius, in my opinion, of Lou Holtz. When he faced Miami and Florida State, his mindset was, we know we can hold them below what they do.
Right.
But they're not going to be able to stop our physicality.
Right.
It goes back to how Dabo went at Nick Saban. Like, I'm not about to come at your strength. We have some fast players, but we're not about to play fast break with you.
No.
We're going to line up and punch you in the mouth and make you play our style of football. Go ahead.
Bama was still trying to be that power team.
That Bama team, yes.
And so what Dabo did, if you look at it, it was really brilliant. He said, okay, how do we slow it down? Not stop it. How do we slow it down? So you look at those Clemson defensive lines back then, they were huge.
Yeah.
Huge. That 2018 Clemson defensive line was physically huge. Their 2016 defensive line was physically huge. But then what he did on the other side of the ball is, okay, but they're also big and not super athletic in the front seven on defense.
Right.
So what was the Clemson offense all about? Space and speed, space and speed. So to your point, Sean, is he kind of tried to build the kryptonite to Bama on both sides of the ball.
Right.
And I think Nick Saban understood there was a need to evolve back with Johnny Manziel and Cam Newton. But it wasn't really until Clemson in 2015 and 16 that he went full, here we go, which is why Jalen Hurts eventually got benched, because he couldn't be that guy.
Right.
Right? I mean, people forget Jalen Hurts had them in the national championship game in 2016. But the point that to go back to Lou's team, Sean, you're correct. Lou said they can't handle our physicality, and that's important, and that's why Marcus Freeman has to bring that back 100%. But even then, Miami still scored 30 points in 88 against that great Notre Dame defense.
Yeah.
Florida State still scored 24 points and had a chance to score at the end to make it 30 plus.
But compare that to like 41. It's like
correct. Right.
Yeah, if Marcus Freeman and this defense he's building, you build it to say in the big games, they're not going to score what they normally score.
Exactly. But that's my point. In 2018, you held Clemson down enough to win that game.
True.
So, but why did Bama beat Clemson in 2015? Because they outscored them. What was the final score if Notre Dame would have scored against Clemson in 2018, what Bama scored against Clemson in 2016, Notre Dame wins.
Yeah.
They scored 31 points that game.
Yeah.
And that's my point is Notre Dame had great defenses back then. 88, 93 wasn't a great it was a talented defense, but it wasn't necessarily a great defense. They had some really weird games that year. But to your point, they were physical. But Lou also knew, and you can go back and look at the play calling against USC. I mean, what did he do like first play of the game? Backed up at his own 5-yard line. Bomb.
Let it rip.
Right? What did he do against Miami? They came out throwing bombs to Rocket. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and Lou Samoji told me this story when they were playing the Michigan in 88. Now, that was a lower scoring game because Michigan wasn't a very good offense.
Right.
But, he talked about how Lou came out, and this is a great story that I heard from Lou Samoji, is he said Lou Holtz went to Tony Rice, and the first time he put Rocket in a game, he said, we're going to throw it as far as he can. He said, I don't care if it's incomplete or not, just throw it as far as you can. Because he wanted to let people know, don't think you can come put 9 in the box on us today. Because I got this kid over here that is going to burn you. But in those big games, think about all those games that Notre Dame won, those big games, right? Florida, Sugar Bowl against Florida, Miami 88, Miami in 90, Florida State 93. What was the lowest points they scored in one of those games? It was 29 against Miami in 2020. And here's the other thing. Notre Dame scored, 30-1 against Miami in 88? They turned the ball over 2-3 times?
Right, because in 90 when they faced them the next time at home, they had 2 turnovers going in.
Right.
To score.
And now, of course, the 31 came, you had a pick 6 from Pat Terrell, but my point is you still got the 31 that's going to happen. Yeah. And you did that while turning the ball over because why? Lou understood the need to generate big plays. Even in that offense, he understood that. Yeah. I mean, what did he go to early against Florida State? The reverse to Adrian Jarrell. Right. He understood they can't handle our physicality, but we also can't just line up and play smash mouth all day. We got to do some things to get them thinking, okay, we can't just crowd the box because that's when they do, bam, this is what we hit them with. The screen game that day was brilliant in that game. Brilliant. But that was Lou's way of generating big plays. And so that's the point is the offense has to complement that. But that goes back to, as we circle all the way back to the kind of the original, the conversation is that's what's going to be very telling about Marcus Freeman. Mm-hmm. Right now, I don't care if you go out there and hang a 70 spot on, teams that stink.
Right.
I don't need to see them score 70 on Tennessee State next year to prove a point. I don't need to see that. Just handle your business, get your kids out at halftime, and do whatever you got to do. Right. But the thing is going to be, can you be good enough on offense? Because here's the thing, you can't just turn that switch on in the big games.
No.
And I think that's something that I think at times lose teams in 89, 90, 91, and 92 is they would always lose those games. You're like, how did that team lose that game? And I think sometimes offensively he could turn it on in the big games, but he couldn't always turn it on in the games that weren't big.
Would you say the 89 team? Now, this is some people might say blasphemous. The 89 team was better than 88.
No question. I mean, I don't think that's
even though they didn't win the national championship, 89 team was a better team than the 88 team. And even though when they lost to Miami, a lot of people forgot. And then when they showed up in the Orange Bowl and put that spank, that physical whooping on Colorado, it was like, okay, like, yeah, this is if Miami's 1, this is 1A.
Right. Well, and I still would have loved to have seen that. Well, it's funny, people have talked about this. Just a little context to what Sean's talking about. Notre Dame beat Colorado 21-6. Here's the points that Colorado scored that year: 27, 45, 38, 45, 49, 52, 49, 20, 27, 41, 59. And Notre Dame held them to 6. And that 1-6 was kind of fluky. Remember, that was that Darian Hagan run where made a bunch of dudes miss.
Did he get in? It was close.
On the long run?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they would have probably punched it in. I mean, well, maybe. Yeah. I mean, they had a couple other goal line stands that did. Hold them in that game. But that's kind of my thing, Sean, is you got it. You can be great. And Notre Dame defense in 89 and 88 were filthy. But in the big games, they still had to go score. And in 88, they did it. In 89, they didn't. The offense only scored 10. The offense didn't step up and answer the bell.
Yeah.
I mean, if they'd have scored as many points in 89 as they scored in 88, they win.
They win.
Right? And that's, at the end of the day, that's going to be the key, because you can't hold good teams down every single Saturday. You just can't. You're not going to be able to do it. And that's where Notre Dame's got to be. So my question, it's not even a concern. It's just because it's an unknown. I don't know. My question is going to be, does Coach Freeman understand that? Now, look, Tommy Rees is a young coach. He wants to go hang a 60 spot on everybody. That's how I was when I was 29 and 30. And that's okay. I want him thinking that.
Yeah.
And then Coach Freeman's, there's got to be times Coach Freeman says, okay, Tommy, I need you to slow it down this next series because we're gassed. Okay, cool. But your goal is still to score.
Yeah.
So they've got to find that balance there, right?
Yeah.
In between the two. But this is still a team that has to be able to go score, because you're not going to just be like, okay, and then turn it up when Clemson comes to town. You got to go into that game kind of rolling. And I think that was one of my few criticisms of the Lou Holtz tenure, is he just would kind of get leads and then just kind of coast. And, and then there's the anomalies. I mean, the BC game, I thought they ran it up a little bit. And I think there was a little frustration there. Some of the trash talking BC had coming into the game. I think that hurt them in 93.
Yeah.
Because I think running it up, the fake field goal and all that, kind of motivated BC in 93. But you got to be able to score. And I think that's kind of where you're coming from, Sean, is it's okay to be great on defense. You need to recruit great players on defense, because you got to be able to make stops against those great teams. But can you score?
Yeah.
And that's going to be the difference, to Notre Dame win a championship. Now, I do think we're seeing a trend back to defense being a little bit more important with some teams, because Georgia beat Alabama. So then, you get the copycat. Everybody wants. But I think Notre Dame needs to be a team that can do both. You got to be good at both. And I think that's what made Clemson so good for as long as they were. And it's really but not, I think kind of Bama, the good Bama teams have been those teams who could strike that balance.
Yeah.
The 2020 Bama defense to me was really good compared to the 2021 Bama defense. Patrick Surtain and those guys. I mean, I think you got, in the years that Alabama's lost are years their defense hasn't been very good.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the key.
You think that was the most current version of an elite team, elite offense, elite defense? Like those is like champions that had elite units on both sides of the ball. Like, I think you talked about it. Clemson had. I don't know, when Clemson beat Alabama with Trevor Lawrence, still don't think that offense was elite because they were really young.
Yeah, I think they were elite though. I mean, just the numbers, they were 44 points a game. What I would say, Sean, I get your point. I think by the time they got to the postseason, they were elite.
Okay.
Right? Because like you could look at some games early in the year where it's like, because like remember they were transitioning from Kelly Bryant to Trevor Lawrence.
Mhm.
They had freshman Justin Ross, they had a freshman quarterback, sophomore running back, sophomore receiver. But if you go look at how they were kind of down the stretch, they had that struggle against Syracuse, but then they were 63 against Wake Forest. They were 41 against NC State, 59 against Florida State, 77 against Louisville. They were down to 27 against BC, but then 35 against Duke, and they called off the dogs early in that game.
Yeah.
56 against South Carolina, 42 against Pitt, 30 against Notre Dame was a lot because that was a really good Notre Dame defense. And then 44 against Bama, although 7 of that came on a pick 6. If you remember early in the game, A.J. Terrell picked off Tua. But I do think they were an elite offense in the last month and a half of the season.
I agree, because that Syracuse game Trevor was out.
Right. And they were struggling even before he got out, but it was his first start.
He was out, and then the kid that eventually transferred.
Chase Bryce.
Chase
Bryce. And then transferred again to App State.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it was Trevor's first start. They were making the transition from a Kelly Bryant-led offense. They were very young on offense.
Yeah.
They were struggling early in that game, and then they rescued it. But, like after that, it was, like I said, they just kind of went off. I mean, that was the reality of it, and they kind of went off.
So
they were only 13 points a game on defense.
Yeah.
I mean, and a lot, and they gave up 35 in a win over South Carolina. That was an anomaly. I mean, that year they went 15-0. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games that they held teams to single digits.
Yeah.
And then they had 2 other games they only gave up 10. You know what I mean? So like 9 of their 15 games, they held teams to 10 points or less. That's really good.
It is.
And that, to me, that was the difference in that team. Whereas you look at Bama had 4 games that year they held teams to less than 10. Or, and then 1 game they held them to 10 or less.
Yeah.
I mean, and they had games they were giving up 23, 31, 21, 28, 34, and 44. That was the difference in that game, in my opinion. They both had great offenses.
Yeah.
That receiving core Alabama had was nasty.
Yeah.
What was the difference? Clemson could make stops. And that's what killed Clemson against Ohio State 2 years ago. Their defense couldn't stop people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Notre Dame exposed them. Notre Dame beat themselves in that title game. I mean, you and I have talked about this. Notre Dame beat themselves in that game. Yeah. Trevor had a great, once he got rolling, the offense looked good and all that, but they beat themselves in that game. They had chances to go up double digits in that game and just beat them away.
Yeah.
But that team couldn't stop people that year, Clemson. Yeah. I mean, they couldn't stop Phil. I mean, when they played against BC.
You're right.
They couldn't stop. They couldn't stop. Notre Dame, and that's another game where I felt like Notre Dame kind of stopped themselves in the regular season. Like they jumped all over Clemson, and then Brian Kelly does what he always does. Hey, we're up. Let's not take any more chances. And then let Clemson come right back in the game. And if it wasn't for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah literally generating 10 points by himself, then he literally did. He returns a fumble for a touchdown. He takes it away from Travis Etienne, and then the next drive, he gets beat on 3rd down, comes up behind Amari Rodgers, strips the ball out. The offense lost yards on that ensuing drive and still got 3 points. So that's why I say that Jeremiah generated big points by himself. But that Clemson team that year, Sean, gave up over 20 points a game. They gave up 21 to Syracuse, 23 to Virginia, 28 to BC. Yeah. They gave up 47 to Notre Dame in overtime. It was 33 in regulation.
Yeah.
Right. And gave up 49 to Ohio State. They couldn't stop people.
Yeah, that's why they struggled against LSU. That's why I was just like, it's a bad matchup. Styles make fights, right?
Yep.
And I think Lou, and this is going to, I'm about to set you up, bro. I'm about to set you up, right? Lou came in, had a vision, and knew I'm creating this team that I know is going to give us the best chance to beat those guys. Mm-hmm. They're at the top of the mountain, right? So we're talking about Florida State, Miami, Nebraska at that time, Michigan. He knew that he had the athletes. If he had to line up with Michigan and Nebraska that were just going to try and pound you, he had the athletes to beat them. He knew that.
And Sean, isn't that why they always beat Michigan?
Yes.
Why'd they beat Michigan in 88? Low scoring game. Ricky Waters, punt return athlete.
Yes.
Why'd they beat him in 89? Rocket two kicks back to the house. Athletes.
Yeah, athletes.
100%. And the one year that Michigan beat them that time, why? At Desmond Howard.
Yeah. And then, they were playing George Perlis.
Right.
Tough Michigan State teams. Tried to come in and be physical with Notre Dame. It's like, you don't have the athletes. So now it's more than chasing Bama. It's Clemson. It's Georgia. It's Alabama. Brian Driscoll, I put it in your hands. What is the vision of Marcus Freeman in saying this is the team and this is how we beat those guys? Like if you had the opportunity to sit and think or just sit across and just bounce things off with MF, like what is like I'm glad he gets a chance to talk to Lou personally about this too.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure Lou could probably give him a lot of great stories about what he was thinking at that time.
Yeah.
But it's like what's the vision of this team next year? Because I think we're going to see this year, I think we're going to see a CFP caliber team on the field. Things have to go their way, health, other things, the development of Tyler Buckner. I mean, from a confidence standpoint, right? Insert Tyler Buckner into that 2018 Cotton Bowl at quarterback. From his mentality as a quarterback.
If he is what we think he's going to be, right? He gets those same opportunities that Ian Book had. Right.
At least he's taking them.
Right.
So for me, that's what makes me excited about the future. I don't know exactly what the full vision is and what it's going to be, both sides of the ball, but there has to be something to say, or what is the kryptonite? This is a better way to ask you. Give me the kryptonite for the three teams that are in front of Notre Dame, the three programs.
Let me add one thing, too, is to your list of teams. Remember, when Lou came to Notre Dame, they were also still chasing Oklahoma.
True.
Under Barry Switzer. And that was another team that could score.
Yeah.
They scored 41 points a game in 1987.
Yeah.
Obviously they were the team that Miami had to overcome that year. And they scored 42 points a game before that. Remember that Jameel Holloway option offense back then.
Well, honestly, I think the two matchups they had against Miami, I think Miami kind of crushed their soul.
Yes, and they were never the same after that.
And that's when Colorado kind of ascended.
Yeah. And Barry walked away in 88, 89. I think Miami took their soul because they were the bullies.
Yeah.
They were the bullies for a long time.
Yeah.
And that's what made Miami special back then too, is Miami had the speed, but Miami, especially under Jimmy, I mean, they were brawlers too. And I mean that in a football standpoint. I don't mean that in a taking a shot at them. They could fight. They could fight you in the trenches just as much as they could outrun you on the perimeter.
Yeah,
and that's the reason Notre Dame was their kryptonite. To your point, because Notre Dame could outfight them in the trenches and run with them on the perimeter. I mean, that's just. I mean, as I said, Sean, remember that tweet I had the other day? Like, name me a more dynamic trio that Notre Dame has had than Tony Rice, Rocket, and Ricky Waters, and they were on the same offense for 2 years.
Yeah.
So, you look at Alabama, to me, it's teams that can beat them in the trenches. I mean, I think that's the key. That can throw off the timing of their pass game. I think that's the key. Do you have corners that can come up and be physical and run with those receivers, throw off the timing? That only works, however, if you can beat them up in the trenches. And when Auburn gave them a game last year, it's because Auburn beat their behinds in the trenches for 60 minutes.
Man.
For 60 minutes, and to me, that's kind of what happened to them in the championship game. Like, I think Alabama would have out-athleted Georgia in the championship game, but the reason it would have been a more competitive game than it was in the championship game is because Georgia was winning the battle in the trenches. But I think you need to throw off the timing of the pass game and beat them in the trenches. And then on the other side of the ball, you got to be able to generate big plays. You got to be able to run the football and generate big plays.
Yeah.
I think that's the key. And I think that's what Georgia, did a little bit in the title game, but I think that's when Alabama's had problems is can you throw it over their head? I mean, I don't think their safeties are great cover guys. I don't. And that's what Florida did to them 2 years ago. I mean, what was the one game that Bama played in 2020 that was a competitive game? It was the Florida game because why did Florida have a shot? Because Florida came out gunning. Like Florida's offense did not play scared of Alabama. The problem was Florida's defense was garbage that year, and they just couldn't stop Bama. But they came out and they were going right after Josh Jobe. I mean, they beat Patrick Surtain on a big play in that game for a touchdown. It was a touchdown. It might have just been a big play. I don't remember if it was a touchdown or not. But they threw it over. They beat him in a one-on-one.
Right.
And so to me, that's the thing is what did Clemson do? They threw the ball down the field. That's what they did on them. And they were able to beat them in the trenches because that, so I think that was the 18 Clemson offensive line was without question their best offensive line.
Yeah.
Now, they haven't had very good offensive lines, but that was it wasn't an elite offensive line, Sean, but it was a good one. And so I think that's their kryptonite. Ohio State, same thing. You got to be able to beat them in the so it's a similar philosophy, and this is where I do think Coach Freeman understands this. Like the teams ahead of them, it's you got to be able to beat them in the trenches. Then there's Georgia. They're the exception. With Georgia, it's you got to not let them dominate you in the trenches. Then you got to beat them on the perimeter. Because that's where I think Georgia's vulnerable. Georgia can be beat on the perimeter. And Notre Dame has shown that that to be true when they've played them. They just didn't have the quarterbacks who could make those plays.
Right.
Because look, when Ian in the first half was going after them to Cole, they couldn't cover Cole Kmet. And I was at that game. They gave him so many one-on-ones on the outside, and he just wouldn't take him to Chase. And they did it one time late in the game when they needed to come back, and Chase goes out and outplays a guy. Right, and that's what you got to do. That's what Bama did to them in the championship game last year. How did Bama beat Georgia last year? Kept throwing the ball over their head. And that's the thing is with Georgia's kind of the opposite of those two teams. But my point, what I would say, however, Sean, is if you can build to be able to battle with Georgia in the trenches, you're gonna beat Ohio State and Alabama in the trenches, in my opinion.
Okay.
But then you also have to be able to go out. I mean, it's a very similar to blueprint to what Lou did in 88 and 89 and 90. I think is where you're trying to get with this.
Yeah.
System is different. The total's got to be different, but the philosophy is similar. You're Notre Dame. You're never going to recruit enough athleticism at Notre Dame to be able to just go out athlete people the way Florida State did back in the day.
Right.
The way that Alabama does now, the way that Ohio State does to a degree. You're just not going to do that, in my opinion. But where you can be elite is in the trenches. And then you can recruit enough Braylon Jameses and Jaden Greathouses and Chris Tyrees and Jadarian Prices and elite tight ends and all those kind of kids to say, and then quarterback. That's a position where Notre Dame should be able to recruit better. And eventually I think that they will. But I think you have to be able to say we're going to beat you in the trenches without buying into the false notion that in order to be great in the trenches, you have to be conservative. If Tommy Rees comes out with this offense this year and says, we're going to run the ball on everybody, okay, great. That doesn't mean you got to be a 32-point per game team.
No.
You still score 40 a game, still throw for your 275 a game, but instead of doing it on 38 attempts, do it on 27 attempts. And that's the difference.
Yeah.
And so, that's where I think they need to be is you got to be able to with Ohio State. You're not gonna beat Ohio State in a bunch of shootouts.
No,
it's not going to be the deal. But can you be fit? Can you beat them up front? Can you get them off rhythm? Can you be a team that can force them into some situations that Ohio State doesn't like playing behind the chains? You know who else doesn't like playing behind the chains? Every other offense in the country. You know what I mean? And Ohio State especially is that team. I mean, Ohio State last year. Again, I'll point to this because I think this is a great stat that we don't talk about enough. Ohio State last year on offense, Sean, we would agree is one of the 3 or 4 best offenses in college football last year, right? Led the nation in scoring, right? 45.7 points per game. They led the nation in total yards per game, led the nation in yards per play, and in total plays they ranked 900. They were 35th in total plays. Last year, Ohio State's offense, Sean, this is a crazy stat. They ranked 120th in third down plays. Now, I'm not talking about third down. They were good on third down.
Yeah.
But part of the reason they were good on third down is if you go look at their margin, like, they were second in the country in third down percentage. I'm not saying they weren't good on third down. I'm talking just third down snaps. They ran 917 plays last year. Only 154 of their plays were third downs.
Wow.
Because that's a super high level of efficiency. And to me, that's where you've got it. So how do you stop them? Make them not efficient. How do you do that? Beat their ass. And I mean that literally. Literally. Beat them up in the trenches. Beat their receivers up off the line of scrimmage. When they catch balls over the middle, drill them. Not cheap shots. It's football, right? Knock them on their butts. Hit the quarterback 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times in the game. That's the only way you can stop them. And then on the other side of the ball, same thing. Beat them down, right? Beat them down in the trenches. That's what Oregon did last year on offense. That's what Michigan did last year. Yeah. And the reason Michigan's defense was able to have the level of success they did is that what did they do? They beat them in the trenches. But Michigan also had a pretty good game plan where they forced Ohio State to kind of hold on to the ball a little bit longer. Now, their DBs weren't good enough to run with Ohio State, but they were at least physical enough to where they could force C.J. Stroud to hold the ball longer, which allowed the pass rush to get there. You're going to hear me talk about that next week when we start previewing the Notre Dame Ohio State game. Because you don't have to cover them for 5 seconds.
No.
Clarence, you don't have to run with these guys vertically, but just beat their butts at the line of scrimmage and give Isaiah time to get to the quarterback. Give Maris time to get to the quarterback. Give Jason time to get to the quarterback. Give Riley time to get to the quarterback. That's going to be the key. Tackle the running backs behind the line. I mean, that's the thing is if Alabama's going on 2nd and 10 and 3rd and 8s all the time, guess what? They're not going to score 50 points on you.
Yeah.
Same with Ohio State. And, with Georgia, it's kind of the opposite. But it's to build to beat those teams, you then will beat Georgia. Because I don't think Georgia's the program people should be chasing. I don't. I think last year's a bit of an anomaly, and they're just kind of winning with talent, and they're really well coached. Like, they are a fundamentally sound football team. Kirby doesn't get enough credit for this. They're a much more sound football team than Alabama is right now. Like, just not making dumb mistakes, not turning the ball over, just not giving up big plays because you're out of position. To beat Georgia, you have to actually beat Georgia. Bama will cost themselves games. Bama, I don't think A&M beat Bama as much as Bama gave them that game. There's no discipline, giving up big plays, not being where you need to be, turning the ball over. That doesn't happen to Georgia. If you beat Georgia, you got to beat them. But that's not the program you're chasing, in my opinion. The program you're chasing is Bama, Ohio State, teams like that. Those teams that can go out there and score, but then also try and play decent defense. Ohio State hasn't been that, but they're trying to get there. That's why they hired Jim Knowles.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at, Sean, is to so what's the blueprint? Do what you're saying you want to do, right? He talks a lot about the trenches. They're recruiting that, right? And obviously they losing Keon Keeley hurt, but the fact that they went after him shows they're trying to be that type of team.
Right.
The guys you get next year, Brandon Davis-Swain, top 50 national football player. They're going after dudes in the D-line. No team in the country has recruited linebacker better than Notre Dame has the last 2 years in 22 and 23 classes. Nobody. That's just not my opinion. Nobody has signed as many top 100 linebackers the last 2 years either. And so front seven, you're there. They're recruiting corners that are physical and can run. And what's the one thing about the 23 and 22 corners? They're long, they're physical, and they can run. All of them can run. I mean, Jaden Mickey's probably the slowest guy of the 4. Think about that for a second. And if he's not, it's Christian Gray, who supposedly ran a 4.42 at Ohio State's camp last summer.
Right.
So to me, that's kind of where I'm at, Sean, is they're recruiting that type of guy on defense. But the big question that I have is, will he do that at the expense of offense?
Yeah. That
would be his Achilles heel and kryptonite. That's the unknown. Is he going to fall into the trap that a lot of defensive coaches fall into, right? Because it's a pull. I mean, offensive coaches think we can just go outscore people because they'll say this: how do you win football games? Score more points than the other team. Okay, but you're not winning championships, right? I mean, Ohio State hasn't won championships playing football this way.
Right. It's like
right?
the
Oklahoma,
gift and curse, right? Lincoln Riley, being an offensive guy,
yeah,
he says we need to go out and get a lot of defensive backs. And
right,
let's ignore the trenches.
right,
We just needed defensive backs to stop
right,
the pass. And then when teams come in and bully them,
right,
they jump out and he gets bullied by Georgia. They
right,
just run the ball down their throat with a freshman quarterback and put up 40 points. It's
right.
like, how did that happen?
Well, and you kind of look at it, Sean, and you look at Oklahoma. I mean, you look at like what they were under Stoops the year they won the title, right? Like they were a really good offense that year. They ranked ninth in scoring that year with 37 points a game. If you remember, they had Josh Heupel. They had that little Quentin Griffith. Remember that little running back they had?
Yeah.
I mean, they could score, but that Oklahoma team in 2008 also ranked fifth in the country in points per game.
Yeah.
Right. Well, then you fast forward to 2008, and they lead the nation in scoring, 51.1 points per game. But what happened? They didn't win a championship that year. Why? Because they played a team that was good enough to slow their offense down, and their defense wasn't good enough to win them a game.
Right.
Because they gave up 24.5. They ranked 58 that year in scoring defense.
Yeah.
An offense that's 2 touchdowns worse than another offense wins a championship. Why? Because your defense was good enough to where when you got to that big game, because as good as and here's the thing about that 2000 title team, that Oklahoma team scored 37 points a game. That was significantly, like that was pumped up by the fact that they beat up teams in the regular season. What was the score of their championship game? 13-2.
So how many points did Florida State? Florida State had to be a top 10 offense that year, though.
Oh, yeah. Florida State was really good that year. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the Heisman Trophy winner. Now, of course, Mark Richt was leaving to go to Georgia and all that.
Yeah.
That team ranked fifth in scoring at 39.3 points per game. If you take the title game out, they're over 40.
Yeah.
And what did they do in the title game? Held them to 2.
2.
Held them to 2. I don't care if your offensive coordinator's already left. Like, there's a difference between 40 plus and 2. You just got beat up.
That was probably the least physical Florida State offense. They couldn't run the ball. Yeah. They could throw the heck out of it.
Yeah. And their leading runner is just Travis Minor.
Yeah.
He didn't even rush for 1,000 yards. Their next highest runner that year was Jeff Chaney at 346 yards.
Yeah.
They didn't try to run the ball.
No.
They threw the mess out of it, 4,000 yards, but they got to the championship game.
Mm-hmm.
And even though Oklahoma was kind of an early air raid team, they were still really physical in the front seven on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So there's going to be games like that, but you're just not going to see 13-2 championship games anymore, Sean. I just don't think we're going to see that anymore.
Yeah.
And so you still have to be able to score. But the point is like these teams that like think, oh, we're just going to outscore everybody. Okay, that's fine. That'll get you to the, it's just like that'll get you to the dance, but you got to still be good on the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing for me that if like you said, if I was sitting down with Coach Freeman, I'd listen to him talk and I would hear his plans about, we're going to be great in the trenches. And that's why I brought back Harry Heastan. And, Tommy likes to run the ball. And that's why, I like him and all that. And we're going to recruit great players on defense. And that's perfect. And I'm going to say, okay, that all sounds great. What's your overall philosophy on offense? And he gave me an answer to that. I mean, I interviewed him and I've read the answer and all that kind of stuff. And, but my thing is going to be like, okay, the thing is you just can't give lip service to that, right? Like you can't give lip service to, kind of what we're talking about. I'm actually going to read again his answer to that question, Sean, because I actually did get a chance to sit down and, talk one-on-one with Coach Freeman. And I asked him that very question. So let me just pull this up here.
Okay.
And because I think this is kind of fitting to what we're going to discuss here. So, I was asking him a lot about his defense and all those kind of things. And then we kind of got down to the part about, just about offense. And so, my thing was, look, I know what you believe in defensively, right? What are you going to be offensively? And he says, this is his response, word for word. He says, I tell Tommy all the time, I want to be able to run the ball at will. Why? Because to me, that opens up the pass game. If you can be a team that says, I'm going to establish a run, I'm going to be able to run the ball no matter short yardage, no matter first down, we're going to have to be able to show that we can run the ball. That truly opens up the pass game. I'm not saying just be a team that how many rushing yards can we get or are we going to get? No, that's not what I'm saying. It's a mentality of running the ball to be able to open up the pass game is so important. It can create so many different challenges to a defense. So that's important to me. I want to be able to utilize different tempos. I want to be able to make sure they have to defend 53 and a third. That's the width of the field. Utilize different formations and widths of the football field to make them defend 53 and a third. So that's the mindset I have on offense. We're going to be creative, but also aggressive. So like literally he couldn't have answered that question better for me, but it's going to be like, okay, great. You know, if I was in a setting where he wasn't answering a question for an interview and it was just me and him chatting, talking ball, I just say, okay, now freaking go do that.
Right.
Make sure you do that. You don't just give lip service to it, because he didn't say in there, we got to run the ball and make sure that we're giving our defense good field position. And when the field, there's nothing in there about protecting the defense, ball control, control the clock, field position, none of that. It's, we're going to run the ball because of, and he's looking at it from a defensive coordinator standpoint. And here's what it basically means. The better you are running the football, the tighter I have to get with my alignments. And then the pass game is then going to then go exact opposite. As you try to restrict, we're going to then go back outside offensively.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's talking about. Like, who talks about defending 53 and a third when you're talking about running the football? It's like, well, I don't understand what you're like. Are you just going to run like jet sweeps all day? No, he's talking about run game downhill, pass game perimeter, pass game vertical. And that's his point, is in order for me as a defensive coach to defend you, a dominant team, and that's what he said, we need to be able to run the ball at will no matter the situation.
Yeah.
Meaning there aren't situations you can go 5 in the box because they will run it at you.
Right.
You know what I mean? 3rd and 6, go 5 in the box. Okay, they're just going to run inside and you're just going to get a first down. They're going to blow you off the ball and quarterback's going to draw or something like that, and they're going to get a first down. He's saying because if you can establish a dominant ground attack, that forces defense to restrict their personnel. I got to get my rover a little tighter. I got to do coverages to get my safety creeping down a little bit more. I got to be able to double insert at times with your safeties, which means we got to protect the post with our corners. Well, if you're going to protect the post with the corners, that means your corners need to be off the ball, which now leaves them vulnerable to our RPOs and different things like that on the perimeter.
Right.
So it's really about having counters to that. If we're great running the football, then that sets up the pass game. And I loved hearing that, because he talked about being explosive and being aggressive, and all those things are important, but it all comes around to being good in the run game. How are you good in the run game? You aren't scheming your way to 250 yards a game in the run game, at least not against good teams. You got to have great line play.
Yeah.
But then you also have to, but see, the thing about that system, however, is you need to be coached up correctly, but you need playmakers, Sean. That's the thing. To run that type of offense, you're not going to nickel and dime teams in the pass game. You're not going to run the ball all day and then nickel and dime teams in the pass game. That'll get you beat. It's got to be run the ball and then throw it over your flipping head, because then you're like, what do we do now? And I've said this before. Go look at how USC tried to defend Notre Dame in the first 3 drives of the game in 2017. It was downhill, downhill, downhill.
Yeah.
And how did Notre Dame get up 14-0? Reverse outside to Kevin Stefferson.
Yep.
Right, so that's defending the third, right?
Yeah.
53 in the third, and then 2 downfield shots: the post to EQ and the one-on-one back shoulder to Stefferson on a 20-something yard touchdown. At that point in time, USC's like, "What the heck are we supposed to do now?"
Nothing.
I mean, they're freaking running it down our throat. Now they're running reverses for 20 yards. Wimbush is throwing it over our head. So then what USC did, they started backing off. And then Brandon takes off and scrambles on a 3rd and 10 and picks up a 3rd and 10 because they're backed off. They had no answers. Why? Because Notre Dame established a run game and the ability to throw it over their head. And that's what they did. And that's where I think you talk about him being efficient. Now, you have to be, if you're going to do that, you have to be a team that's higher percentage completion rate, because you can't get yourself in a lot of 2nd and 10s. Like Ohio State can survive better in 2nd and 10 than Notre Dame can, if Notre Dame is what they've been in the past, right?
Right.
You've got to, but if you're a big play offense, you're going to be better able to get yourself out of those problems. Because what Notre Dame was able to do in the past, 17, 15, the reason the 15 offense was, to me, more dangerous than the 17 offense is because if you could slow down the run game in 17, now much easier said than done, that offense had no chance. Georgia slowed it down. They scored 19 points. Right? LSU slowed it down. They scored 21 points and needed 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns to get there. Miami slowed them down, held them to 8 because they had no answers. If you shut down the run game like Clemson did in 2015, then you expose yourselves to big plays by Chris Brown and Will Fuller, which is what got Notre Dame back in that game. And they would have had more if it wasn't a pouring down rain.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing that kept that. That's why that team in 2015 was so dynamic is you could shut down the run game and that's fine. Just throw it over your head. You know, I mean, it's like the touchdown pass. USC thought that they could just put a Dory Jackson on Will Fuller and then use the safeties to stop the run. Well, but why did that work, Sean? Because you had a dynamic, explosive playmaker on the perimeter. That doesn't work. And I love TJ Jones, but that doesn't work in that scenario if it's TJ Jones, if it's Chase Claypool. I mean, Chase may catch it, but it's going to be a 40-yard gain and you're getting tackled and you still got, 50 yards to go. It worked then because you had a dude that could take in one play, could turn a minus 25 into 6 points. Minus 25 meaning where the ball was. And that's what that team could do, Sean. But they weren't as efficient, right? And other Samaritans, their defense stunk. But that's why you and I have always said, if that 15 team had one of the current defenses, had one of the last few years of defenses, that's a team that can win a title. Why? Because they could run and they could throw it over your head. Right? Best O-line in the country, could run the ball. The quarterback could run. Your running backs could run. But then if you tried to stop the run, they threw it over your head because they had a dynamic play. They had 3 dynamic players in the perimeter. Oh, and if you want to, double cover our post route, we'll just run a wheel route with our running back for a 50-yard touchdown against Clemson like they did. And to me, that's where he's got to be. So if he follows through on what he told me this summer, then I think this is going to have a chance to be a really, really good football team. So, and that's going to be the key moving forward, in my opinion, Sean.
Yeah.
And back to your original point, that's to me a coach that's not over emphasizing defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the key for Marcus Freeman, head coach. You got to stop being a defensive coordinator and be a head coach that understands got to be great on defense, but you also got to be great on offense.
Yeah.
If you're going to beat those teams.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the key.
And with that being said, expect Ohio State to be able to score anywhere between 31 to 35 points.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team that averaged 45 points a game last year.
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame has to put up 35 to 40.
Yeah.
You just have to.
Yeah.
Like
they scored their 2 losses last year, Sean, 27 and 28.
27-28.
Right.
So if Notre Dame holds them, I think Notre Dame's defense is better than Oregon's defense from last year.
That didn't have Kayvon Thibodeau or Justin Flo.
Exactly. Yeah. And you could argue total defense, they're probably equal or better than Michigan's defense. Might not have 2 dominant pass rushers.
Sure.
But just across the board at the linebacker position, yeah, you can say that. I mean, Dax Hill was on the back end. You have Brandon Joseph. Look, you come out that first game, that offense has to put up we need to put up 38 to 40.
Right.
And walk out with the win because we know that our defense is going to be able to hold them under what they normally produce.
You have to go back to 2017 and their week 2 loss to Oklahoma to when Ohio State was held to lower than 20 points in a loss. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but the problem is with Notre Dame hasn't been getting to 20 points in those games. 19 against Georgia in 2017. Right? We had 14 against Bama in 2012.
Right.
Right? You talk about in 17 in your losses, you scored 19 and 8 in those against those 2 top 10 teams. You look at 2019, you scored 2018 you scored 3 against Clemson. 2019 you scored 16 against Michigan, or was it 17 against Michigan? Georgia, and then 14 against Michigan. And then in 2020, you scored 14 against you scored 10 against Clemson and 14 against Alabama. And then last year you scored 13 against Cincinnati. I mean, you're not even getting to 20 in those games. So that's the dichotomy. That's the difference. Okay. Right. I agree with you. I think Notre Dame's defense can hold Ohio State into the 20s, but I can promise you this: if Notre Dame doesn't score, it will be ugly, because you can't keep that team down all game if your offense isn't answering with scores of your own. Because in all those games where they scored 20-some points, the opponent scored a bunch. Like all those games where Ohio State was held to 20 or fewer points, the problem was the reason they got blasted in those games is because those other teams were scoring and Ohio State had to press to score more, and that's where defenses could make stops. Give up 35 to Oregon, 42 to Michigan, 52 to Bama in 2020. They gave up 29 to Clemson in 2019. In 2018, they gave up 49 to Purdue. And in 2017, they gave up 55 to Iowa and 31 to Oklahoma. And then they got shut out by Clemson the year before, 31 to nothing. Yeah. So you've got to score and get them out of their game, Sean. If your defense is making stops early, and we won't talk too much about this, but it kind of fits to the point, like, because Ohio State's a great example. That's a team you're chasing. If your defense makes stops on 5 of your first 6 drives and you hold them, they only get 1 touchdown, but your offense only scores 10 points, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
You're going to lose because they will eventually score another touchdown on you.
That's right. That's the 20 championship game.
Yes.
That's the 20 championship game.
They will eventually score on you.
Yeah.
You have to, if your defense is able to stop them on 3 of your 4 first drives, let's say you hold them to a field goal, you get a punt, a turnover, it better be 20-3 before you let them go. Right. And that's what happened to Bama in 2014. Bama was up, 20-3 at one point over Ohio State? Yeah. But then they had that turnover. They had that one turnover where they had a chance to put Ohio State away. They had one turnover. And what happened? That was all that Ezekiel Elliott and Devin Smith needed. It's like, okay, you had your chance to put us away and you failed. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
And then they came back and won. And that's what Purdue never did. Every time Ohio State tried to claw back in that game, Purdue just answered right back, and Ohio State eventually got into a mold where they had to only pass, and Purdue was able to create problems for them.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what you got to do. You got to get them. You got a chance to put them away. But that's going to be true in all these games, Sean. You either got to – and then because the flip side is also true. What if your defense isn't stopping them early and you're having trouble adjusting? You got to keep up until the defense can figure it out.
Right.
And so either way, your offense has to go.
They have to show up.
And that's the concern is, will Coach Freeman understand the need for that? You know, don't try to shorten the game. Just try to make sure that your offense is the most efficient, explosive offense in the country. That's what Ohio State does. That's what Bama does. And that's what Notre Dame needs to be. You know, and now I think their defense is going to be better than both of those teams. Can be. Right? And that's going to be the thing. You're going to be better on defense than them, I believe. But you have to close the gap on offense. That's really where Notre Dame has got to really take that big step.
Yeah.
Because your offense being better helps your defense. And, you know, imagine what Notre Dame would look like on defense in the last few years if their offense could put teams away early and the defense could pin their ears back.
Right.
You know, I mean, it'd be a lot of fun to watch.
Play to your strength, man.
Yep. So, Sean, you look at the defense this year. It's kind of part 2 of our conversation. We'll be somewhat brief because we talked a little bit about this stuff. Yeah. But if this defense is going to get to the level it needs to get to this year, let's talk about why it will get there. Let's go like 2 or 3 things that we believe are keys to that. And then what are the 2 or 3 things that concern us that say, you know what, like I just still have this in the back of my mind that this is something that needs to get addressed. So let's start off with number 1, sort of the things that if this defense is going to be championship caliber defense, because we talked about this on offense a couple weeks ago in a little bit of a different way. Mm-hmm. But what's the first thing you think about, Sean, when you say if we fast forward to the end of the year, and Notre Dame defense is what we hope it'll be, it's good enough to compete for a championship. What's the first thing you're going to point to and say that's why? It can be a player, it can be a stat, it can be an overall aspect of the team. What would be the thing that you would point to first on defense? And it can't be the offense is great. Specifically about the defense that you think will be a reason why this team steps up and answers that bell.
Riley Mills gets 10 sacks.
Okay.
If Riley Mills becomes that threat, we talked about what Michigan was able to do with those guys coming off the edge and just harassing CJ Stroud. If Riley Mills is that dude from game 1, then this defense takes a significant step forward and gets into, you know, rare air as possibly being a top 10 defense in the country. Mm-hmm. I really believe that. And with the depth they have in the middle and the playmakers they have in the middle, I fully expect them. Well, I'll hold fast on that because I think this will be one of the next points that I'll point out. But for me, it's Riley Mills. That's number one.
Let's just go. Let's kind of work through your 2 or 3, and then I'll give mine. So that way you can kind of just build on them. And we're what would be your second point, Sean? What would be the second aspect of what would make up this great defense if it gets to that point?
Holding, rushing, holding teams under 90 yards per game.
That's my 2 as well.
Rushing,
got to be able to stop the run.
Have to be able to stop the run, and I think they will be able to do that. I think the last 2 years they've been up over 100 per game, like giving up on as far as rush defense, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have it in front of me. I know last year.
What were you asking?
No, Notre Dame's been up slightly over 100 yards, giving up.
Well over for the most part. Yeah. Now, if you take out Navy, it's better.
That's always going to run it up.
Yeah, they haven't been good enough on their rush defense. Last year, they were 135.4 per game.
Yeah.
Because they gave up a total of last year, they gave up a total of 135.5 basically. But if you take out Navy, because they actually held Navy well below their season average, they gave up 166. But if you go to that, I mean, that puts them at let's see here, that puts them at 132.9. That's still not good enough. And now, but here's the thing: like to your point though, last year when Notre Dame really got good, Sean, was later in the year when they were doing a much better job of shutting the run game down. You know, I mean, you look at some of their bigger games. The only reason they were even in the Cincinnati game is because they shut down Cincinnati's run game.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the reason they beat Wisconsin. They shut down Wisconsin's run game. You know, but they were way too up and down. You know, good against Virginia Tech, but then given the quarterback scramble. So to your point, yes, they're at 2018. However, you talk about how good the 2018 team was. You know, that was a team that gave up 139 points per game. But if you look at the regular season, they had 2 games where that was the case. So that's why I say you kind of got to take out Navy a little bit.
Yeah.
They gave up 292 yards to Navy that year. But that was way below Navy's season average. Like Navy ran for actually, no, it wasn't. It wasn't below Navy's average. I'm thinking of the 2019 team that was a 360. Yeah, you gave up 292 to Navy. You take that out, they're 126.
Yeah.
Right. But what they, you know, they had a couple games they gave up a lot of yards, gave up a lot of yards to Wake Forest and gave up a lot of yards to Clemson. I mean, that's what did them in, you know? So, yeah.
And then my last one, the dance partners in the secondary.
Mm-hmm.
What are Cam Hart's and Brandon Joseph's dance partners going to do?
Yep.
We know what Cam Hart and Brandon Joseph bring to the table. What about the others?
Yep.
That is going to be vitally, vitally important. I don't care what the combination is. I don't care if the sophomore class has to step up. I don't care if it's the freshmen, the DBs of Mickey and Morrison. You have to find a way to solidify the others with the cornerbacks. And then between Houston Griffith, Ramon Henderson, and DJ Brown, somebody has to step up. I would prefer that somebody steps forward and differentiates themselves rather than going throughout the whole season with the rotation. That would be my preference. Like somebody set themselves apart and say, I'm the guy. You have three candidates. Let's go. Whoever it is, let's roll. But that's the third one for me. Did you want another one?
If you got another one that you really want to bang the table for, go for it. I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, it's what are the different things that you really believe this team has to be good at to be good. So, you got another one. Go for it.
The emergence of Maris Leofau.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, if he becomes, as far as the fan base and on the field, and I'm not saying equal to, but if he becomes that next great linebacker, for the team, a la Manti, Jalen, and everything we've seen, it's like, okay. Like, because we had solid guys last year that I thought played pretty well, put in a difficult predicament because of injuries. But no one was really like that guy that stepped up and you felt like, oh man, that's our dude at linebacker. We need Maris to be that guy.
Yeah.
We need him to be the guy because I don't know if you would call this a transitional year at that position because we know what we have. Like behind him, like with Junior, Prince, Josh, Jalen. Like we know, the great linebackers they have and how they've done in recruiting. But Maris needs to be that guy. We've been waiting for him to become that guy. We saw the flash against, we always talk about that North Carolina game where he started on the road and how he showed up and he just needs to stay healthy. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
If he can stay healthy and flash and become that guy, that would be my fourth. Those are things I need to see.
Agree. Kind of the way I look at it, Sean, is this. I agree with a lot of what you said. My number 2 is run defense has to get a lot better, especially in the big games. I mean, if and part of that too is you got to stop quarterbacks from gashing you every time.
Yeah.
Because there are some quarterbacks on you. I mean, Jaron Hall at BYU, Phil Dracovic, Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams isn't a runner, but if Sam Howell can rush for 100 yards on you, Caleb Williams can run for 100. I mean, and that's not a shot on Sam Howell. I love Sam Howell, but like Sam Howell's not exactly the guy that I'm like, he's the second coming of Steve Young. You know what I mean? Like, you got to stop those guys. You let Spencer Sanders run all over you.
That was the game I gained a lot of respect for him against Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Sam Howell, I gained a lot of respect for him. That kid played hard.
The Pitt game was the final for me. Like when you just watch him just getting his head beat in the whole game and kept limping up but he kept answering the bell every time. That kid played his butt off. I mean, if you take him off that team, they're a 3-9 team last year.
Yeah.
And they were bad on defense. It was one of the worst defensive football teams I've ever seen in my life. I mean, they were bad.
Yeah.
The only reason they won as many games they did is because Sam Howell. I mean, really. So that's my 2. The secondary is my 3. Like, I'm fully confident in Cam, fully confident in Brandon Joseph, but what happens opposite them? I think you nailed it. I don't need to add a ton on the top of that because I think you're perfectly said. Tariq stepping up in the nickel, and I don't care who it is. If Clarence Lewis improves his game, great. But if Clarence Lewis is playing like he did last year or just a slightly better version of that, you got to find somebody else. Hopefully Clarence does step up and play better. They all like if you listen to the way the Notre Dame coaches talk about Clarence Lewis, then they praise him and he does this all. But I need to see the results on Saturdays. That's my key. I don't care if he looks great in practice. I need to see it on Saturdays. And if he can't be that guy, then somebody needs to step up. That's going to be a big determiner of how good this team is going to be.
Yeah,
because you can beat 10 teams on your schedule with Clarence Lewis, but you'll lose if he plays the way he did last year. But you'll lose to Ohio State. And you'll lose one of Clemson or USC. You'll lose one of those 2 games. You're a 10-2 team if he plays the way he did last year. And the safety opposite him doesn't step up. Those are 2 – when the defense struggled last year, those 2 spots were a big reason why.
Yeah. Because
the tackling and the coverage. We saw that. We saw whether it was Ramon giving up the big play touchdown against North Carolina because he didn't know the coverage or DJ and Clarence not being able to stop Oklahoma's go routes on the perimeter and DJ not being able to tackle in space and – those were primarily the drivers behind the defense struggling last year. DJ taking a bad run fit on the 82-yard touchdown, Kyle taking a bad run fit on the 82-yard touchdown. Like those were the spots that got them in trouble. They got to be better there. You're 100% right. My number 1 was a little bit different though, because I'm assuming the pass rush is going to be good. And your point is valid. Like Riley's got to show it though. Jason's got to show it. My number 1, though, is this defense has to be disruptive. So I think we're kind of on the same page, but I'm going to look at it more broadly. And what I mean is this defense has to be disruptive. And I've actually evolved this answer. First, it was just turnovers, but I think turnovers is too narrow of a way to phrase it. It's got to be 2 things. This defense has to be great at 2 things. Getting the ball back from the offense, like literally by them forcing fumbles, picks, all that kind of stuff. Like turnovers are part of it. But how you get to turnovers, I think when you focus on turnovers, you kind of, what's the expression, Sean? You put the cart before the horse, right?
Yeah.
Where do turnovers come from? They come from disruption. They come from schematic disruption. CJ Stroud thinks that he's seeing this, And so I'm going to throw this quick slant route, but in fact, you actually dropped your, a guy underneath that, and then bam, you pick it off, right? I mean,
Right.
the greatest quarterbacks do that. I mean, the greatest one. So this isn't a shot on C.J. Stroud. Last time the Denver Broncos won a Super Bowl, what was the game-changing play in the AFC Championship game against Tom Brady and the Patriots? It was them dropping Von Miller in coverage under Gronk. Brady did not see Von Miller jump, and he just throws it right to Von Miller.
Yeah.
And it gives them a touchdown because they couldn't move the ball on New England that day either, the Denver offense.
Yeah.
But it was Tom Brady thought he was going to see one thing. Well, they're not going to drop Von Miller into coverage. This guy's been killing us today in pass rush, right? So I got a look here I like because there was leverage. The linebacker was inside. He's thinking, I got Gronk on an out cut where, bam, he's going to catch. And then Von zone drops underneath it, picks it off, right? Like that was, you got him on that one.
Right.
So that's going to be partly Al Golden saying like, okay, what are some things that they like to do on third down and say, how do we defend that? Okay, cool. This is how we defend that. But we got to show them this to get them to think they have that play.
Right.
Like the trick, the really good coordinator, Sean, you know this, because it's not taking away what they do best by structurally. Hey, we're just going to line up and you can't do this, because then they're just going to have answers for it.
Right.
It's let them think the thing they like to do best is there and then take it away post snap.
Yeah.
That's how you force a team into mistakes. Right. And so like you look at the game against Alabama, Tua thought based on how AJ Terrell was playing, he was going to bail. And so he just said, I got the quick out, but post snap, AJ squatted and he picked him off.
Yeah.
Because you got him thinking that he was saying one thing, and then post snap, he saw something different. And that's part of it. The other part of it is the pass rush is being disruptive. Force quarterbacks get court. Look, it's not sacks, it's not hits. At the end of the day, you got to speed up the quarterback's internal clock. And I don't care if it's just you're in his face all game and you don't sack him once. I've seen games where quarterback got rattled and they sacked him like one time or no times because they kept hitting him. They kept being in his face. They kept his time. Like, I got to get this ball off quickly because the pass rush is going to come. And then you'll see them make mistakes even when the pass rush doesn't come because he's anticipating it.
Yeah.
So that's where and then disruption also includes your front four and your linebackers. And this kind of goes back to your fourth point, have to be more productive against the run this year.
Absolutely.
The defensive line was last year. That's why Notre Dame was pretty good in tackles for loss last year, because the D-line made a lot of plays behind the line of scrimmage and tackles for loss. Because like last year, I believe Notre Dame had their most tackles for loss in a couple years, I believe. No, actually, that was they were down. They were up in sacks. This is what it was. They were way up in sacks last year, most sacks they've ever had. But the number of tackles for loss was incredibly low when you consider the number of sacks they had.
Yeah.
So, for example, Notre Dame had 41 sacks last year in 13 games. And they ranked, let me just pull up this ranking real quick, because they ranked pretty high in sacks last year as a team. So if you look at sacks per game last year, Notre Dame ranked 12th in the country last year in sacks per game. They were at 3.2 per game. That's pretty good. And I go per game because they played 13 games. Some teams play 14. Some teams play 15.
Yeah.
So you go sacks per game. They were not even a full sack behind Texas, Oklahoma State. Notre Dame was a 3.2. They were not that far away. Like the team that finished fourth was at 3.3. You know what I mean? So, but here's where the difference was. And this ties into your stop the run thing too, Sean. Notre Dame finished 12th in sacks. In tackles for loss, they were 51st. Now, sacks are included in tackles for loss. So if you take out the pass game production from Notre Dame, their tackle for loss numbers are way down. Why? They were a bad tackling team, and they weren't super disruptive, and they weren't disruptive enough on rundowns. That's got to be the big thing. That's part of the disruption for me. So this defense has got to be really disruptive for them to get to the point where they're just able to kind of put teams in those binds, right, that they don't want to be in. And that's kind of the point that I made. I mean, you looked at Ohio State last year. You looked at LSU in 2019. Without looking at it, I'd be willing to bet you that Alabama was in a very similar situation in 2020. Let me look this up. I'm willing to bet you. Alabama was 35th in the country that year in 2020 in third down attempts. But if you look at it, they played 13 games that year, and there was a lot of teams that played 9 and 10. So if you go on a per game basis, like there was, let's see, just off the top of my head, there's at least 50 schools below them that played 9 or fewer games. So if you look at in 13 games, they've had 146 third down attempts.
Yeah.
If you look at last year, that would have ranked them 127th for teams last year. Meaning, and then we talked about LSU in 2019. They ranked very low on third down attempts as well. Let's see here. Where was LSU in 2019? LSU was 48th in 2019 in third down attempts. So these are each of the last 3 years, the best like third down team in the country, or the best offense in the country, didn't get to a lot of third downs. So you got to make them get into third downs.
Yeah.
And they got to be third downs they don't want to be in. Part of the reason Ohio State was second in the country in third down conversion rate last year, Sean, was because when they did get in third down, it was 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4,
right,
where they could hand it off to Travion Henderson just as easily as they could throw it, right? Get them into those situations where their quarterback's got to hold on to the ball a little bit longer. And then that's how you're going to create stops. So if they can be disruptive, whether it's sacks, batted balls, tackles for loss, turnovers, all of that is included. If this defense plays championship football, it's because they're disruptive. And I think that incorporates all those other aspects of it, in my opinion. And so to me, that's why I say that to me is the key for this defense to be.
And you know what? I think early on, especially, I think we were kind of surprised. Because early on, JD was playing. They were playing with their hair on fire. Like coming out. I mean, they struggled against Florida State on a couple, some bad fits on a couple of runs against Florida State. But then you saw them come up. I think they really played well against Purdue. And then you get to the Wisconsin game.
Shut that run game down.
And I think you made a great point, because that might have been – that's when Jacob Lacey and Howard Cross really stepped up.
Riley Mills had a big game.
Riley Mills that game as well.
Yeah.
So it goes back to your point. It was the
remember that fourth down run, that fourth down stop that Jacob had in that game? Yes.
Yeah. So, I think that linebacker position is, I don't know, more equipped to be able to handle the expectations and to be able to execute the things that you're talking about. And the test for me, right out the gate, I'm going to be very interested in seeing how Ryan Day adjusts. Right? Because if what I expect early on is for Notre Dame's defensive line to give Ohio State's offensive line some struggles and some troubles early on, I'm looking forward to what Ryan Day adjusts to and counters with, and then how Notre Dame handles that, right? Because if the scheme fails for Ohio State, they're just going to go to the athleticism. They're going to say, okay, look, we're going to go to our athletes and just try to beat them that way, and maybe come back to the run game late in the game. You know that's going to be the counter, whether it's spacing it out, quick screens, and all of that type of stuff. That's what they're going to counter with. And I want to see how Notre Dame, the linebackers, and the defensive backs react to that.
Yep.
Can we get in space, make tackles, get off the field?
Right. Because, as you talk about, we were saying, like, what are the concerns we have? Well, I think we kind of answered them in a lot of instances in the things that that are going to be positive, right? Like, so, okay, what are the things we're worried about? Okay, they can't stop the run.
Yeah.
Right. If Ohio State can be balanced in that opener, it's a wrap. You're going to have to score 50 to beat them. I mean, that's just it's going to look a lot like the Utah game.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't think you're going to win that way.
No.
I'm sorry. I don't think you're going to win that way.
No.
And so you've got to make them one dimensional. Now, again, Henderson might rip off a run or two. It's not so much about the total yards, because it's like Georgia in 2017. Georgia ran for like 180 yards, but they had remember that long 50-plus yard run by DeAndre Swift on a jet sweep?
Yeah.
They didn't really run the ball that well. I mean, you held a team like Georgia at 130-some yards basically outside the jet sweep. That's That's a team that runs for over 200 yards a game. That had Sonny Michel and Nick Chubb and DeAndre Swift in the same freaking backfield, and so it's about making them inefficient there, and so that's kind of where I want to see it, Sean, is like, you've got to be it goes, if you're not disruptive, if you're not better against the run, if you don't tackle better this year, then you're going to make teams are going to be unbalanced and they're going to beat you. If Clemson's able to run the ball on you, you're going to be in trouble. If USC didn't recruit Travis Dye to just pass block all day.
No.
Right? I mean, Lincoln Riley's had several teams that have rushed for over 200 yards a game. If they're going to be balanced, then you're going to have it's going to be a long flipping day. And if you can't get off the field with you can't be a team that only gets off the field on force and punt, Sean. You got to be able to turn the ball over. You got to give your offense a short field sometimes. And we saw this last year. I mean, that is one thing I actually thought this defense was good at, was forcing turnovers in big moments. I mean, twice last year, Isaiah Foskey kept Notre Dame from getting run off the field.
Yeah.
Right? Thinking of Cincinnati, it's 17-0. Cincinnati, I think, with cross midfield, they're getting ready to go make it 24-0. It's about to be an embarrassing wrap. And Isaiah Foskey has a strip sack.
Yep.
And Drew White picks it up, runs it back, puts Notre Dame in touchdown territory. And all of a sudden it's a game again. Next thing you know, a couple series later, it's 17-13.
Yeah.
Right? You look at the game against Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State's up big. They're about to go put this game away, and they're driving, and Isaiah gets he strips the ball. It wasn't a strip sack. It was in space. But he strips the guy the ball, gives the offense another shot to go down and get him back in the game.
Yeah.
Like, you need plays like that. And, look at they put the Wisconsin game completely away with forcing turnovers.
Yeah.
Wisconsin gets the momentum back, and Notre Dame, with it. How did Wisconsin get the momentum in that game? It's with a turnover. It's with a turnover.
Yeah.
How did Cincinnati get the momentum in the game? That game, turnovers, fumble to kick return in a interception return. So you're going to need those plays, and you're going to need those plays in the big games.
I mean, and the big interception in the end zone. I mean, you pretty much come out first drive, move the ball down the field.
Right.
Jack Cohn throws the interception.
Right.
It's like
right.
Those plays on both sides of the ball, those momentum deflating plays and the momentum, they can't happen.
Right.
It can't happen. But you're right. That's a great point. Which is why, and I think you've done a great job. I think you wrote a piece about this recently, about how important Jason Adamiola is going to be in being a disruptor.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's got to finish. How important it is for him and his brother to finish at the ball better.
Yes,
that's the big thing.
Because Jason will get in and just miss the tackle,
right? And
it ends up being a 1 or 2 yard game when it should have been 3 to 4 yard loss.
Yeah.
So,
yep, that's a big key. It's a big key, Sean. So let's kind of, is there any other things, like, to me, injuries, are all for, that's the thing for everybody. That's why I don't like use if injuries are happening. Well, that's true for everybody. That's a general thing. It's more of other things to me. And I think the only other final piece to me is the thing that's going to hurt this football team is if they don't tackle better. They have not been a good tackling team for about 3 years now. I think the last time Notre Dame was a good tackling team, in my opinion, was 2018. That's the last time. Now, they've been to varying degrees of not that good. But they, as a team, they have not been a good tackling team since 2018. The 2019, remember, they couldn't stop Jawan Pass in the opener. They couldn't keep him in check. They couldn't tackle Michigan. Think about how many times Hassan Haskins was making plays after the catch in that game. Mm-hmm. They have not been a good tackling team since 2018, in my opinion. Last year, they weren't a good tackling team. 2020, they had their moment. Some guys were, some guys weren't. It's kind of hit or miss. But in the biggest game of the year, they couldn't tackle. Defensive line, you go back and watch that game again. This is something that a lot of Notre Dame fans don't accept. And I say this, go back and watch that game. Like, I'm not going back and watching that game again. I get it. Well, I'm just telling you, Notre Dame's offensive line, at the very least, stalemated with Alabama in that game. And I would make a very strong argument, like pound on the table argument, that if you're just talking about line play, Notre Dame's defensive line outplayed Alabama's offensive line that day. You look at the long run by Najee Harris. They blew the Alabama offensive line off the ball, but the linebackers couldn't get off blocks, and Nick McLeod whiffs, and he jumps over him, and he runs for 50 yards.
Right.
Defensive line blew Alabama off the ball on that play, but they couldn't finish. There was a play where it's a third down and they have a great blitz call and they got Mac Jones in their sights and he spins out and runs and completes a pass on third down. So you can't have that stuff, right? You got to finish at the ball. This team's got to be much better at finishing at the ball. If they can finish at the ball better, then I think that alone makes them a better football team. If they could just tackle last year, they blow Florida State out. If they could just tackle last year,
they beat Oklahoma
State. Thank you. I mean, that's the reality of it.
It's that simple.
Right.
And that's why I push back so much on that whole scheme. Marcus Freeman didn't adjust. It's like there is no adjustment to fundamentals. There is no adjustment for a 50-50 ball and a guy just not making a play and just being beat constantly over and over again. But dude, at that point, Spencer Sanders just said, when I'm in trouble, I'm throwing it up to my guy. I'll let him make a play. I'll throw slant to my guy since they're backing off. And that was it. That was it. There is. So basically what we're saying is we can sit here and talk till we're blue in the face.
Sometimes we do.
Yeah. And I'll give Chris O'Leary a lot of credit for saying this when I got a chance to talk to him face-to-face back in March. And I said, just simplify it for me. And he said, look, these guys believe that they're a championship team and they're putting in the work to go out there and change everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. I hate to simplify it, but it's as simple as that. This team is going to be in position. This defense is going to be in position to win games and shut teams down. Like, period. I think there's nothing better than when your team scores in baseball, Brian, and your pitcher goes out there and throws a 1-2-3 inning.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, we got runs, 1-2-3 inning, get my guys back up to the plate. When Notre Dame scores, this has to be the same mentality. You know what? Let's get Tyler and the crew back on the field. Let's go. They're up 14 zip. Get a stop. Get them back on the field. Like, we don't need, at the end of the half, team has the ball. We're up 14 points. No, we're not letting them cut this to 7 going into halftime. We're either creating a turnover and an opportunity to go up more, or we're shutting them down. Those are the challenges that this defense has to take personally and say, look, we're going to do this. And we're going to take that next step forward. We've given you rushing. They have to get under this yardage. It's right in front of them. There are no excuses. Because as I said before, we said this, the inverse of this. But it probably works both ways. I don't know too many offensive lines they're going to face that's better.
Yeah.
Than they face every day.
Yeah. Based on what I've been hearing, they're not going to.
I don't know.
They're not going to face one.
No.
I'm going to make that prediction right now. The Notre Dame defense will not face a better offensive line all year than the ones face every day in practice.
No.
I'm just, and this is from what I'm hearing, like on both sources on both sides. Like last year, I had a couple offensive. Our offensive line's coming along, but then I talked to people, defender, killing that offensive line. It's terrible. I can't. And then we'd be at practice, and it would be backed up by that. Right. I mean, it was just like, oh my God, they can't even get to the line of scrimmage. Yeah. And then not only could they not run, they couldn't get to the line of scrimmage against the Notre Dame defense. And I think that leads into back to some of the points we were talking about, Sean. Finish at the ball, you're tackling better. Well, when you're facing an offense that doesn't know how to run the ball, can't block anybody, and doesn't know how to get off of a press, you're not. And then you get into games against teams that can do those things, and you're not ready for it. So I'm gonna make a prediction right now. And it's a 180 from where I was last year. This will be the best offensive line the Notre Dame defense faces all year. It won't be the best skill group, but it'll be the best offensive line that they will face all season. Yeah. And if you want to throw tight ends into the mix too, it doesn't change the answer. It only solidifies the answer. Yeah. But that's going to make the defensive line better. So yes,
for that offensive line, maybe Clemson is the only
just one. You said this yesterday, Sean, and you were right. I mean, you tried you try to be fair and like think through other groups. I mean, you could say that Ohio State is going to have a talented defensive line.
Yes.
They will. Tyleik Williams inside. You got Teron Vincent inside. You got guys inside. You got Jack Sawyer, JT, Zach Harris. I mean, there's talented guys. They're not a great defensive line right now,
Yeah.
and they're not better than what
Ohio
Notre Dame has
State
coming
people
back.
that cover the Buckeyes are complaining about the interior of the defensive line. Stopping the run.
Because other than Tyleik Williams, you don't really have anybody that's a proven run stopper. I mean, Teron Vincent, they're still hanging their hats on his recruiting rankings. And that's the thing is like when all you can come on me with is, well, these guys were 5 stars. Like, I don't care about that. What have they done in college? Exactly. But they were 5 stars. Like, oh, okay, you made my point. Thank you. So to me, Sean, it goes back to your point. That's so different from last year, where you could argue that the best defensive line Notre Dame played last year was the one they faced in practice. It wasn't true on the other side of the ball. But I think you're correct. I do think that I would say Clemson is and Clemson definitely has a better defensive line than Notre Dame. Yeah. I love Notre Dame's defensive line. Even if Riley Mills breaks out and Jason Adamiola breaks out and Isaiah Foskey is everything we think he's going to be, they're still at best the number 2 defensive line in college football next year, barring injury. Yeah. Barring injury for Clemson. If Brian Breezy gets hurt again, that changes things a little bit. If Miles Murphy goes down, it changed things a little bit. Just like if Isaiah Foskey goes down, it hurts Notre Dame.
I think Murphy's out, the first 2 games?
Is that Xavier Thomas or Murphy? Is Murphy out the first?
Xavier Thomas. I'm sorry. Xavier Thomas.
Yeah, but that's the point. Is they can lose a guy like Xavier Thomas and be like, that's fine. They got KJ Henry and they got Miles.
And they got Simpson at the linebacker.
Right. So to your point, I do think that that's where you need to be, right? I mean, if you're trying to be that, Alabama's been that way for a long time. This is what Pete Carroll would always talk about at USC. He's like, the best thing we do all week is the best opponent we face all week is ourselves. Mm-hmm. And that's where recruiting has got to get better to where, like I said, you're putting some really young, talented guy on scout team that next year is going to be a player for you. But right now is on scout team and you've had to cover that kid all week. It's going to make you better. And that's where Notre Dame's got to get to with their defense. So those are the big question marks. Sean, let's transition into the ACC predictions, and we're going to kind of work through this somewhat quickly because we're already a couple hours into this, and I do want to get to some questions. So if you have some good there are some questions in there that are already good that we'll get to, but I really want to work to the ACC because I think this is going to be a fascinating year because here's my general take on the ACC, and you tell me if you agree or disagree. There are still some really bad teams in the ACC. Like, I would argue that no conference has more bad teams in the ACC.
Well, since you put it that way.
But I have a but. But I actually see a lot of teams ascending in that conference above those crap teams. Mm-hmm. I think BC is ascending. The longer Jeff Hafley stays and recruits to BC, they will continue to get better and better and better. Yeah. I think Florida State is ascending. I really do. I think this is a make or break year for Mike Norvell. I think they're going to bounce back. And I think we started to see some glimpses of that last year, Sean, where, I honestly thought after the Jacksonville State game that they were going to implode, and they started to. They lost the next 2 games against Wake Forest. They got pounded. Then they lost to Louisville. But they went 5-3 down the stretch and had some good wins. They beat Syracuse. They beat North Carolina on the road. They beat Miami. They beat BC on the road, and even their losses were competitive. I mean, they lost by 10 to Clemson, but they competed. They competed in a road loss to Florida. I actually saw some fight in Florida State last year, and I hadn't seen fight in Florida State in a long time. And so I thought Norvell was done after they lost to Jacksonville State, and then followed up with 2 more. I said, he's done. He's done. He has no chance. But that team rebounded and went 5-3 down the stretch, and that showed me something. Yeah. So I think they're ascending, and he's recruiting well. He's not recruiting great, but he's recruiting enough. Louvs and Travis Hunter crushed his class last year, but it was still a good class. I think Louisville's got some talent, but I think Miami has finally got good coaching. They're ascending. North Carolina making the defensive change is huge for them because they've actually recruited well. They just haven't been coached for crap under Jay Bateman. They just were horribly, horribly coached. I think Virginia Tech made a really good hire this offseason in Brent Pry. I think that was a really good hire. And And so, I mean, I see some teams and I'm like, you know what? I think this team is ascending. And I think NC State is going to be good again this year. So I think they got a great quarterback coming back. Their defense brings back a lot of guys. They got some players in the perimeter. So I think that there is a big gap between the top and the bottom of the ACC. But what's going to be different this year than in past years, I think there's better teams at the top than there has been the last couple. Where it was Clemson, a bunch of hot trash, a couple of okay teams, and then really a lot more hot trash.
Yeah.
Right. And they're this year. I mean, there's no Clemson's not going to be Clemson that they were a few years ago, but they're going to be good. Yeah. Right. They're not they're descending as a program from what their peak was, but they're still going to be a good football team. Yeah. And I really think NC State, Miami, North Carolina, Virginia Tech, there's a lot of teams that are climbing up that I think it's going to make it a competitive year in the Big East, and I think, or in the ACC. And I'm predicting that we're going to see some ACC upsets this year, meaning we're going to see some ACC teams go play teams early in the season and get some dubs that people are not expecting. And that's what I think is going to. So you're going to see the reputation of this conference change. I just hope that none of those dubs are against Notre Dame. Yeah. But we're going to see them go out of conference and get some dubs this year that I think are going to surprise some people a little bit.
I can say one thing. That Clemson defense is going to be really good, yo.
Front seven is.
Yeah. They're going. I mean, but it's similar to what we talked about with Georgia. Like, yo, that front seven is going to be really good, and then if you can stalemate the front seven, you have access to that defensive. You have access to the secondary.
And I would argue Georgia had better talent in the secondary than Clemson will have too. To build on your point, like the individual talent in Georgia.
Well, the NFL draft tells you that with Lewis Cine and the guys that went.
And you'll see Keely Ringo be a top pick this year, barring injury. Yeah. Yes, exactly. So, but your point stands is I don't care how good you are, Sean. You can't cover all day.
No. All you have to do is stalemate. You don't have to dominate them. Stalemate, get the big plays, and like you said, then you have to adjust. DBs have to back off. Now you start to implement your run game and do other things. But, I've told you this, not as much. I don't know if it's really apples to apples. The only thing that makes me leery about NC State, I know you question the coaching.
That's it.
A little bit. You question the coaching. And I've pointed out the situation for Devin Leary is kind of similar to Sam Howell and losing some key linemen, losing running backs.
But losing the number 5 overall pick, number 4 overall pick. That's considered a bad thing.
Yeah, okay. Losing running backs just like Sam Howell did. Right. And, some new guys that you have to work into the offense at the skill position. Can he handle it? Right. Will the defense, play well enough to allow them to build up a lather? Get in a rhythm.
9, 10 starters coming back off their defense. That's the thing that helps them.
Yes, that's going to be the thing that helps them, and a tremendous difference from what our guy had to deal with down in Chapel Hill with his defensive coordinator. Yeah. Like, we don't even need to get into that.
Yeah. I think Tony Gibson's a good defensive coordinator. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think schematically early on, they played better.
Yeah.
As the season went on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like I saw fight from them defensively, specifically. I think they fought against Notre Dame. They just didn't have the talent. And
are you talking about Florida State? I'm sorry.
I think Florida State.
I thought you're still talking about NC State. I'm sorry. Their defensive coordinator is not Tony Gibson. My bad.
No, North Carolina is who I was talking about.
North Carolina? Yeah. No, Jay Bateman's teams never fought. They never not fought, in my opinion. It was never that. Like, I bash the guy, right? I give him a lot of stuff. It was never about a lack of toughness with them. Mm-hmm. It was they were horribly coached and schemed.
Yes.
Horribly coached and schemed. But they played hard, to your point, Sean. Correct. Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you were still talking about NC State. No. That's my bad.
And if you watch them, they played hard. They just, like you said, the scheme, everything, mistack, bad form,
But they've recruited well. That's the thing. And this is where I disagree. Ryan and I have had some disagreements about North Carolina because I think their talent level is a lot better than people think. It's just they were not put in position to be successful. They remind me a lot of Notre Dame. And this is the art. Like, I predicted Notre Dame to bounce back with a 10-win season in 2017 when I predicted them to not be good in 2016. The reason my argument was it was never a talent problem. It wasn't a talent problem in North Carolina. And I'm not saying they should have a 13-point per game defense, Sean, but they should have been way better than what they were based on talent alone.
Matt Brown historically has been able to recruit
that's no doubt
defensive line,
no doubt,
specifically at North Carolina.
Yeah. And they've recruited several 4-star guys, that I liked on film. 4-star only takes you so far, but guys that I liked on film.
Yeah.
So to me, they've gotten better. So let's jump into this, Sean. Let's jump into our predictions, and we'll just kind of go one at a time.
Which part?
Let's go Atlantic first. Let's go Atlantic first. We both agree Clemson is still the class of the ACC.
Oh, absolutely.
Last year was a bad year for Clemson, and they still went 10-3, and still beat one of the teams that played in the ACC championship game, Wake Forest, convincingly. So I have Clemson number 1. I don't think they're a playoff team. I think they're going to lose to Notre Dame. I could see them dropping a second game this season, but I still think Clemson is a really good football team. I think between NC State at home, at BC, at Florida State, and Miami at home, they'll lose one of those games.
Okay.
They'll lose a conference game. They'll lose to Notre Dame. They're going to be a really good 10-2 team this year. I think their defense is going to be elite. I still think they got major problems on offense. And their receiving core is banged up. Troy Salato's out for the year. Bo Collins is banged up. EJ Williams is banged up. They've really got one running back I think is really good. And their offensive line is just, Now, if their first-year offensive line coach can get them going, maybe that'd be fine. And I don't have a lot of faith in DJ Uiagalelei. I always cannot say that name correctly. I can't do the L's. I can't roll the L's like that. But I just don't think they're going to be that team. And I think that, number 1, I think Notre Dame is a bad matchup for them. I really do. But I also think they've really had a hard time with BC the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And if BC can get their line going at all, that's the only thing that concerns me about BC is you lost all 5 of your offensive linemen and you're going against the best defensive line in
college football. Yeah.
That's the big fear there. But, then at Florida State, NC State, I would say at Wake Forest, but I think that's a bad – Wake Forest just doesn't match up well against Clemson and not Sam Howell, but Sam Hartman's out for now. We don't know if he's going to be back or not. So I think they go 10-2, but I think one of their losses is out of conference to Notre Dame. And so I got Clemson still being the cream of the crop in the Atlantic Division and winning I think they'll also win the conference championship overall in the title game. So you got Clemson number 1, Sean, as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Who you got number 2?
Go through yours, and then I'll just say.
So I got Clemson number 1.
Mm-hmm.
I got NC State number 2. I know they lost their tackles, but their interior linemen come back. They've got 2 of their best receivers coming back. They've had some grad transfers. They got 10 starters coming back on a defense that was, for the most part, pretty good last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a big Devin Leary fan. I think Devin Leary is an excellent quarterback. He's a winner. Here's the rub for them. Here could be their kryptonite, Sean. Devin Leary's had some injury problems in the past. And when he doesn't play, they are a completely different football team. So assuming Devin Leary stays healthy this year, they're my number 2 in the Coastal. I actually have Florida State 3. And I know this might surprise some people, but they got a lot of kids coming back. I think that the schedule sets up, it's not like it's an easy schedule, but it's definitely a more manageable schedule than like BC, for example. Like I could see BC being the better team, but not having a better record. And the reason I say that is that when you look at BC, they got to play at Virginia Tech, at Florida State, at Wake Forest, at NC State. Like that's a brutal like road schedule. And then they get Clemson at home, right? Which isn't a given win. So I actually think BC is going to be the better team talent-wise, but I think Florida State plays higher because, Florida State doesn't have an easy schedule either, but they don't have to play. They play Clemson at home. They play at NC State. They get Louisville on the road, but they got BC at home, Wake Forest at home, Georgia Tech at home. They play Miami on the road. They play Syracuse. So I think that is a little bit better schedule, and I think it sets up nicely. I think they're going to beat LSU in week 2 or in week 1, I should say, because they play Duquesne in week 0. But I think that they're going to. I think if they beat LSU, so part of just so you know, my prediction is based off them beating LSU. Now, I know LSU doesn't have anything to do with their record in the ACC.
Yeah,
but I think it's a confidence builder. If they beat LSU, I think that gives that team that's just kind of teetering on, okay, we think we're good, but we're not sure. And if you go out and get beat by LSU, then drop them down to 6th. That's my prediction. If LSU beats Florida State finishes 5th or 6th in the conference. I'm predicting they're going to beat LSU. That gives them a lot of confidence, and then they're going to go off and have a nice run. I think they're going to be at least an 8-win team this year, 8-9-win team.
Basically, you're going to say Norvell is going to outcoach them for 2 consecutive years?
Pretty much, yeah. Well played. Well played. There you go. BC is my 4. I have Wake at 5 because you take Sam Hartman off that football team, they're a different football team. Like, I think Sam Hartman's overrated on a national scale. I think people have him like as a top 10 quarterback. I don't see that. Yeah. But he is absolutely the key to their offense. He makes that thing go because he's a runner and a thrower. He's a really good run-throw quarterback. They've got talent. A.T. Perry's a really good player. But I just don't think they can win without him at quarterback. Yeah. And their schedule's not exactly easy. I got Louisville 6th, and I have Syracuse 7. And I think this is it for Dino. I like Dino Babers. Was it you I was talking about, Sean? Yeah. Saying like one of the reasons they've kept him around is because he's very well respected. He's a good guy. He's involved in a lot of different things. Yeah. But at some point in time, you got to stop finishing in the basement of your conference to keep your job at a place with the football tradition that Syracuse does have. Yeah. And they've got some good football tradition. I was actually watching the game the other day with Notre Dame game in '92, and they were showing highlights of Syracuse. And you remember, we all know about Donovan McNabb. Right. Marvin Graves was a great quarterback back in the day. They've got a good football tradition, and you can't just keep finishing last. That 10-3 season from a couple years ago is kind of you've now run out of using that as your grace to keep going.
To jump in right here, and this might be great to talk about next week. Other teams' ascensions that have hampered certain teams in recruiting. Once Alabama and Nick Saban started invading New Jersey, New York, getting those players that most people in that area, in the Boston area, what Notre Dame is going right now in 23 and 24, those kids were going to Syracuse. They were getting the Dwight Freeney's and I forget the safety. This kid, oh man, they had a great safety that was there right after Donovan McNabb. But they were getting those guys, under McPherson and what was that? Pasqualoni. Yeah. There was it there after that. So now, an area that they thought, this is our little hub that we can get our players from. You had the elite programs invading that and starting to take the top players. That starts to impact your program, and if you never recover from it.
And they used to go down to Florida a lot, and they haven't had the same success in Florida getting those underrated athletes that they used to have. Yeah, and so they're going to have to get it figured out. So, Sean, what is your ranking for the Coastal or the Atlantic? Are we still on this? Are we kind of pretty much close? Yeah, I know you're 1-2. What's your? I think 3 to 5. What's your 3 to 5? I think that's really where we might have some difference.
I think, the top 2. Only the problem, like I said, I have with, I'm just North Carolina State. Just, man, seeing how the defense holds up and making sure the offense is able to hit their rhythm and Devin Leary staying healthy. You talked about Florida State being able to jump Wake Forest. I agree with that wholeheartedly. If Hartman is healthy, I just think their system is their system. And they have certain teams in the ACC that pretty much are kryptonite to what they do and their style of play. They'll have a shot if they're healthy to be the 3rd best team. I'm very interested in Florida State.
Yeah.
Because of what you mentioned.
Sean, it's going to be 3rd or 6th, though, right? Like, I just don't see them finishing 4th or 5th. They're either going to make that move or they're going to collapse. I mean, I think they got a better shot at finishing 7th than they do finishing 4th. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because, like, they're going to collapse or they're going to be really good.
Yeah.
Compared to what they've been, I should say. Really good.
I'm going to show some love, right? And this goes back to Jeff Hatley and his ability. They have to be able to rush the passer. They were awful.
Yeah,
they were awful. And they returned some people on defense, but if they don't get better,
returning guys aren't that good,
right? That's my. Did you hear that, Ohio State? You can return whomever you want to return, but they're not that good. I'll leave it at that. But no, Boston College. I have so much love for their skill position players and their quarterback. They're going to put up points on most teams in the ACC. When they get into those big games where they're not going to be able to dominate offensively like they might against everyone else.
Right.
is that defense good enough to kind of just keep them in the game and give Zay Flowers and give Fields an opportunity to make plays in the fourth quarter? That's going to be the big question. But I think because of those guys, I think
if they had a different schedule, Sean, that's my only 5 starting offensive linemen gone, and the schedule. That, like, honestly, at Virginia Tech, at Florida State, at Wake Forest, at NC State, like, and then Clemson at home. Like, that's a rough conference schedule.
Mm-hmm.
If they win 9-10 games this year, Sean, I'm voting for him for coach of the year. But here's the deal, though. It's if Phil is what we think so like part of my projection of BC fourth is I'm trying to not make this about Phil, but I'll say this. If Phil Jurkovec is the player that I think he can be, and if he's healthy and can stay healthy, something he hasn't done yet because he missed games in each of the last 2 years. If he is what you and I think, I'll say that, you and I think he is, then I could see them finishing second because they have, in my opinion, one of the 2 most dynamic pass catchers in the league. It's Josh Downs and Zay Flowers, the 2 most dynamic pass catchers in that league, in my opinion. They got a 1,000-yard running back coming back. They won 6 games last year without Phil and 4-2 with him in the game. And then they've got a tight end that I think is going to be – they got 2 tight ends that I think are going to be really good. And they got a lot of guys coming back on defense. And I really like their defensive coordinators. I studied their film, as he was one of the guys that I believe, if my sources are correct, was one of the guys that Marcus Freeman was keying on. And I don't know if he interviewed, but they definitely talked from what I was told. And I have no clue how to pronounce his name, so I'm not even going to try. But you got him and Jeff Hafley are 2 really good defensive minds. They're going to be schemed well on defense. It's just, do they have any players? That's going to be the question. But if the O-line can just be solid, then I think, and Phil Jurkovec is who you and I think he can be, then they're going to outplay our expectations because they can beat Virginia Tech on the road. They can beat Florida State on the road. They can beat Clemson at home. They can beat Wake Forest and NC State on the road. Not that they're going to beat all of them, but they're capable of beating every team on their schedule, including Notre Dame at Notre Dame, although I would say that's the toughest matchup for them of the season because it's on the road. Because just for lots of reasons. Yeah. But anyway, that's the wild card for me. I could see them finishing second. I have them fourth. I didn't feel good about having them fourth. It really just came down to the schedule. Yeah. But it's all going to come down to Phil Jurkovec being what we think he is. If he's not, then they'll be fourth. If he is who I think he is and who you think he is, then I could see this team jumping up. That's where I am with Boston College at this point in time.
Yeah, you're talking about DC Tim Lakabu. I think he pretty much was the star. Like, if you watch Boston College games last year with the lack of pass rush and just the way they played,
schemed very well.
There were a lot of people that were very impressed with him, and I'm not shocked that he had a conversation when the DC job opened for Notre Dame. But that is, that's just a team. And college football is really, with teams like that, it's like a 2-game swing. Their season swings on 1 or 2 games.
Yep.
Like, it can go in this direction, it can go in that direction. They're dangerous. They have offensive weapons, good coaching on both sides of the ball.
Mm-hmm. John McNulty is a good coach.
Yeah.
And he was the OC for Rutgers one year when they won 10 games.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a good football coach. He did a nice job in Notre Dame.
Yeah.
He did. He was somebody that Tommy Rees had a lot of trust in, a lot of faith in, to listen to.
Yeah.
So, BC's a tough team. And then 5, 6, and 7 is it Wake, Louisville, Syracuse for you? You have Wake Wake, Louisville, Syracuse. So really, it's just 3 and 4 is really the only ones that we're kind of.
That's it.
And I've been back and forth myself. Let's go Coastal, Sean.
Let's do it.
This is the one I had the hardest time, even the number 1 team. I have Miami 1, but it's not like I'm like we were comfortable putting Bama and Georgia number 1 in those divisions, right? Like, we were comfortable putting Ohio State. I think the 2 divisions in college football, of the teams that actually have divisions, the Big 12 does, the two divisions that I'm having the hardest time with are the ACC Coastal and the Big 10 West. Those are the two that I'm having the hardest time with. I went Miami 1 because I think at the end of the day, as I look through that division, they've got the best quarterback. And the one thing I know about Mario Cristobal, his teams are going to be physical. Like, his offense is going to be physical anyway. And so they were my 1, and I think their schedule also, to me, Sean, too, also kind of it's a schedule that I think works for them. You know, they get North Carolina at home, they get Florida State at home, and they get Pitt at home. They got to play at Clemson, but their other road games are at Georgia Tech, at Virginia, who I think is going to really struggle this year, and then at Virginia Tech, which is going to be a battle. But they got Duke at home. Like, I think their schedule, they don't have to play NC State. There's no NC State crossover game for them, and there's no Boston College crossover game for them. So I'm sorry, not Florida State, NC State. Did I say Florida State or NC State? I meant to say NC State. There's no NC State crossover, and there's no Boston College crossover. So I think the schedule also is a reason. And Miami had players last year. They just weren't coached worth a darn. I mean, just Mario Diaz is just not a good coach, in my opinion. Yeah. He's always been an overrated defensive coordinator. He wasn't a very good head coach. They had no discipline whatsoever. I mean, they lost several games they had no business losing last year, Sean. Yeah. And I just think, just from a toughness standpoint alone, I think Mario Cristobal does enough to make them the team to beat in the East, the Coastal, because I am not a believer in Pitt. So I got Miami 1, I got Carolina 2. I actually have Virginia Tech 3. I really like the team they have coming back. I thought the Virginia Tech should have won at least 3 more games last year based on their talent. I've got Pitt 4 because they were a Kenny Pickett, Jordan Addison team last year, and they're both gone. Mark Whipple's gone, the offensive coordinator for that team. And with all due respect, I'm not a Keaton Slovis fan. He went 4-8 with the USC team around him. He's not, I just don't see Pitt being that team. Right. I got Georgia Tech 5, and that's because they lost a lot from last year. They have a lot of transfers that are going into their second year there, like Kenyatta Watson. I've heard Derek Allen's having a good fall camp. Miles Sims that transferred from Michigan in the secondary. He was another highly ranked kid. I think it's more about that's how bad I think Virginia and Duke are going to be this year. So I have Duke 6 and Virginia 7. Now Virginia's going to score some points because Brennan Armstrong's got some really good weapons around him. Yeah. But their offensive line is terrible. Terrible. And their only good returning offensive lineman transferred to Michigan. The center transferred to Michigan. And their defense is terrible. And I don't know what to expect from Tony. It's hard for me to be too far. Like, I think Tony Elliott's eventually going to do a good job there, but I can't jump on that bandwagon yet because of how bad of a job he did last year. Yeah. And you're trying to beat Georgia by running Q power with DJ Uiagalelei. Like, what are you doing? Right. He just did a really bad job with that team last year. Did. Yeah. And he doesn't return he lost a lot from, again, there's some weapons on the perimeter. I love Wicks. I love Brendan Armstrong, but man, he's going to have more talent than what he had at Clemson last year. And that was a hot mess. Yeah. So I think Virginia's going to struggle, and Mike Elko is stepping into a really rough situation. I think he's going to turn it around because he's going to recruit, and he's a heck of a coach, but it's going to take him a minute to get that thing going, in my opinion. So that's my Coastal. So Miami, North Carolina, Virginia Tech, Pitt, Georgia Tech, Virginia, and Duke. That's my 7. So what say you, Sean?
I would agree with that, and I'm happy you moved North Carolina up because I just really believe the quarterback situation is going to be key there too.
Yeah. Who wins that job?
Yeah, that's very important. Look, I think Zach Rice is going to be a stud at tackle for them. That was a huge win in recruiting. Yeah. To get him.
He's got the best receiver in the conference too.
Yeah. And this, surprisingly, I think they're going to have one of the best defensive back combos in the conference.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I think their front seven's better than I think their front 7 has some good players in it. Yeah. They just were schemed for crap. You know what I mean? Here's the only thing that held me back. Losing British Brooks to the season, their starting running back, was a blow.
That's a big blow.
Like, that hurts. Yeah. But I'll say this. I think the run game is somewhat scheme-driven. Meaning, if you've got studs like they had 2 years ago, your run game is going to be unbelievable.
Right.
but to a degree, like Ty Chandler to me is not as good as his number showed last year because a lot of it's scheme driven. That's why I also think they need to start Jacoby Criswell because I think he could take some of the pressure. I think if it was a legitimate battle between Drake May and Jacoby Criswell, and last I checked, they're both healthy and still battling. As of a couple days ago, they're both still in the battle. Drake May is a little bit more of a pass. I mean, he's a good athlete, but he's a bit more of a passer. Where Criswell is more of a dual threat guy. He can throw, but he also can run a little bit. And they've got a freshman coming in too that I really liked. He was one of the more underrated quarterbacks in the country last year. But I would have been okay going with Drake May if British Brooks was healthy. Because you'd have a good running back. You need a guy that can run the offense, get the ball to Josh Downs, get the ball to the other receivers. Yeah. I feel like without British Brooks, they may need that dual threat ability a little bit more from Criswell as a runner. That's kind of where I'm at, Sean. I don't know if it's going to impact the quarterback battle, but that's kind of where I'm at.
I see what you're saying. It actually opens things up a little more.
Yeah.
For them if he does win the starting job. I don't know how good it's going to be for him when they face Notre Dame because it's not like they're about to line up and just run quarterback power against Notre Dame. They're going to have to be able to diversify, spread the ball out, get it to Josh Downs and some of the other skilled guys. But I agree. North Carolina, I'm glad you moved them up. I agree with everything you said there.
I thought they were overrated last year.
Yeah.
I think they're being underrated this year.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I think their schedule sets up, I think, relatively well as also. They get Pitt at home. They get Virginia Tech at home. They get Georgia Tech. They get Georgia Tech at home. They get NC State at home. They have a couple tough road games. They play Miami on the road, but their other road games are Duke, Virginia, and Wake Forest. We don't know what's going on with Sam Hartman. Right. But even if that's going to be a tough game, even if Sam Hartman's out, but at Miami's their toughest. But other than that, I mean, you got Duke. I just think literally the two of the three worst teams in the conference they got on the road this year. Those are winnable games.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't they give? I know for sure they gave North Carolina State all they can handle in that matchup.
Yeah,
North Carolina State
it was 34-30.
Yeah, they had to come back. I think they played Wake Forest well for a little while.
Yeah.
Well. So
it was 58-55 last year.
So
and North Carolina had a big lead. Wake Forest had to come back
in that game.
I mean, they lost at Pitt in overtime.
Yeah.
If you remember that. I mean, they were they lost by the bad loss for them was the Georgia Tech loss. That was a terrible loss.
That Georgia Tech team was
they lost to Virginia Tech by a touchdown and played terrible. They lost by 10. They lost by 10. Didn't they have a lead against Florida State and then lost by 10? But they were up early. Yeah. Like they were close to being. I mean, they blew out Duke, blew out Virginia, beat Miami in a shootout. They beat Wake Forest last year. I'm sorry, they didn't. They beat Wake Forest last year. And then lost to Pitt in overtime. And if you remember that was a pouring down rain game. And Sam Howell was just a warrior that game. And then they lost at NC State by 4 in a game. I believe they had a fourth quarter lead.
Yeah.
And I think I could be confusing that with another year. Now I'm kind of doubting myself. So
I know for sure they were up 10 in the third quarter.
Yeah.
In that game.
Yeah. I thought they had a fourth quarter. Yes, they did because they got outscored 13-6 in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, they did. NC State scored. Oh, that's right. NC State scored twice in the final 2 minutes.
Yes,
they were up 30-21 with a minute 35. NC State scored, and then they got I think they didn't get the onside kick. I'm trying to remember what happened. I can't remember how that game finished, but I remember being a wild finish.
Yeah.
But yes, it was just a game they had no business losing, in my opinion. So I just think they did all that because of how bad their defense was. It's kind of like the Notre Dame team in 2016. That's who North Carolina reminded me of last year. Wasted offensive talent because your defense was terribly coached.
Yeah.
They make a hire. Now, I don't know if Gene Chizik is as good of a coach as Mike Elko was for Notre Dame, but they're going to turn that thing around, and they weren't as bad as Notre Dame was in 2016.
Right.
You remember Notre Dame that year lost to 3-9 Michigan State, 4-8 Duke at home in a game they led 14-0. Like they lost to Texas, who went 5-7 that year.
Yeah.
They lost to Navy. I mean, they lost to some bad football teams that year. And I feel like North Carolina lost to some good football teams last year. The only bad loss they had to me was losing to Florida State at home. As far as just like losing to a bad team, you could argue the Virginia Tech game wasn't pretty either. I'd be fine, but they lost at Virginia Tech by a touchdown. Well, Notre Dame was an 11-1 team last year, and they needed to come back from 9 down or 8 down to tie Virginia Tech to beat Virginia Tech as well. So, but I think North Carolina too. So who do you have? See, this is where it gets interesting, Sean. Who do you have after Carolina at 2?
You know what? I had to really think about this one, but I'm going to go ahead and go. I shouldn't, but I'm going to go. You see, it was between Pitt and Virginia Tech, right? I think Pitt is underrated with what they're bringing back defensively, specifically on the defensive line. And I actually respect Paul. Not actually. I don't want to make it seem like, I respect Paul Chris.
Okay.
Not Paul.
Mean Pat
Chris,
Narduzzi?
Pat Narduzzi, yes.
Yeah.
I respect Pat Narduzzi. So I always get, because he was there first and then with the Wisconsin.
I got you.
I always respect Pat Narduzzi. And I'm going to take culture and trust the culture that's been established and say Pitt is good enough. They take a step back, but they're good enough to grab that 3rd spot.
Yeah, I get that. I can see that.
Yeah, I think, and then Virginia Tech, I totally agree with what you said. Like Virginia Tech, pretty much 2, 3, and 4 are teams that, like we said, they had opportunities to win games last year that they shouldn't have lost. Virginia Tech had no business losing to Notre Dame.
Nope.
They had no business losing that game.
And you could say that about several games.
Yeah.
They should have beat West Virginia at West Virginia. They shouldn't. They lost at home to Syracuse by 5. I mean, yes, you're correct. They lost several games last year. They had no business losing. So, new staff, new vision, same good players though. Right. Same good players. So. Yep. And they return a lot on defense. I think that's the side of the ball where I thought they underachieved the most. I remember early in the offseason, I was talking about how much I really like this Marshall team. And the reason I really like this Marshall team is because they had one of the better quarterback running back duos that they had. Well, then I found out that Ryan told me that their quarterback transferred to Virginia Tech, Grant Wells. So I think Braxton Burmeister was a good athlete. He's not a quarterback. No, he could run, and that's all he did against Notre Dame. He just ran.
Tough as nails. I'll give him that.
But he can't. He's not a passer for me.
Yeah.
He's not a quarterback.
Yeah.
And you could have had Hendon Hooker. Like, what an idiot, Justin. I shouldn't say that. That's not nice. But he just wasted that kid. It's like every time he'd play, they'd win, and he'd play well. And then he'd bench him for somebody else who couldn't play. Braxton Burmeister, Quincy Patterson, or whoever else, right? It just made no sense what he was trying to do. But I like Grant Wells. They return athletes. They got at least 3. They got 3 starters coming back on the offensive line and a couple other kids that have played. They got a lot coming back in their front 7. Now, that's a similar case to what you could say for Pitt, Sean. I mean, that's the thing about Pitt is I'm down on Pitt because I think they were a little bit smoke and mirrors last year.
Yeah.
I think the schedule worked out nicely for them last year, and I think they had the great quarterback receiver combination that's gone. The OC's gone, but they return, I think, all 5 starters along their offensive line.
Yeah.
They return 6, I think 5 or 6 of their front 7, to your point. So I get what you're saying about Pitt. I just feel like they played a little, over their skis last year. I mean, this is a team that, went 8-5 the year before, 6-5 the year before, 8-5 the year before that, 7-7 the year before that. But the year they went 7-7, they won the Coastal. I mean, that's the thing but I just think the Coastal's a little better this year. So that's why I have them 4th. But if they finish 3rd, to your point, I would not be shocked, just like I don't think you'd be shocked if Virginia Tech finishes 3rd. I think there are 2 quality football teams that are going to be jockeying position. And for me, what it came down to was I think the schedule. It just sets up a little bit more favorably for Virginia Tech than it does Pitt, and I have more faith in Grant Wells as a quarterback than I do Keaton Slovis. That's my thing. That's kind of where I come from.
I'm all for that. I can rock with that.
And then what about 5? You got Virginia. So we got the same 4 teams, just not the same order. We have the same bottom 3 teams. What's your order though with Georgia Tech, Virginia, and Duke?
I'm going to go Virginia, Duke, Georgia Tech.
Virginia, Duke, Georgia. So that basically means if what you say is correct, Jeff Collins is not the head coach by the end of the season.
I don't anticipate that he will be.
I don't think that's out of
Have
line.
no faith. No faith at all.
Them having them fifth, I do like Chip Long, it's an offensive coordinator, but he hired a terrible receivers coach. I had to go there.
Was that Chip looking out? Looking out?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But it's more about just Virginia and Duke. But I just think Virginia and Duke are going to struggle.
Well, if he didn't like what he had in the Notre Dame wide receiver room, oh boy. Woo! Boy, oh boy.
Just a bunch of role players. Oh my goodness. Gotta go recruit him some half nerds at old Georgia Tech.
He's probably calling back to South Bend like, you know what? I didn't know what I had.
If I'd known then what I know now. Yeah, you wasted it. Anyway, so you go Virginia, Duke, Georgia Tech. I'll tell you what, if Mike Elko can keep that team out of the cellar in his first year, that'd be a successful coaching season in my view.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm rooting for Mike Elko. Mike Elko is one of the more decent people I've met in coaching.
Yeah.
He's like a genuinely decent man. And he's a good football coach. I mean, he really is a good football coach. They were just so bad last year, Sean. Their wins were over North Carolina A&T, Northwestern, and Kansas, who are awful. They lost to Charlotte. North Carolina beat them 38-7. They lost at home to Georgia Tech, who stunk. There was 11,000 people at that game. That's so embarrassing. Then they got beat 48-0 at Virginia, 45-7 at Wake Forest, 54-29 at home against Pitt, 48-17 to Virginia Tech, 62-22 against Louisville at home with 8,000 people in the stands, and then lost 47-10 against Miami. They weren't even, not only were they 3-9, they just weren't competitive. I mean, they had two games that were within 10 points. Well, actually within even more than that. Let's see here. What was their next closest game? That's 37-40, 31-25. So they only had two of their losses were less than 25-point losses, and those were at Charlotte and home against Georgia Tech, who also sucked last year. Charlotte, Sean, went 5-7. It's not like they lost to Coastal Carolina or App State. They lost to Charlotte, who went 5-7 last year. They were terrible.
Did you say Duke beat Northwestern?
Yes.
Oof.
And Kansas.
Oof.
Yep.
Can we get rid of Pat Fitzgerald?
I mean, hey, he's like floating on heavenly clouds now, man. Did you see that tweet that they put out today?
Yes.
Somebody was like, did he pass away or something? Like, y'all make it look like the man ascended to heaven. Like, okay, whatever.
He is. I know why. I mean, the guy won back-to-back Big Ten championships as a linebacker. Like,
didn't he win the Butkus twice?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think so. So I get it. He is beloved.
Sure.
In Evanston. So he probably can walk away whenever he gets ready.
Sure. But they lost to last year. They lost to Duke last year. They lost to Nebraska 56-7. Here's who they beat last year: Indiana State, Ohio, who lost their head coach before the season, and Rutgers. They were another team that weren't competitive. They lost to Michigan State by 17, did lose to Duke by 7, lost by 49 but to Nebraska, 26 to Michigan, 27 to Minnesota, 5 to Iowa at home, 28 to Wisconsin, 28 to Purdue. No, I'm sorry. That would be, hold on a second. Would be 18 to Purdue, and they lost 47-14, 33 points to Illinois. They weren't even competitive. So, and I got to say, I know that he's loved at Northwestern. I can't stand the guy. Yeah. So I thoroughly enjoy watching Northwestern getting their face beat in every week. There's no doubt about that.
Another tough season for my guy. Shout out to my guy Dave Bennett, who does radio for the Wildcats. He's a legend, but that's just a tough season for that man.
So let's go here, Sean. Let's go conference championship game, Clemson versus Miami. Who do you have?
Oh, Clemson.
And is it competitive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you start to see the rain alone up top. Because last year, it's like Pitt was a one-off.
Right.
I don't think they're going to be the team that like elevates.
Right.
To really challenge Clemson. But I think Miami like gets there and just doesn't have enough for a full 60 to hang with Clemson. Because I fully expect, now this is me like really, predicting the future. By that time, I fully expect Cade Klubnik to have gotten the reins of the offense and for things to take off for them offensively or to improve. So I think that's going to be the difference. But other than that, Miami is going to take them maybe another recruiting class or two and finding the right. Because I don't know how much I would be interested in hearing what Ryan has to say. I don't know how much I believe in Van Dyke, really.
Yeah, I like him. I like him. He's got to show me he can win.
Yeah.
Right? But he's got some ability. I do.
Yeah.
Like there were some games last year that I looked at him play. It's like, that kid's really balling.
Yeah. I watched him at the Michigan State game. Was the first game that I really locked in. And I was like, iffy on him a little bit. And then I forget.
Well, he didn't play against Michigan State last year. So you're thinking of the other guy. He didn't play against Michigan State last year.
Let me see. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was a game in the middle of the season that I watched. They were on the road.
North Carolina.
Yes.
He was bad.
Yes.
Yeah, he was
bad.
And
I was like, but then I watched another game and I was like, okay. Because at that quarterback position, if you see a guy fight.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that what made us love Brady Quinn?
Right.
His freshman year?
Yep.
Like, he's getting pummeled. He's looking bad, but this kid, he keeps coming back.
Fights.
He's fighting. He's fighting.
Yep.
And when you have that trait as a quarterback, you're like, okay, he's going to be okay.
Yep.
So you're right. You're right. And I got that feeling from him, like, even though he's struggling, he's fighting, and I think he's going to be okay. But like you said, I want to see if he can win the big games, get into big moments, make big plays, and that's going to be a true test for him this season.
Here's why I like Van Dyke. I'm not even in the whole, he's a top 10 NFL draft pick. So I'm just going what he was as a college football player.
Yeah.
He was terrible against Virginia. Terrible. They had no business losing that game at home. And even then, still having a position to win. If their field goal kicker doesn't shank it off the upright at the end of the game, they win the game still.
Yeah.
Right. And then later in the year, he played really bad at Florida State in a game that they lost. He threw 4 touchdown passes, but he threw in 316 yards, but he only averaged 6.7 yards per attempt because he threw 47 passes and he threw 2 picks. And those picks cost him that game. But here's why I like Van Dyke. The week after, he plays like garbage against North Carolina, and I think pretty much cost them a game they lost by 3. That next week, he goes out against NC State and that defense and goes 25 of 33 for 325 yards and 4 touchdowns in a win over NC State. Yeah. And then the next week goes on the road, goes 32 of 42 against Kenny Pickett at Pitt, goes 32 of 42 for 426 yards and 3 touchdowns. And then he was kind of okay against Georgia Tech. He was good and productive against Georgia Tech, but they stunk. Yeah. Then he goes on the road and he plays bad against Florida State. Bounces back the next week against Virginia Tech, goes 19 of 33, 357 yards, 3 touchdowns. And then at Duke, he shreds Duke. They stink, right? But he had 2 bad games, and in both games, he bounced back with great performances that next week. Yeah. That tells me something about a quarterback. I cost my team a game. I'm going to go out next week and I'm going to battle. He outplayed Devin Leary in a win, and he outplayed Kenny Pickett in a win. And that came after his 2 worst games in both games. Yeah. And that showed me a little something about the kid. It showed me he's got some moxie, shows me he's got some competitiveness to him. It shows me he's a kid that's like, is going to have a little bit. He's a Northeastern kid. So he's got a little bit of that Northeastern like toughness to him, Sean. He's a Connecticut kid. So I was impressed with Tyler Van Dyke. I don't get into the whole, what's his draft going to be and all this other kind of stuff, but I think the kid is a good football player, and he's going to have weapons around him, right? The offensive line should be pretty good this year, better at least with Mario Cristobal. And bringing Coach Alex was huge. He's one of the best O-line coaches in the business. Bringing him with him from Oregon was a great hire. So, I think that's why I have him. That's why I have him there.
They're definitely the most dangerous program in the ACC moving forward.
I think there's two. I think them and North Carolina both.
Are
the two.
Because I can tell you it's the same thing, which is incredible, right? Because I think in some capacity, Ed Reed is actually on the staff or was under Manny Diaz, like player development or something like that. Yeah, some position that he's continued on the Mario Cristobal. But I can tell you that there were players that had not been back.
Yeah.
And now the vibe around the program is totally changed, similar to like Notre Dame and what's transpired with Marcus Freeman, because one of their own is back at the helm. And he really understands how, number one, to recruit. Do you think he underperformed at Oregon?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't. I think, number one, I think that, I think for me, Sean, I have a couple ways to look at it. Number one is he was not a great fit there from a recruiting standpoint. Like he's a Southeastern head coach of Florida International, played at Miami, coached at Alabama. He went out to Oregon and to me, he was the OC for a year. He had a lot to turn over, in my opinion. Like he had a lot to fix there. Willie Taggart left that place in a bit of a weird spot. His 1 year there was just worthless. Mark Helfrich had kind of run the program into the ground. The year before he showed up as the OC, they were 4-8.
Yeah.
And then they go 7-6 under Willie Taggart, and then he's got to turn it around. And, I thought that last year, I think the COVID year really stunted Oregon's development as a program because they were coming off of a 12-2 year. They did lose Justin Herbert, but they had a lot of talent coming back. And then the COVID year happens, and it just kind of all gets weird and falls apart.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And they lose their last two games. They lose they had their quarterback situation was a mess. Penei Sewell sat out. They had a couple other guys sit out.
Yeah.
They go 4-1, play USC in the Pac-12 title game, get beat. Then they go to the Fiesta Bowl, get beat. They had no business being in the flipping Fiesta Bowl. They were a 4-2 football team. Like, what the heck are they playing in the Fiesta Bowl for? Get beat by Iowa State. Should have been there. I'm sorry, they beat USC. I'm sorry, I forget. They beat USC. And then lose to Iowa State. And then last year, like they were really cruising, and they just had some weird things happen. Like number one, the day of the game, Joe Moorhead gets rushed to the hospital with a health problem. They lose to Stanford that day. And then for whatever reason, this is the only thing that kind of makes me like the only reservation I have about Mario Cristobal is his teams at Oregon were always built on toughness.
Yeah.
But when they played Utah, they got punked twice.
And not him, but Oregon's always been that team.
Right.
It used to be Stanford.
Well, and that's why I don't fault him for that because that was a different coach, but he built himself up on Chip was about speed and all this.
Yeah.
He's built his team on toughness, power football. I thought he made some good coaching hires and things like that. But then you go out against Oregon and twice you get not only beat, but you get pumped.
Yeah.
Oregon beat them 38-7, and then they played them 2 weeks later, and you're thinking, oh, okay, they're gonna bounce back, and they're not gonna let that happen to them again. And the same thing happened to them. Like they didn't just get beat, Sean. They got embarrassed. They got physically got their butts kicked. And look, I know Utah's a good football team, but the Oregon games makes people think Utah's better than they actually are, in my opinion. And that's why I'm not riding the Utah bandwagon this year like a lot of other people are, because I think that was more about Oregon. This is still the same team that lost back-to-back games to BYU and San Diego State last year. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. They lost at Oregon State last year. The Pac-12 stunk, but they just physically beat up Oregon twice. and Oregon could do nothing about it. And that was a red flag for me with Mario, with Coach Cristobal. But I kind of think at that point in time, I kind of feel like he already knew he was gone, you know, you know, that's just 100% projection on my opinion, just 100% projection on my opinion. But, you know, I think he inherits talent. I think he has a bad culture. Miami had a terrible culture under Manny Diaz.
Yeah.
No discipline, no toughness, no physical toughness. Look, when you lack physical toughness, you're going to lack mental toughness. It's just how football works.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I felt about Manny Diaz's team. So, Sean, I do believe that they're going to be their team on the rise. They're recruiting really well right now. I think if Jaden Rashada can be the quarterback, if he can reach his full potential, I think that's a big one because he's raw as heck.
Yeah.
But he might have one of the 2 highest ceilings at quarterback in this entire class.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got an incredible, and they're recruiting well in the trenches, which is big. And they got Jaden Wayne, who's a big-time defensive end from Washington. They got that 5-star kid from IMG on the offensive line. You know, I think he's recruiting well. Got Jackson Howard, a defensive end from Minnesota. No, actually went to LSU, actually, now that I think about it. So I don't know, Sean. I just kind of feel like, you know, he's got a chance to do well. Now, here's my only question. I have a big red flag about his first defensive coordinator hires. He has Kevin Steele and Charlie Strong as his co-coordinators.
Yeah.
Now, Charlie Strong hasn't coached a good defense in a long time, and that's a guy that used to be a great defensive coach, right? But sometimes the game passes you by. Bob Diaco never adjusted to the modern game, and that's why he went from 2012 Notre Dame to, you know, what he's been in his last few stops.
Yeah.
And not only that, but it wasn't just 2012. Notre Dame finished in the top 25 in scoring defense each of Bob Diaco's first 3 years at Notre Dame. And that was inheriting a defense that couldn't stop me, you, Ryan, Vince, and Sean, and some other dudes. Like, you know what I mean? Like that. They were terrible under Charlie.
I'm open.
So he did a really nice job, but he's still trying to run that same defense that worked back then now, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I feel about Coach Strong. I feel like he made recruiting hires to run his defense, not coaching hires to run his defense. Kevin Steele's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
He's always been a very mediocre defensive coordinator, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that's my only I thought the Josh Gaddis hire was a good one. Not great, but a good one. Again, I think Alex Maribel is a great offensive line coach. I think he's made some good position coach hires. I just really question the coordinator hires for him. That's my only red flag. But it could just be a thing where he's like, look, we don't have the talent to compete for a championship. So let me get these 2 cats to come in and recruit for a couple of years. And if they can't get it done, then I go hire another defensive coordinator who gets the benefit from the recruiting that these guys can do. I mean, that's not actually – if that is what was going through his head, and again, that's me projecting my thoughts onto him, justifying those hires. If that's actually kind of smart. you know what I mean?
When you think about it,
let me get – and then I'll go hire a Jim Knowles type of guy in a couple of years that could just inherit a really talented roster. I'm not saying Jim Knowles. I'm just saying like a veteran coach who's just not a recruiter, but more of he can coach.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of guy, and then go from there. So I could see that. It's
hard to attract top echelon guys to that program
right now. Yeah. Which again, it's the U. It's not though.
No,
it's not. Yeah. It's not the U. It's not what it used to be for a lot of different reasons. Not a lot of different reasons. So, Sean, we have Clemson winning the ACC over Miami.
Yep.
Prediction for Player of the Year? I kind of feel like if Miami's in the championship game, I kind of have to lean towards Tyler Van Dyke. But I think that go ahead. I think that one of the Clemson defensive linemen or Devin Leary could give him a run for his money.
I was going to say Devin Leary, but I am also going to go to, you know what? I like the Simpson kid at the linebacker position. But I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to do a dark horse. I'm going to say Will Shipley.
Okay. Interesting. So you're saying if Clemson bounces back, it's because their ground game is going to get going and Will's going to have a big year. And he'll make some plays in the pass game as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. He's a good player. Very good player. I can see that. It's an interesting one. So, Sean, that's going to do it for the ACC predictions for today. And we're going to go to just a quick mailbag next. We do have some good questions we want to get to, so we're going to get to those as quickly as possible. But before we do get to the mailbag, please hit that like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. Share this podcast. We're going to put this video, we're going to cut it up and put it on our CFB Nation channel. So you'll podcast-wise and our YouTube channel. So if you haven't signed up to our CFB Nation podcast, you can listen. You can there's a link to on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, and then of course the YouTube channel, CFB Nation, red, white, and blue logo. So definitely check that out. It's on top of our Irish Breakdown podcast. So Sean, let's get into some questions. We do have a couple super chats here, which I greatly appreciate. We had a couple down here from Milton Fan for all my questions, and you guys do an excellent job. Thank you. And he said for working on a Saturday. Well, hey man, Saturday's the day for college football, baby. I mean, that's just kind of what you got to do, right? D Troll Hunter also with one, just because we appreciate all of y'all so very much. Let's get back up here to the top. Christopher Mora had this in before we even started the show with a super chat. Thank you, Christopher, for that. It says, going into his third year as offensive coordinator, how do you think Tommy Rees has developed as a play caller, and how will that help him going into the Ohio State game? So, Sean, in your opinion, how has Tommy Rees evolved and developed? I think he meant evolved, not devolved, because otherwise that would be an insult. I think he meant evolved and developed as an offensive coordinator at Notre Dame. And how's that going to help him against Ohio State?
Well, it helps from the simple fact that he has what he's comfortable with, which is Harry Hiestand in the offensive line. I think that was very important. I think that's the foundation of everything that he wants to do. And if that offensive line is as good as what we've seen and heard from fall camp, I think what you're going to see is what Brian kind of talked about in our first topic: run game with the ability to go over the top. And they have that ability. They have two players offensively that I don't think anybody can defend, and that's Michael Mayer and Lorenzo Styles Jr. And when you have two players like that, they remind me of Kadarius Toney and Kyle Pitts.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about that Florida team and what they were able to do against Alabama. So, it's an offense, and as a play caller, I think he's going to be creative. I've seen creativity just watching him in practice and the plays that he's calling and the different things they're doing with their alignments and guys he's trying to put in certain positions. You see a lot. It goes back to what you're saying. They're going to be using the full width of the field.
Right.
I'll just say that. They're going to be using the full width of the field and dominating you up front and going over the top. And that's really good to see. I don't know if that directly answers your question, but I think him going to his third year, not having Brian Kelly here, is a challenge, but at the same thing, I think is the best thing for him right now at his maturity process.
Sure. My thoughts on his evolution, Sean, is kind of interesting, right? He's been an offensive coordinator. This will be his third year.
Mm-hmm.
And in his first 2 years, he ran two completely different type of offenses out of necessity. In 2020, they had a very well-schemed run game and a pretty mediocre pass game from a production standpoint because they just didn't have great playmaker weapons. Like, I mean, Ben Skowronek was a possession receiver. Javon was a good player, but not a guy that's going to go out and win you a championship as your number one. Mayer was a freshman. He had really good running backs, Kyron Williams, Chris Tyree. He used those two guys really well. And he had an offensive line coach on the staff that he trusted to help with that stuff, that scheme stuff, and that's Chris Watt.
Yeah.
Now, what people have to remember is, Chris Watt was a G8. Chris Watt was also a teammate of Tommy Rees for 4 years.
Yeah.
Right? And someone that clearly Coach Rees respects, because that's a big reason why he's back now, is because of his relationship with Tommy Rees and Harry Hiestand. So you're going to have that again, right? So I really feel like this team is going to look at the very least, Sean, I think this offensive line in the run game is at the very least going to look like the 2020 run game. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm not predicting they're going to look like 2015 or 2017. I'm not there yet. There's a lot we got to see before I'm there. But I do feel like the combination of talent and line play, and you've got a quarterback that's going to provide an impact in the run game, that it's going to look a lot like the 2020 run game. Then you fast forward to 2021, and they had an offensive line that couldn't block anybody in the run game for a big chunk of that year, especially in their first half of the season. The bigger problem was, even beyond the run game, was you couldn't protect the quarterback. And everybody talks about, Jack Cohn. Like, Jack Cohn, you knew who Jack Cohn was. You knew he wasn't a runner. I mean, did anybody actually believe when Brian Kelly talked about how athletic he was that was true? Like, he lies. I mean, he's always lied. We watched the film. I saw him at Wisconsin. He couldn't run. And this was coming after a guy that had just had a bad foot injury. Right. Of course he couldn't move. And your offensive line couldn't protect him. But if you go back and watch the games last year, Sean, and I've got some all 22, you've got some all 22. We've been able to watch these games.
Yeah.
There was some really good stuff they were doing schematically that they did in the opener against Florida State and they did against Toledo. What happened is you started to see some of it against Purdue.
Talk about it.
You started to see him try some of that stuff against Purdue.
Yeah.
But what happened was that's when the pass pro, like the Toledo game, the pass pro started to falter.
Yeah.
But he was still able to scheme up some stuff. Then against Purdue and Wisconsin, they're just killing your quarterback. And over the next several weeks, you had no time to throw the ball. So everything was quick, perimeter, RPOs, all that. I mean, not even a ton of RPOs, just quick game, screen, just get it out quickly because I can't protect the quarterback. And then later in the season, when the defensive teams were worse and he could protect the quarterback, not so much because the offensive line was playing better, although it was to a degree. I mean, Joe Walt settled things in. I mean, look, Andrew Kristofic, we're talking about Andrew Kristofic stepping in in the starting lineup. Sean, did you? I don't know. You probably didn't see it the other day, but I wrote that article. I know you've been busy about how the guards got to step up in the absence of Jared Patterson.
Yeah.
Well, last year, here's a stat for you. I know you like numbers. In the first 5 games of the year, but before Andrew Kristofic started, Notre Dame ran for 80.8 yards per game, 2.4 yards per carry. In the 8 games that Andrew did start, they ran for 183.5 yards per game and 5.2 yards per carry. Partly because the teams that they played for the most part down the stretch weren't good. Right? But it was also partly because Andrew and Joe brought a little bit of stability to the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And so when the pass pro was there, and they pass protected in the bowl game extremely well, couldn't block anybody in the run game, but they pass pro really well. And we're seeing Tommy Rees just scheming up to just be all over Wake Forest, Oklahoma State. So to me, here's where he needs to be in 2022. It's time to put it all together, right? Like, great run game in 2020, not an overly effective pass game for various reasons. Scheme-wise, again, there's some good stuff there, but just the talent wasn't great. 2021, really good schemed pass stuff. Some really big games in pass. I mean, Jack Cohn threw for over 3,000 yards last year. I mean, and he completed over 70% of his passes in like the final 6 or 7 games of the year. I mean, it's not like Jack Cohn was terrible last year. It was just he didn't have time to throw the football, but the kid still threw 25 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, had a quarterback rating of over 151, and had some pretty good moments last year, and so I mean his quarterback rating last year was better than Ian Book's each of the previous 2 years for all the people that love Ian Book, so it was good scheme stuff, but poorly coached receivers, and you couldn't protect the ball. The quarterback. So now it's like, okay, does he have the protection now? Does he have the coaching now? Well, look, you already Harry Stands, best in the game. You got Chris Watt back. You've got at the very least, Chancey Stuckey's going to be a solid receivers coach, the very least, which is a huge upgrade over what you had before. And you lost one of the best running back coaches in the business, and you actually upgraded.
Yeah.
How many teams could lose a guy like Lance Taylor and upgrade at tight end? Yeah. You lost John McNulty, who was close with Tommy Rees, and you upgraded with Jared Parker, in my opinion. So, to me, you've got a way better staff around you. Now it's time to put it all together. This is a group of players that you have been the primary recruiter for as the offensive coordinator or quarterbacks coach, right? So, you're now going into year 3. So, it's time to put it all together, and that's partly why I'm optimistic, because I do think he's going to put it together. And it really revolves around that, Sean, is we've seen him be able to scheme up the run game in impressive fashion. Like, teams in 2020 knew they were going to run the ball and still couldn't stop them. And that includes Alabama in the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget they had a 15-play drive that for a touchdown was in the first half when the game was still in doubt. That was an almost all run game. You know what I mean? Like, he had some good stuff schemed up in that game. The screen pass to Chris Tyree, great play call. And there was stuff open in that game. Ian Book just couldn't, typical big game Ian Book. He's just not going to throw it. Well, last year we saw the pass game stuff. Couldn't scheme the run game. Well, now you should be able to do it all. And that's part of a big reason why I'm optimistic about this unit. Now, he's got to show it, right? We say this a million times. It all sounds great, but it's a show me business, right? And that's what I need to see from Coach Reese. But I'm a lot more optimistic, I think, than most, because I've seen him do both. I've seen him scheme the heck out of some run game, and I've seen him scheme the heck out of the pass game, just not always at the same time because of deficiencies on the football team. I don't think those exist now. Are there depth questions? Yes. But there are a lot of teams in college football that would love to have a depth problem that includes Lorenzo Styles, Xavier Watts, Braden Lindsey, Michael Mayer, Kevin Bauman, Tobias Merriweather as your pass catcher options, and running backs like Chris Tyree, Audric Estime, Logan Diggs, and a quarterback like Tyler Buckner. There's probably about 120 teams in the country that would love to struggle with that lineup. Yeah. Okay. And so the talent's there, the depth's not there. It's time for Coach Reese to say, this is why I'm making a lot of money. Because I know, the head coach wouldn't make decisions that I needed him to make. Well, this one did. This head coach went out and let me get the guys I needed. This head coach went out and helped me get Dylan McCullough and Harry Heastan and Chancey Stuckey and Jared Parker. Okay, bam, let's roll. No more excuses. And I'm excited about it because I don't think he's going to make any. I think this is going to turn around, but he's got to show me. That's the thing, Sean. He's got to show me. Yeah. But and you and I have talked a lot about this, and I have a feeling like this offense is going to surprise some people. Will it be the opener? I hope so. It needs to be. But whether it's the opener or some point in time early in September, I think this offense is going to really shock a lot of people this year, to where even if they don't necessarily do it in Ohio State, let's say they lose like 35-24 and then run the table the rest of the way, watch out in a rematch. You know what I mean? In the playoff, right? Because I think it's going to be a different deal. But they need to get going in the opener, though. They need to be able to rely on that offense to give them a shot to win that game in the opener. And then from there, got to roll. And I think that's what we're going to see this year. I really do. Yep. So next question. Great first question, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
Demetrius Rex says, can Tyler Buckner be the most dynamic playmaker quarterback in the last 10 years in year one, or should we give him some time to fulfill that title? So, Sean, I'm going to ask this one. I'm going to nuance this. Let's just say dynamic playmaker as a runner and thrower, because I have a hard time seeing him being more dynamic as just a runner than Brandon Wimbush was in 2017.
I think I kind of talked about this yesterday in the practice report. Just his impact. He's not more dynamic than Brandon, but he's definitely, I think, going to be a better passer than Brandon.
That's not a low bar.
First of all, because he has an offensive coordinator that's willing to build around him.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one, and support him.
Yep.
And with that being said, that goes a long way. A long way. So the answer is yes. And it's funny because it's almost like put his heart, his competitive spirit, and his willingness to be, I don't want to say a daredevil, but his willingness to take chances and just basically envision that in Ian Book. And maybe you get a look at what he could be. Because Ian Book would compete his butt off.
Yes.
He would compete his butt off. He would make plays with his legs. But he wasn't going to take chances and put the ball in harm's way and do what was necessary in big games to go ahead and get those points that you need. Tyler Buckner I think he has that fearlessness in him to be able to do that. And that might be over the next 2 or 3 years what you see from him. It's just a fearless leader that's willing to go out there and make plays, and the guy that's crazy enough to think that when he steps on the field, he's the best player on the field. Like, that's the mentality the kid has. So, I can't wait to see how it plays out. I can't look. There's nothing better than making your first start and knowing, like, yeah, I got these running backs, I got this offensive line, I got Michael Mayer,
right?
Dude, I got Michael Mayer,
and I got a defense that's really good, so I can make a mistake and know that they're going to have my back.
Yeah,
yes, agree. I think he has a chance to be the most dynamic playmaker if you're incorporating the whole thing. Like, you and I can talk until, we get kicked off, right? And everybody leaves, about what Brandon could have been, should have been, all that, if he had a better quarterbacks coach his first 2 years, or if Chip built that 2018 offense around him more. We can talk about that all day. But the reality is Brandon was not the same quarterback in 17 or 18 that he was coming out of high school.
No.
Just the reality of it.
No.
And so, yes, I think Tyler Buchner, to me, Tyler has a chance to be better than Deshaun. Malik started 3 games. Can't compare Malik because we just don't have the body work, But I think, to me, here's the thing. This is going to sound crazy. For me, Tyler Buchner, if you're going to compare quarterbacks, he's a little bit of Everett and he's a little bit of Malik. I think he's a more dynamic runner than Everett because he's bigger. He's more like Malik because Malik was not tall, but he was thick. He was strong. Right. He could run. You can go look at the LSU game, the bowl game he played in. And then Malik was a different kind of passer than Ty. He's big arm, not super accurate, long release, but he could throw it a country mile. Just go look at the touchdown pass he threw against Virginia. Ball went over 60 yards in the air. I don't see Tyler Buchner doing that. But I think he can throw a lot more. Like, Everett had a great clean release. He was accurate. I think Tyler's a little bit more accurate than people realize. You've seen that in person. Like, these people that say he can't throw are only basing that off of his role last year in which he wasn't asked to be a passer. But I would argue that 2 of the best throws that any quarterback on the roster had last year were both by Tyler. And that was the bomb to Kevin Austin against Virginia Tech and the backside seam against Virginia Tech to Avery Davis. And you could even throw the pass to Chris Tyree in there if you want. So, to me,
I'm glad you said that. Isn't that what makes him dangerous?
Yes.
Like, if you're going to play man-to-man against Notre Dame, Tyler Buchner is going to hurt you in the passing game.
Yes.
Because the guys, and I think it was another pass he was going to hit to Austin on a crossing route that they got a PI on.
Yeah.
The guy was behind him and grabbed Austin. That was going to be a completed pass. Look, if you're playing man-to-man against Tyler Buchner, Notre Dame is going to be able to get open and hurt you and get chunk plays.
Yeah.
Right? So now you have to figure, what do you want to do now? Because now you have to take on this power running game.
Mm-hmm.
So if you bring 8 in the box and now you leave your guys man-to-man with Mayer and Lorenzo and Brady, he's good enough from an accuracy standpoint to hurt you. And they're going to get chunk plays.
Right.
So,
and as I've said, I've seen clips of him, Sean, in practice that you guys have sent me. I've talked to people that are there. It's like, he'll make reads where it's like he goes to his 3rd, 4th option at times.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't just some run throw guy. This isn't Malik against LSU, right? Where the reads for Malik, I think he threw like over half his passes were like within 5 yards. We're just because it was his first start and got to run and all that stuff. This isn't who he is, right? This is a kid that I think can throw the ball, can have the kind of production Everett had as a passer, hopefully limiting the mistakes, but is also more of Everett was a scrambler in the pass game, not necessarily a run, because Everett's small. You couldn't design a bunch of run. You're not going to run Q power with Everett Golson all day because he's not going to make it. He's too small. But he's built more like Malik.
Yeah.
And that's why I say those are the 2 that I think I combine him with.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the pure 60, 70 yard bomb arm strength that those guys have, as far as I know. I just haven't seen him do it.
Yeah.
But from 40 in, he's every bit as good as Ev could be potentially. So that's why I think he has a chance to be that guy. Now he's just got to show it, right? Like, we're talking about what he could be. Well, he's got to go show it now.
Just put it up, put up or shut up.
Right, exactly. Here's an interesting college football question, Sean. So Tommy gave us a super chat yesterday, and I missed it, but this was his question, so I told him I'd get it up. He says, rank these former linebackers: AJ Hawk, James Laurinaitis, Marcus Freeman, I'm leaving that one out because I don't want to disrespect the head coach. Well, Bobby Carpenter, Jalen Smith, and Manti Te'o. I'm sorry, the head coach. I love him, but he doesn't deserve to be on that list.
This is actually kind of easy.
You think so, huh? So
Yeah,
what are we ranking it off of? Is it talent or production in college?
It has to be a mixture.
Okay.
Right? Because there are extenuating circumstances for
Jalen.
Yeah, he had a goofball as a DC. Wasn't really used to his full potential. So, I mean, he was wasted. Yeah, and Jalen was going to be gone after 3 years. You know, if he had played 4 years, I'm going to put Manti number 1.
Okay.
And then I'm going to put
I got to go AJ Hawk.
It's AJ Hawk was really
I would go Manti and AJ 1-2 in some
Manti,
order.
AJ, Jalen, Laurinaitis, Carpenter.
Yeah. I mean, AJ Hawk was a 2-time unanimous All-American, won the Lombardi Award, won the Jack Lambert Trophy. He was pretty good.
Yeah.
He was pretty good.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't think people really understand how good Manti was.
No, we talked about this in the show yesterday.
Athlete that Jalen was, but Manti was transformative for the program.
Sean, you and I have talked about this in past shows. Who was better player, Manti or Jalen? And it's like, I love Jalen Smith.
Yeah.
But the reality is he was used the way that he was.
Right.
He was. We can't change that.
Can't change it.
And as a college player, just from a production standpoint, Manti was significantly better than Jalen. Now, is Jalen, if we're just talking who's the most talented, it's Jalen Smith, and there is nobody in the conversation for number 1.
Right.
But the reality is he wasn't used that way.
Right.
If he had Bob Diaco, or better yet, Mike Elko as his defensive coordinator, then we're talking about Jalen Smith completely differently. And he was still an All-American and a Buckus Award winner.
Right.
Right? I mean, but just the production wasn't there. And that's the thing is like Manti, we talked about this in the show yesterday, but the Manti's best season statistically wasn't even the year he won all those awards. It was the year before when he had 13.5 tackles for loss and 120 plus sacks or tackles. So I got to go James Laurinaitis 3. Because you're talking about a guy that no, I got to go Jalen 3. I'm going Jalen 3. I love James Laurinaitis, but I got to go Jalen 3. Because the thing about Laurinaitis is he was also a guy that didn't have huge tackle for loss numbers either. Yeah. Again, different defense, and part of his time he was playing with other really good linebackers. But I got to go Jalen 3. And Bobby Carpenter 5 for me. Yeah. Bobby Carpenter is a really good football player, but I think James Laurinaitis was better, in my opinion. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
I gotta go. That's where I gotta go. And honestly, I mean, Bobby Carpenter, to me, I don't know if I even put him in this conversation because he was kind of more of a pass rusher than a pure linebacker. You know what I mean? Like he was more of an edge guy than he was a pure linebacker. So I even have a hard time even having him in.
You would have been better adding Katzenmoyer to this list.
Yeah.
Than Carpenter.
Yeah, I am going to look up Marcus Freeman's stats, though, because he had a year with over 100 tackles at Ohio State. And he was a good football player at Ohio State.
Oh, absolutely.
He had 71 tackles in 06, 109 in 07, 84 in 2008, 9.5 tackles for loss in each of his last 2 years. He's a good football player. So I was being hyperbolic saying he doesn't belong on the list. But you know what, though? Now that I think about it, I might actually put him ahead of Bobby Carpenter. I know that's going to sound crazy because Carpenter was a first-round pick, but again, Carpenter was more of an edge guy to me. You know what I mean? Like, and he got banged up a little bit. Like,
you know what?
I got to do it.
Oh, Cyrus breakdown. Marcus Freeman's number 1.
Manti's still number 1. Manti's still number 1.
He's right behind Manti.
Manti's still number 1. I love Coach Freeman, but Jay is still ahead of him. But and hey, man, Tommy, where's Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah in this conversation, my man? Like, he's got to be in this conversation too. But yeah, I mean, I think that 1-2 is clear though, Sean. It's AJ Hawk and Manti in some order.
Let's talk about the misuse or lack of use of linebackers. If Niles Morgan is inserted when he was supposed to be inserted,
right,
he develops even quicker and probably becomes a heck of a linebacker.
Well, can I say something else too?
Yeah.
The thing about AJ Hawk and Laurinaitis compared to Manti, and this is to your point, they always had somebody around them. You know,
Yes.
AJ Hawk had Anthony Schlegel and Bobby Carpenter.
Mhm.
James Laurinaitis had Marcus Freeman, who was, again, a top All-American, you know,
Right.
fourth-round draft pick. Manti played next to Carlo Calabrese, Dan Fox. You know, that's who he was kind of having protect him.
Yeah.
Brian Smith.
Yeah.
Like, what would Manti have been like if Luke Kuechly was beside him?
Yeah.
Or even Niles, like you know, like for Jalen, for Niles. Like you were talking about Jalen and Niles. But like Manti wasn't playing next to a dude either.
Yeah.
And then Jalen's the same story. What would Jalen have been like if he was playing next to a Niles Morgan type for 2 years? If he was playing next to a more top back, and I think that's the thing too, is those Ohio State guys were all great players, but they all played kind of with each other. They always had other great linebackers you had to deal with. And I think that's something that has to be taken into consideration. Like, how good would they have been if they were the only dude like Manti was? Like, if Dan Fox was the guy they were hoping defenses would take pressure off of.
Yeah.
And they also played behind some really good defensive lines.
Yeah. So are you predicting how good Junior's going to be with all that talent around him?
Not yet. Not yet. But he's going to be in that conversation. He's got to still beat out some dudes, though, first.
Yeah.
And I think that's what has me excited about that group. Tommy Gunn says, if the suspensions in 2013 hadn't happened, how would that have impacted the program? Could 2016 have been avoided?
You talking about Ev? Is he talking about the
Ev? Suspension? It was Ev. It was DeVaris Daniels, Ishaq Williams, and Kavari Russell. And Kendall Moore, too. But Kendall was like more of a role player.
Well,
I think Notre Dame's
offline discussions with Kendall. And see, this is the cool thing about those guys. You talk about haunt might not be the right word, but they understand where the program was going and what they had in talent, like coming in together, and they knew. Like 14, they knew. Like from 12, 13 to 14 to 15, they knew what they had in that locker room.
Yeah.
And it was like, dang, we let our guys down.
Yeah.
Like all of them pretty much
here's the deal, Sean. Let's think about this.
Yeah.
Will Fuller breaks out in 2014.
Yeah.
70 catches, 1,000 yards. Great player. Corey Robinson had a really nice year, 40 catches, 500 some yards. What happens if you throw DeVaris Daniels into that conversation? And Ev is going into his third year as a starter.
Right. DeVaris Daniels was really –
he was going to be their dude.
Him and Ev were the only bright spots against Alabama.
Right. 100%.
They competed.
Right. And then they lose the whole 13 season.
Yeah.
Right. And then so you come back in 14 and you'd have had like, because DeVaris had a bit of a breakout in 2013.
Yeah.
Because Ev missed 13 for a different suspension, right? So I'm kind of throwing that one in there as well. Like if he doesn't come back from that, but if DeVaris, a receiver with Will Fuller, and the running backs they had on that team, and then you look to the defense, you add Ishaq, who supposedly was really coming along at that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
You have your corners. Cole Luke was excellent in 2014.
Yep.
Excellent 2014. And you'd have had Kavari opposite him. And then now all of a sudden, Cody Riggs moves into the slot to play nickel.
Right.
And maybe Kendall Moore, who was a solid player, is a role guy, but maybe he's your starting middle linebacker next to Jalen Smith.
Yeah.
Instead of Joe Schmidt. Or maybe you can use Joe and him in the rotation to where in some of those games where you need a bigger guy, you could put you. But now all of a sudden those injuries. Look, here's the deal, flat out. They go 11-1 that year, Sean. I think they still lose in 14. I'm about the 2014 team. I think they still lose to USC at the end of the year. USC was playing good football at that point in time.
They really were.
And they weren't quite the 2016 team, but they were playing good football at the end of the year.
I think
they'd have beat Northwestern and Louisville for sure.
Definitely.
They would have beat Florida State for sure.
Yep.
Arizona State game, I can't say they definitely would have won because I
was
can't
just a weird
all
game.
the turnovers.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so does that mean Ev doesn't turn the ball over 5 times in that game? Like, but I think, maybe he doesn't feel the need to put the team on his shoulders in that game if he's got DeVaris and Will Fuller. Maybe the defense can make some more stops if they've got Kavari and Ishak. Like, I don't know who beats them that year. I mean, I'm saying USC, but I mean, USC lost by 18 the week before. They were playing good football down the stretch. They played like crap against UCLA, but they were playing really well the 2 weeks before.
Yeah.
It's just,
I think we all do. Look, if you sit down and have, if you sit down and you have a round table with, heck, throw Tommy in there. If you sit down and have a round table with Tommy, Malik, Deshaun, and Brandon, they will all tell you Ev was the dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
They all knew
Have
it.
you ever heard Tommy Reese complain about I should have started over him? You've never heard him say it.
No.
I've never heard him say that publicly or privately.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Because he knew.
And I know for a fact, it's been told to me, the worst thing that happened was the suspension, and even worse than that, going to Whitfield. The worst thing that ever happened. If those things didn't happen to Ev, the whole quarterback narrative thing in Notre Dame
gone,
might not even exist.
Well, here's the thing though. Those were both choices made by Everett Golson.
Absolutely.
And that's the problem.
Absolutely.
But yes, I mean, you and I have talked about this. There's the two most talented passers that Notre Dame has had last 30 years are Everett Golson and Jimmy Clausen, and it's not close.
No.
The difference is Everett could move.
Yeah.
And Everett had a stronger arm. Jimmy had a better feel for passing, but Everett had a stronger arm, was a better athlete.
Yeah.
And I still would have loved seeing what he could have done if he didn't get himself in trouble. It would have been – that 14 team could – and this is why I get so pissed off about, they can't recruit. Bull crap. Notre Dame's had 3 teams that should have competed for a title.
Yeah.
And I don't mean competed like got there and got killed. I mean, that should have gone and played with anybody.
Yeah. And
it's that 14 Notre Dame team and 15 Notre Dame team and the 17 Notre Dame team. If they just would have done things better, like not having the suspensions, right? Not having Van Gorder as your defensive coordinator. I'll stack that 2015 roster talent-wise up against anybody in the country that year.
Yeah.
They almost beat Clemson with Brian Van Gorder.
Yeah.
So don't tell me they can't recruit the players. You got to have the right staff in place to recruit the players. They did that with not even a great strength program. But that 2014 team went into Florida State and showed they can play with anybody.
Yeah.
And that was without DeVaris, without Ishak.
Yep.
Without Kavari Russell.
Yeah.
Notre Dame was like 31-5 in games Kavari Russell played in. Like, he was a dude.
I know this for a fact. Well, I don't know for a fact. I've been told. They play Clemson, and they're sitting there in the first half, and they're saying, what are we doing?
Right.
Like, why are we just pounding why are we keep hitting our head against the wall? These are players on the sideline. Like, what are we doing? Then they go to North Carolina State. The rain is like literally horizontal. Like,
I was there.
Right.
I'm sitting in the press box, and I can feel the press box moving.
Right.
And I'm looking across, and I'm seeing the light poles going like this. Like, they looked like they were doing the alma mater thing at the end of the game. Like, the light poles were singing the Notre Dame alma mater at the end of the game from the student section.
Right.
I'm hearing flash flood warnings going off in the background. I'm like, what are we doing here playing a freaking football game?
And they're like, why are we throwing the ball? Like, why are you trying to throw the ball 40 times in this monsoon? And it's just like, it goes back to the coaching and just.
It's all coaching.
Yeah.
And they still almost won all those games.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that bothers me. It's like, and that's also the thing that gets me excited about the future. Because, like, look, I could be wrong on this, but I think I've been right on a lot the last couple of years, right? And I've caught a lot of crap from people. Oh, I hate Jeff Quinn. I hate Jeff Quinn. I think Jeff Quinn's a very good, decent man. I don't think he's a very good offensive line coach, and it was proven to be so. You hate Della Alexander. Well, I've never disliked Dell Alexander till recently. When he was coaching at Notre Dame, I was quite fond of him as a human being, right? Just not a good receivers coach.
Yeah.
Only person I didn't like was Brian Kelly and Brian Van Gorder, but they just, you could see it. And what I think, Sean, and you and I have talked about this. We've talked to former players about this. I've talked to I've talked to people that have coached and played on other teams about this, and they will tell you that 2015 Notre Dame team was sick. You know, like I've had Notre Dame coaches who came later who knew about that team and said, if I was here then, we kill everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not just me and Sean sitting here as Notre Dame fans saying this. Like, this is, you know, again, that 2015 Notre Dame team had more players from that lineup, not guys that were like sitting on the bench, but guys that played on that team had more first, second, and third round draft picks combined than Clemson did in 2015's roster. Fact. I've looked it up. Fact. You know, and it's just the talent's always been there's always something missing.
Yeah.
Hopefully Marcus Freeman can get rid of the what's missing. And I think he's got a staff to get there, but I feel like the talent here is better than people think. Yeah. The depth isn't where it needs to be yet at some spots.
I will say this. The back end, could 2016 have been avoided? I still say no.
Correct.
And this is why I say no. I don't think it was really exposed until Malik's injury, but there were just certain things going on in the locker room.
Yeah.
And like this dividing line between staff and players.
The strength program was also really bad.
Strength program, yeah.
Sean, you had dudes getting gym memberships at local gyms because they weren't allowed to go and work.
Yeah, it was just bad.
Yeah.
It was bad. Yeah. And the fact that you're like 4 years in, 5 years in, and this
that was 7 years in.
Yeah,
Sean.
and this is where you're
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now again, in Coach Law, in fairness, he was battling some health issues then at that time. But that's why Brian Kelly should have stepped in and said, "Hey,
yes,
we got." But when that's going on and your head coach is an absentee coach, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so to your point, Sean, I think you're right. 2016 still would have happened.
It still would have happened because of the coaching staff and his inability to correct things when they need to be corrected.
Which, including recruiting, had taken a hit since Diaco and Chuck Martin and those guys left.
Yep.
Recruiting had taken a hit. There was a lot of things going on there. I think 2016 would have happened. And, you know, again, because you can't tell me that like Ev's still gone in 2015, right? I mean, you know, most likely. Well, I don't know. Here's the interesting thing, Sean. With all due respect to Malik, does Everett come back in 2015?
Oh, if Everett is never suspended, Malik probably starts in 16.
Right. So 15, Malik never gets hurt. Because could you imagine that 2015 team with Everett Golson as the starting, the Everett Golson that never went through the suspension, Everett Golson?
Yes.
Could you imagine that Everett Golson on that football team? Stop telling me it's about talent. Stop telling me it's about talent.
But now, Brian, now the quarterback room resembles what we see at programs like Alabama. And when Malik finally takes the reins, he is at such a confidence level. It's like he was already confident at 15, even though he hadn't started a game. But you put him in at 16 with that team, and maybe the players can overcome, and maybe not be 4-8, and maybe get it to like 7-5,
and then what does the recruiting do if they're as good as they should have been in 14? And then what does the recruiting do if they go out and compete for a championship in 2015?
Right.
And the thing is, like Everett said, well, maybe Everett would have Malik would have transferred, but no, I don't think he would have.
I don't think he would have
for two reasons. One is, I don't know Malik all that well, and we've got our things and all that, but he always understood why he was at Notre Dame, not just football. Number one. Number two, transferring wasn't easy then. And number three, it's a lot easier to sit on the bench when you know that dude in front of you is the dude. And I think he would have been more Mac Jones than Justin Fields,
Yeah.
Malik would have been. And
Yeah.
I mean, is that fair? Like
No.
Mac Jones knew,
I just
hey,
told
I'm
you.
waiting my time because I know Tua's that dude.
But Brian,
Right?
I just told you.
Yeah.
You sit all of them down,
Right.
and they will all tell
Right.
you he's the guy.
Which is why he'd have been okay being the next in line.
Yes,
is my
he's
point.
the godfather.
Exactly. I'm good. I ain't that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
And so then Malik would have been a 2-year starter. He'd
Right.
started in 16. And now the starting quarterback in 2017 is not Brandon Wimbush.
No.
It's Malik Zaire.
Right.
Without the injury.
Right.
So, you know who never here's the we never would have seen Deshaun Kaiser as a starting quarterback in Notre Dame if Everett doesn't get suspended.
He probably is the transfer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably the transfer.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And then Brandon takes over in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but there's look, it's Van Gorder, it's Mike Sanford. There's so many reasons why 16 would have happened.
Yeah.
In my opinion. But Everett, so it's not the 14 it's not the suspensions for 14 that were the issue. It really all tracks back to Everett in 13.
Yeah.
As being the beginning of all that.
Right.
So fascinating question. We could have done a whole show on just that, Sean.
We really could have.
All right. So here we go. Tommy Guns, if you had to pick one game from the past 12 years for September 3rd to emulate, which would you pick? I'm going Clemson Notre Dame 2020 in the regular season because it's like the only game against a great team that Notre Dame won. And I don't think you're going to beat them 30-13 like you did Oklahoma in 2012. You're going to have to make some big stops on defense and then win. Look, run the ball, make big plays in the pass game.
Yeah.
Right? Make some big stops on defense, force some turnovers, and get some scores that aren't on offense. It would have to be that 2020 game. That would be it.
I'm going to go, and this is a game we've actually talked about. I'm going to go 90, I think it was 96.
So past 12 years, though. So he's basically going back to Brian Kelly's. Yeah, so basically Brian Kelly's tenure.
Oh, Brian Kelly's tenure?
Yeah.
Look, there was a matchup. I forget the year. I think it was 98, 96. That I think the game is going to go just like that because Ohio State had that type of crazy talent at wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't compare like Stanley Jackson and the other kid they had at quarterback.
Joe Germain.
I wouldn't compare them to C.J. Stroud.
Right.
But, Eddie George, that Laurent Pace at left tackle, like that was darn good offense.
Yeah.
But I think the same game plan that Lou put together for that game that allowed him to have the lead in the third quarter before they just imploded with turnovers.
Well, and this team has more speed than that team does.
Absolutely.
That's something you've talked about.
Yeah. I think they have the same chance to physically impose themselves and frustrate.
But that's why I think the 2020 game against Clemson is that way because they beat Clemson in the trenches that day. I mean, Clemson's success came on big plays in the pass game.
So would you say because of –
and if Ian Book doesn't fumble the ball going into the end zone, that game's not close at the end.
Not even close. Would you rather say – forget the results. Do you think it's going to resemble the first game or the actual conference championship game?
First game.
With Trevor. Because I think – the game started out the same in both games. The games had a similar start both times, and Notre Dame just wasn't able to put the same points on the board early.
The thing for me, Sean, is I think that when you don't play Trevor, you don't need the game changer quarterback. When you play a team that has a guy like Trevor, you need a game changer quarterback. That's the difference between the two games.
Yeah.
And so – I look at that game, and for me, Sean, it's like as far as again, his question was, if it could emulate it, then I'd want it to emulate the Clemson game, because what did Notre Dame do? They ran the ball, they hit some big shots. Now I hope that this team doesn't kind of Oh, we're up 13-0, so let's 10-0 or whatever, and let's milk the clock or whatever the case may be. I mean, I don't think we'll see that. I hope we don't see that, but I don't know, man. I feel like that team, they outplayed Clemson really for 60 minutes. They just had a couple mistakes that hurt them.
Yeah.
It's a 23-23 game. They're driving, Ian fumbles, and then they 3-and-out and then kick a field goal. I mean, if they get a touchdown there and then make the stop, and all of a sudden you're up 10 in the third quarter. I mean, that team just, to me, should have they had a lot of missed opportunities in both of those games.
Yeah.
But to me, if ask how I want the game to go, if I think Notre Dame's if it can go like the 2020 Clemson game, then you're in good shape. But because I think you're going to have a more dynamic player quarterback this year. I mean, it's the overall talent, the skill talent. I mean, I say talent. The speed is better now.
Yeah.
I don't want to say the talent's better. We got to see the receiver step up and play. I mean, if one of the receivers steps up this year and plays like Lorenzo, I'm going to be happy, dude, because they didn't even I mean, not Lorenzo, Javon McKinley. I'm going to be a happy guy. If one of the receivers can play like that, that's, just clutch guy, big games, that kind of thing, because they have more speed than he had. But you've got a Michael Mayer now. You didn't have a Michael Mayer in 2020 as far as what Michael is now.
No.
Right? You actually had him, but he was a freshman at the time. So I think that's going to be the thing.
I guess, yeah. See, Clemson will be the only game that I will point to in the last 12 years. I thought about another game. I could see it going Notre Dame USC from 05 or what was that, 06?
You mean 15? Or so again, he's in the last 12 years.
No, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I don't see anything other than Clemson. But if I was just going, another game outside of that would be the classic Notre Dame USC game. I can see it being that type of back and forth coming down to the last possession.
I could see it being a little bit like the USC game in 15, though. I mean, like that game was USC had some big play guys on offense. Ronald Jones hit a big run.
Yeah, he did.
Cody Kessler hit some big plays. I mean, he passed for a bunch of yards that game.
He did.
Notre Dame jumps up big. Clemson battles back. I mean, USC battles back. I mean, Notre Dame let them back in that game. They're talking more outcome wise. Notre Dame should have blown that. They should have blown them out that game. But as far as just like the outcome, USC goes right down the field and scores. Notre Dame answers back.
Yeah.
And then Notre Dame jumps up and they're up 10, and then USC claws back. I mean, and that USC team had some athletes. I mean,
they did.
Like that Ronald Jones at running back, Juju Smith-Schuster.
You picked
Dory,
the 2 games.
Cody Kessler. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think those are the two that I could see it. I just, don't want it to be like Florida State. All right, let's roll through here because we got to wrap this up here real soon. It's been a shocker, Sean. You and I had a very long show. Who knew? Who knew? All right, let's see here. Let me get down. Matt McCarty says, Brian and the IB staff, thank you so much for all the podcasts. Got back last weekend from visiting my wife in the Philippines, and the podcast got me through my 17-hour flight back home. So what is that, like 3 shows of me and Sean? Is that pretty much 17 hours? Yeah, we appreciate that, Matt, and we're glad that you got back home safely, and hopefully your wife's doing well in the Philippines. So RH, who I believe is an Ohio State fan, asked, Brian, scheme-wise, could you see Notre Dame running cover 6 against Ohio State, or is that something that takes too much time to master? I mean, they've done that in the past, RH. I think cover 6 is basically kind of cover 2 to the boundary, cover 4 to the field.
Yeah.
I think we'll see some of that. I mean, I think that's a look that Notre Dame has used in the past. I think it's something that we can certainly see. That allows you to protect over top into the boundary. It allows your corner to kind of reroute into the boundary and then have safety help over the top. And then to the field, you have a way of inserting your safety down against the run to help protect against the run in the perimeter screens. And then you're playing off with your field corner who's, you're now asking your safety and essentially your rover to be the take away the flats, to jump the hook curl, that kind of thing. Be your underneath guys. And then your corner and is going to sort of protect over the top. So in that defense, I mean, if you're playing 4 to the field, the corner's got to protect the post at that point in time, right? And so, I don't know if, I think that's probably good if you're gonna have Clarence Lewis to the field, but if you're gonna have Cam Hart to the field, I don't know if I want him playing off the ball and sinking and playing the post. I want him coming up, and so I think you're going to see a mix of things. I think you're going to see Notre Dame doing a lot of different things coverage wise. I think they're not going to just line up and play cover 6 all game, because then Ryan Day is going to pick it apart. I mean, any great offensive mind is going to pick apart if you just have a limited number of coverages. I think you're going to see cover 1, you're going to see some cover 0, you're going to see some cover 2. I think you're going to see some cover 6, you're going to see some quarters. You're going to see a lot of different things. You're going to see some zone fires. I think you're going to see a lot of different things, because that's what you have to do. You say, well, you run the risk of giving up a big play. Well, look, you're going to give up a big play to Ohio State. That's going to happen. Talking about game plans to emulate, the great game, I'm going to go NFL. Since you're going like back in the 90s, this has got to be a lot like the Super Bowl 32, Broncos Packers. Favre's going to make some big plays, but you got to be aggressive with your defense to say, yeah, he's going to make his big plays. He's going to hit Antonio Freeman over the top for a beautifully placed, one of the best Super Bowl throws ever, that first touchdown from Brett Favre. But we're going to control the football. We're going to run the football. We're going to create some big plays in the pass game, but we're going to have to defensively scheme up some stuff to create mistakes. Yeah. And 2 times in that game, Greg Robinson, may he rest in peace, came with tremendously well-designed pressures that forced Brett Favre turnovers. One was the one where I think it was Steve Atwater came up from behind him and sacked him, and it was a fumble. I think Alfred Williams recovered it. The other one was they brought I forget who blitzed. I think it was a linebacker pressure, but Favre rushed it and sailed it, and Tyrone Braxton
caught it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you gotta do stuff like that to then allow yourself to be able to go.
I think that was Romo on the blitz. I think it was.
Was it Romo?
I think it was. I think it was Romanowski on the blitz.
Yeah, but Steve Atwater was the one that had the blitz on the forced fumble.
Yeah.
But that's what you got to do, because you can't stop Brett Favre for 4 quarters. But you controlled the clock with your run game. You limited possessions. You had some big plays of your own, right? You had the Ed McCaffrey. They didn't throw the ball well that game. That's the thing about the Broncos. Elway went like 12 of 25 in that game. They still won the Super Bowl. Yeah. But a lot of it was because of the mistakes that the defense was able to force the Green Bay offense into. That is really what helped them win that game. So that'd be another one.
I think for me, I'm interested in seeing. I think you've heard this as well. They're really, really happy with Cam Hart in fall camp. And see, maybe I'm naive. Please tell me if I'm naive, right? And I think I told you this. I would be more fearful if Notre Dame defensively was facing C.J. Stroud with Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. I would be more fearful because those guys had track records.
Sure.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has a bowl game.
Right.
Against a depleted backfield.
Right.
So I don't know.
Sure.
Fleming, I don't know what he's going to do. Like they haven't shown me a big picture. Sure. Talented? Absolutely. Sure. That's not debatable. But I don't have the same fear and the trepidation because of those guys that I would saying, we're going up against Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson, and we know we can't leave anybody one-on-one with Garrett Wilson. So we have.
Isn't it funny though, Sean? Isn't it funny that there's just this assumption that Marvin Harrison and Emeka Egbuka are going to be phenomenal next year? Yeah. They combined for fewer receptions than Lorenzo Styles did.
It's just.
But yet, Notre Dame fans, they're going to be great, and Lorenzo's going to be mediocre. I'm like,
I know it's a factory at that position of wide receiver, and we already know with Smith and Jigba. We know, like over 100 catches. But Notre Dame can do some things, especially if he's going to just strictly come out of the slot. Notre Dame with the line. Right. Notre Dame. Brian.
I definitely won't get you too far up 4 hours in there.
Look, man.
Goose Rob.
Look, Notre Dame with Al Golden has so many different coverages they can. Yeah. Do you understand that their safety is basically another nickel?
Right.
They can go 3 safeties if they want to.
Yeah.
They can go 3 safeties. Right. If they go 4 wide, they can say, okay, Tariq's in the slot. Come on, B. Joe.
Right.
We put in DJ in Houston or Ramon on the back end. You take care of that third or fourth wide receiver. And there's so much flexibility when we're good with Cam. And you're like, oh, we're good with Tariq in the slot. Okay. And we got a playmaker back there. Man, put him single high. Mm-hmm. He's going to handle, center field, he's going to handle everything. Yeah. There are no big plays we know with him single high.
Right.
It's just so much that they can do. It's going to be about eliminating the big plays in a multiple sense. Sure, they're going to get one.
Right. One or two. They're going to get one or two.
They can't get 3, 4, 5.
You're going to score 27, 28 points, Sean.
Yeah.
Right?
And the number one priority has nothing to do with the wide receivers.
Yeah.
Travion Henderson is the number one priority. Shut that dude down. You shut him down, we're halfway home.
For every big play Ohio State has, you have to force a turnover.
Yes.
I mean, that's basically how it goes for me.
Yes.
And big play, 40-plus yards, you got to force a turnover.
Yeah.
That's basically how it goes for me. That's going to have to be. And part of RH's question, talking about it's going to have to come down to doing things schematically. Because, look, Notre Dame's got really good defensive talent. They just can't line up in base defense and say, we got you.
Right.
You can't do that. There are positions I think they can do that. But as an entire defense, they're not there yet. Right? This isn't 2001 Miami defense. Right? Like, they're good, but they're not – they're really good, but they're not elite to that level. Right? And so you're going to have to do things schematically that, protect the guys that are not elite, that give your elite players opportunities to go make plays, right? So, okay, you may not bring Brandon Joseph on a blitz like you did with Steve Atwater, but I'll bring Maris Luafau on one.
Yeah.
Similar body type. It says a lot about Steve Atwater.
Right.
But, that's the thing, Sean, is you've got to also create your own big plays on defense. You're going to – somebody on a Notre Dame DB or two is going to get smoked in that game for a big play or two. It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
Right. They had those plays against Oregon. They had those plays against Michigan. But can you then create the mistakes? And that's what that's what Michigan was able to do.
And you talked about it in that Super Bowl. It wasn't like they had good, sound, veteran cornerbacks, that Broncos team.
Ray Crockett and
Tyrone Braxton, right?
No, he was
Braxton
Darren
was
Harper.
Safety. Yes.
Darren Harper. Braxton had moved. Braxton was their corner in the first 3 early Super Bowls, and he was a safety by that point in time.
Right.
Yeah. Darren Gordon was the other corner. Yeah.
Like, just play.
Good players.
Do your job.
Right.
Do your job. That's all we're asking you. They're going to get plays. Just do your job. And I think they had a chance to pick off another pass, the touchdown to Chamura in the corner. That was just a great pass.
The high one, talking about the one he threw up in the air? Yeah.
The room to get that in. And Brett Favre just made a great pass, and Chamura made a great catch. So you have to have that type of plan where you make it hard. You know you're going to give up, but we're going to hit C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
We're going to keep hitting them, making them get up. We're going to stop Travion Henderson. And then when we give up the big play, that's all right.
Yeah.
Everybody.
And make C.J. make those great throws.
Those great throws.
Because like that's I'll still say that was one of the 5 best throws the quarterback's ever made, was that throw. That touchdown pass to Antonio Freeman. You know what I'm talking about? It's like kind of back in. It's like, how? Yeah. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, there aren't many quarterbacks that make that.
They can do that. Yeah.
No. But make him make those throws. Because if you're making him make those throws, then there's going to be other times he can't make that throw. And that's going to be the key. Right. And that's what they couldn't do against Clemson in 2018.
Yeah.
It's like Clemson made some big plays, but Notre Dame couldn't counter it with the big plays of their own.
Like the big play they made to get back in the game, which was just schemed well, right? They motioned in. They ended up putting their best receiver on Sean Crawford. Off coverage, free release. He gets around him. And it's really Sean's playing catch up. And they get a free touchdown that gets them pretty much control.
And that was the 2020 championship game. I was going back to 2018, where they got some big plays, but they just couldn't force. They got some stops. They couldn't force the turnovers. Right? Like Notre Dame turned the ball over, missed those out. Chase dropping the 3rd down pass, Ian, taking a sack and fumbling instead of climbing and throwing the poster out to Miles Boykin. Right? When the big plays were there for Notre Dame to be made, they didn't make them. The defense made them, but even that game, the defense couldn't get the ball back when they needed to get the ball back. This defense is going to have to do that. But again, Notre Dame has played 2 elite offenses similar to Ohio State in past years, and they held 31 and 30 points. They can do it. It's just they got to do it again.
Yeah,
and that's going to be a big key because they actually forced Trevor into an early interception, an early turnover.
It was a
coverage game. Yeah,
they showed him something. Yeah, linebacker drop.
Right, he was not expecting Drew White to be there.
Yeah,
and so he had to throw it high.
Yeah,
and it sailed, and Kyle picked it off.
Yep.
Correct. It's great. It's a great play call. Great play call. Let's get to the last few. We got a super chat from Mark Stewart. Thank you, Mark. Do you have any info on the uniforms? No, seriously, Mark. Why are you playing me like this, man? I mean, come on. We're supposed to be buddies. And no, seriously, does a good coach play the disrespect card with his team, or is that a fan thing? I think he can. You got to do it right, though. You can't play the disrespect card like for 6 months. There's a time and a place for it. And like for the first 3 weeks of camp, Sean, I'm not talking about disrespect. But the closer and closer I get that, I don't care what ESPN says right now. I don't care what anybody else says right now. But I'm not going to lie to you. As you get closer to game week, I'm looking for that edge. Do y'all know that they don't think you belong here?
Yeah.
They they don't think you can play with this team. They think we should just pack it in and not even play this game. Like even our own fans think we're going to get blown out. You know what I mean? Like I'd find like that one person on Twitter, a Notre Dame fan on Twitter or on a message board that predicts a blowout. Like even Notre Dame fans think you're going to get blown out. And I don't want him to do that, but I probably would do that. I hope he doesn't do that.
Yeah.
But you know how I am. That's how I would have done.
Yeah.
But like I would play that up as you get closer to the game. I mean, like I said, Lou Holtz did that. Remember that speech we played last week? That was right before the Michigan game. It was about respect.
Yeah.
And earning respect.
Yeah.
And that's what I say. It's the disrespect card is meant to not get you emotionally angry for the game that you want to go fight somebody.
Yeah.
It's meant to get you in the frame of mind where I'm going to go show the world that we can do what you say we can't do.
Right.
And so I think you got to play it right, Sean. You're not trying to get anger out of your players.
Right.
You're trying to get them to play with an edge, a chip on their shoulder.
Well,
that's the key.
I'll say this. I think for the competitor, the players, I think it hit them before you even start talking about Ohio State. The competitor, for a guy like Clarence Lewis, as soon as that Oklahoma State game was over, if he's a competitor, that's all the motivation he needed. Seeing J.D. Bertrand sit up there and explain we were prepared, we just didn't get the job done. That's all the motivation he needed.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't even have to think about Ohio State. This is about us.
Mm-hmm.
This is about us. This is what we're taking into the spring. This is why we get up early and work out.
Yep.
That right there. Not wanting to feel that again. And now that fuels us and carries us into the spring.
Right.
And into fall camp. And in fall camp, when it gets to a certain point, now we laser focus in on the task at hand, which is September 3rd. Yeah. But it has to be about you first. It can't be about Ohio State.
And that's the point. It's not that the disrespect card to me is meant to be about us.
Yes.
If I'm looking at it from a coaching standpoint.
Yeah.
It's not meant to be like, I don't care if it's about CJ Stroud. I don't care. It's what it goes back to? We had a nice little fun conversation last week where you and I got pretty fired up when we played that stuff from Lou.
Yeah.
Don't you come at me now, right?
Right.
But it was about earning respect. It wasn't about Michigan. He never said the words Michigan.
Right.
He talked about Bo later, but it was somehow Bo saying, we can't do this, we can't do that. We're going to go show him.
Right.
It can't be, so, and then you had your little, as I called you afterwards and said, it was the Sean Davis equivalent of B Rabbit in the final rap battle. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm still here screaming the free world. You know what I mean? Like, like I don't care. You can win all the titles. We're still Notre Dame. I'm still here. You know what I mean? Screw you.
Right.
We're still Notre Dame. Right. And it just, you can say, I know all the stuff you got to say about me. Right. Yeah. Like I know all the stuff you got to say about me, but I'm going to use that as fuel because I got something for you.
Right.
And I think that's when I say the disrespect, or it's that. It's like, you know what? This is the game you've been waiting for.
Yeah.
You don't want them to say that you're a 15.5-point underdog anymore.
Yeah.
Go do it. And you know, it's kind of like, you know, if I could think of like a speech to give, it'd be from a movie. It'd be from Miracle.
Yeah.
When he was like, "This is your chance. Take it."
Yes.
This is your chance to shut everybody up. Take it. It ain't about Ohio State. It ain't about CJ Stroud. It ain't about Ryan Day. It's about you. Hey, Foskey, this ain't about Paris Johnson. This is about you. And that's what it's got to be, because you're Notre Dame. And that was the whole point behind what we talked about last week. Lou Holtz understood that it was about getting them to understand Notre Dame.
Yes.
And taking pride in the and it's not even real about Notre Dame, because there have been plenty of teams that weren't that way, but it's the aura, it's the tradition. I don't say what tradition matters. It's because you have set a bar that the greats have set. And now it's up to you to live up to that, because you're putting on that gold helmet. And that's what it's about. Ohio State didn't set the standard. We did.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's time to change it.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is in front of this football team.
And that's why it was so beautiful. It's a lot of different places Coach Holtz could have been, a lot of different mindsets he could have been in when he had the opportunity to speak to the team.
Yeah.
I thought it was beautiful the direction he chose.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't mention Ohio State.
You're talking about the one he did the other day.
This past week.
Yeah.
With the newspaper. They're going to try to rip you apart.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try to separate you. But if you stick together, he made it about us.
Right.
If you stick together, magic can happen.
That's right. That's right.
Like, it's us.
Yeah.
That's it.
And that's what players would say, like during Miami week, it was that way. It was about you. It's not about Miami. It's about you. But right before the game, he had a little something. But it was always about developing that edge, that confidence in yourself, that I don't care, because you need to develop that edge and that confidence, because, again, Ohio State will make a run.
Yeah.
Miami made a run. Florida State made a run in 93. Miami made a run in 88. Right? But the difference is those Notre Dame teams answered the challenge. And it wasn't about Miami. It was about you. Hey, they're going to make a run. Doesn't matter. You do you. And that's what I loved about those Holtz teams, especially in those big games. That's why Lou was the master of winning big games. Like, most of the bad losses they had were teams like, how the heck did they lose to Stanford?
Yeah.
Stanford, they weren't even ranked. You know what I mean? Like, how that's the team you lost to?
Yeah.
You know, but the big games, he was going to have them ready.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is they got to be loose, but they got to be pissed.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And how do you find that balance, right? And pissed can't be angry, because angry is emotional, and emotional means mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Pissed is more of like, okay, all right, I got something for you. You want to make me a 59-point under? Okay, I got something for you right now.
Yeah.
Right? That's the difference. And to me, I like a team that plays a little pissed off. I don't want a team that plays angry, because angry is emotional.
Yeah.
And I don't want an emotional team. I want a disciplined, focused, pissed off team.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. They play that way, they got a shot. And now the key to tell us a lot about Marcus Freeman is, does he know how to push the buttons to get him to that point?
Now, I will say this. What they had a ref crew on the field yesterday. They went loud noise for 2 periods. And this goes back the first time we reported that they didn't have any penalties when they went noise. That was without referees. You had referees yesterday. They had 2 penalties when the third string got on the field.
Mm-hmm.
The first unit is locked in, both sides of the ball. Second unit, locked in. Third unit got in. They had some false starts and some other procedural things that they got flagged. Oh, and the personal foul on Logan Diggs for getting up and hitting Ben Morrison because he was mad he got tattooed on the play. But I love that. I was like, I want to see my freshman mixing it up like that. Yeah. So they're locked in. I'm trying to tell Irish fans, this team they are honestly, with the injuries and where they are now, I think they're like, yo, we can fast forward. We can play them tomorrow. Like, let's go. Like, we forget going to the Horseshoe. Bring them to the local park down the street, or we can go to the local park down the street from the stadium in Columbus. Let's play tomorrow.
Yeah. And if this team has a leadership that we hope it does, Sean, they don't need the coaches to tell them that they're 15.5-point underdogs.
No.
That nobody thinks can play with this team.
No.
It's about how can you harness it.
No.
And that's the key. Like, they're not sitting there like Freeman walks in and was like, y'all know we're 15.5-point underdogs?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Like, they know. They know. Yeah. You just got to figure out how to harness it. And that's going to be interesting. And that's going to make it fun. And that's what we're going to find out here. We'll be in 2 weeks from today, Sean. You're going to be sitting in the stands, and I'm going to be sitting in the press box, and we're going to be about a half an hour away from like, okay, it's time to see.
No,
it's time to see.
I'm telling you now, my brother, I don't know how it's going to turn out. I'm telling you, if that clock is ticking down and we're icing the game away, you guys might have to come bail me out, because I'm talking.
Yeah.
I'm talking. I don't care how many
I have a couple buddies at the game that I'm gonna have to bring a lot of extra cash to that game. You are correct. Hey, sorry everybody, I won't be at the post game show. Why not? I got to go bail Sean out of jail.
Absolutely,
my buddy Jason out of jail. So sorry, y'all.
Talking.
Yeah,
I'm talking. Like, yo, what's good? Y'all real quiet right now. Real quiet.
Yeah.
What's up? I play Snoopy. Play Snoopy. Dot this I. Dot this I right here. Dot the I on this win. That's what you dot right now. I got all the jokes lined up.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you're able to. It's going to make for an epic post game show. That's for sure. So we'll definitely have that. But look, they're capable of doing it. They just got to do it. That's the thing. They got to be about it. Right? Don't talk about it, be about it. But I was a fan of doing both. I did both. I like to do both. I like to talk. I wanted to tell you what I was about to do to you and then do it to you. I mean, that's just kind of how I was. And they want to talk, they can talk, as long as the talk doesn't distract them from being about it. And they just got to be about it. If they can be about it, then this is going to be a fun game, fun 2 weeks, and it's going to be a fun season, because that's what was missing from Notre Dame in the last 12 years. Well, 25, 30 years. They didn't have that edge. They didn't have that edge. We didn't have a Notre Dame football team that had players top to bottom that had the belief that we're Notre Dame. I don't care who you are. They were like that a lot of times, but not all the time.
Yeah.
And then coaches that were able to then put them in position to get the most out of them. That's where it's at.
But yeah, I think the regular uniforms, they'll probably come out with the normal road uniforms.
Yeah. Yeah. He's just busting my chops because we have people that are always asking like super chats for about what's the latest on the uniform. So Mark's always giving me a hard time. That's my man right there. Well, remember that, Mark. Remember that. So that's going to do it for today's show. I think it's a great way to end it, right, Sean? I mean, just be about it, man. Go get that. You got an opportunity. Seize it. It's up to you.
Man,
it's up to you. So
absolutely.
There we go.
The prep, dude, you're probably going to hear this again. There's no pressure on Notre Dame.
No.
None.
Yep.
That's going to do it. Hit, though. Let that fourth quarter hit in the scoreboard is the wrong way.
Hey, you need to make sure don't let the fourth quarter hit. Let the fourth quarter wind down, because that's the one thing about Ohio State is, I mean, they can strike quick. You know, it's got to be 60 minutes. It's got to be 60 minutes, and it's going to be a battle, and I cannot wait.
Can't wait.
But anyway, looking forward to it. So, Sean, that's going to do it, man. I think this might be our longest show ever. I think we have set a record.
We're just getting
for longest
started,
show
man.
ever. But yes, tremendous show
started.
As always. For Sean Davis, I'm Brian Driscoll. Thank you all so much for being with us today. We are going to start putting super chat money aside to bail Sean out when that time comes. There's no doubt. Hit that like button, everybody. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell. Share the podcast. Sign up for the message board, sports.irishbreakdown.com. Appreciate y'all, everybody, for being with us today for so long. To the 200-plus people that stuck with us for 4 hours. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are why we are here doing what we are doing. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.